Still, it's a real good bet. The best is yet to come. The best is yet to come, and babe, won't it be fine? You think you've seen the sun, but you ain't seen it shine. Wait till the warm-up's underway. Wait till our lips have met. Wait till you see that sunshine day. You ain't seen nothing yet. The best is yet to come, and babe, won't it be fine? The best is yet to come, come the day you're mine. Come the day you're mine. I'm gonna teach you to fly. We've only tasted the wine. We're gonna drain the cup dry. Wait till your charms are ripe for these arms to surround. You think you've flown before, but you ain't left the ground. Wait till you're locked in my embrace. Wait till I draw you near. Wait till you see that sunshine place. Ain't nothing like it here. The best is yet to come, and babe, won't it be fine? The best is yet to come, come the day you're mine. Oh.
Que eu quero passar, pois o samba está animado. O que eu quero é samba. Este samba que é misto de maracatu. É samba de preto veio, samba de preto do. Mas que nada, um samba como este tão legal. Você não vai querer que chegue no final. Que eu quero passar, pois o samba está animado. O que eu quero é samba. Este samba que é misto de maracatu. É samba de preto veio, samba de preto do. Mas que nada, um samba como este é tão legal. Você não vai querer que chegue no final.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our meeting of December 12th. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance from Councilmember Orgill. Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Orgill, Councilmember Renagi,
Here.
Councilmember Weiss, Mayor Pro Tem Kim. Here. Mayor Whalen.
Here. All right. Let's see, we concluded a closed session. I'll turn to the city attorney. Anything to report out of the closed session this evening?
Thank you, Mayor. There were 2 items on this evening's closed session agenda, labor negotiations and a matter of existing litigation, and neither has reportable action this evening.
All right, thank you. So we're going to turn to a kind of a fun item, which I guess will be my last item as mayor, which is terrific. It's the 2023 Children's Holiday Palettes. The Children's Holiday Palette Program has been a great program for our community since it started in 2004. Through this program, the Arts Commission engages our young artists early. Artists who are ages 5 to 17 can submit palette designs. This year, we had 128 entries, and 12 of them were selected for display. All submitted designs can be viewed on the city's website, and the 12 palettes that were selected are also on exhibit on the first floor at City Hall during business hours. So on behalf of the Arts Commission and the City Council, I would like to thank the teachers and the parents for encouraging participation in this great program. And I'm going to come down to the microphone here, and then as I call your name, if you're here, please come forward and we'll give you your certificate. Do you want me to call the names, or do you want to hand them to them one by one? I'll hand them out, sure. Let's do it that way.
They should be in correct order, so make sure we're getting those. Okay, so this is this year's 2023 Children's Holiday Palette winners. Kate Berberian, Ria Samtani, Taylor Jones, Lucy Wilson, Tinsley Long, Ethan Kopernick, Ella Ho, Claire Kirby. Is Claire here? Claire's not here. Haley Hathaway. Rocky Hobrecht. Asher Lamb. And Linus Wong.
You gonna help lead them off? Come on now. Thank you so much.
Disneyland, or what is it? What did they get? We'll just give them a minute to go out. I thought it was great that the last one we called up was Lioness, right? Apropos of Charlie Brown. All right. Taking their way. Okay, I guess we're ready then. We'll move on. So item 2 of extraordinary business is the recognition of the outgoing mayor and selection of mayor and mayor pro tem. So what I'm going to do here is we've got, several components to this, but I'm going to first open it up to public comment. So anyone wishing to speak on the item 2 on the selection of mayor and mayor pro tem may come forward and speak. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Peggy Wolf. I'm the chair of the Laguna Beach Democratic Club. We are 300 members strong and growing. On behalf of the club, I'm here to acknowledge the service of Bob Whalen as our mayor. Throughout his 3 terms on City Council, I think it's 3, his steadfast, thoughtful leadership style has given Laguna Beach a council member and a mayor to be proud of. Thank you for that. Ever the consummate professional, respectful of his office's bylaws and rules, Mayor Whalen has set an example for others to emulate. We are grateful to him for his years of selfless public service. Prior, he also did school board, for those not in the know. His understated, pragmatic way of getting things done, and always his commitment to the public good. From all of us in the Laguna Beach Democratic Club, we thank you. Also, we thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sukem. Thanks, Bob. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Barbara McMurray, and I just want to say that Mayor Whalen, I want to thank you for being a steady hand at the helm of our government. You're always polite, measured, and calm. You know how to run a meeting, and I appreciate your calm demeanor even when things get heated. So Mayor Whalen has worked to make our city better, even though some of his best ideas did not prevail, and he continued to serve with grace and dignity as a civil servant. I want to take a moment to mention and thank him for what should have been his signature success. In 2018, Bob's well-crafted Measure P lost by only 1,005 votes, partly because it was falsely cast as a property tax by people who objected to it. Measure P would have funded emergency response and fire safety, including moving overhead wires underground on Laguna Canyon Road and evacuation routes through a 1% sales tax that would have sunsetted after 25 years. It was not a property tax, but people said it was, and that's why it lost. We were offered an elegant solution to a problem that we're still wringing our hands over what to do. Bob offered us a solution. Hate to bring up something that didn't prevail, but even if you're not still bummed out by this, Bob, I am. Voters kicked the can down the road. And what this shows us, though, is how important it is to be vigilant as voters and to know always exactly what you're voting for when we go to the polls. I'm proud to have voted for you every time you ran. You're an exemplary leader, and I'm grateful for your leadership. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other speakers? Cheryl, do you have any speakers?
I have a couple hands, Mayor. Ted Reckes, go ahead. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I wanted to speak specifically about something on the consent calendar, so I'm not sure if this is the right place to do it.
Not yet, Ted, but you'll have that chance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, one more hand is Matt Lawson. Go ahead, Matt. Matt's hand is raised, but he's not speaking.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll hear from Matt later, I'm sure.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council. So we've got the selection of mayor pro tem. We're going to run this pursuant to Robert's Rules of Order. So what that means is we will take a motion, a nomination. A nomination does not require a second. We'll vote on each nomination as made. People may make a motion for a slate or just an individual, and we'll just take them in the order. So the order that they received. So is there a motion from anyone regarding selection of mayor and mayor pro tem?
Either one.
Either one.
I'll make a motion to appoint Alex as mayor pro tem.
Okay, then we'll call for a vote on that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. So that carries. And then so we need a motion on selection of mayor. Is there a motion on that or a nomination on that?
I'll move that Susan Kempf be nominated for mayor.
All right. Could I have a vote on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Okay. Carries 4-0 with one abstention. Congratulations, Sue. Congratulations, Alex.
Your name on it.
Okay. Okay, I have a proclamation for Mayor Whalen. I'm going to come down to the podium along with, I guess, the former mayor, Bob Whalen. You know, I feel like I should have one of those scrolls. Bob, your accomplishments for all these years, Bob. So I have here a proclamation commending Bob Whalen for his service and dedication as mayor in 2023. Whereas Bob Whalen was once again selected as mayor in 2023 by unanimous vote of his peers. Bob Whalen has served for previous terms as mayor, first in 2015 and again concurrently in 2019, 2020, and 2021, each year with the full support of the council. Mayor Whalen has diligently and passionately pursued issues of importance to the community and has provided leadership regarding numerous projects and issues, including but not limited to tirelessly working on strategies to facilitate the undergrounding of Laguna Canyon Road through partnerships with legislators, county and federal agencies, Southern California Edison and city staff. organizing and conducting the wildfire preparedness town hall meeting last September, aimed at informing residents of actions planned and taken as directed in the 2019 wildfire fire mitigation plan to address concerns about wildfires in our community. Developing a comprehensive parking master plan aimed at optimizing existing spaces, introducing efficient technologies to direct visitors in a way that reduces congestion and creates additional inventory in identified areas of need. Purchase of the former St. Catherine's School to reimagine the facility as the new Laguna Beach Community and Recreation Center and expand programming to meet the wishes and needs of the community. I'm still going. Resolving numerous barriers and issues related to the opening of the newly restored Rivian Theater. If you haven't been there, you should go see it. Key negotiator, working with the county supervisors to assume control of all South Laguna beaches and associated facilities, securing a surprising $22 million from the county for continuation of services. Thoughtfully representing the city at SACWA, a complicated and somewhat political process in the world of water. Planned and conducted the yearly strategic planning and budget workshops. Expanded mobility through the community through the highly successful on-demand Laguna Beach Local. Transit program and continued public summer and winter trolley service. Working collaboratively with his fellow city council members while addressing these matters, and above all, representing our beautiful city with a dignity and respect. I could be not be more proud to serve with Bob Whalen.
Well, first of all, thank you to all my fellow council members. It's always an honor to serve as mayor, no matter whether you've done it once or more than once. It's a great responsibility, something I take very seriously and, have worked hard at to represent the community well. And, a lot of these things in here really were, I contributed to, but it takes all of us. It takes a team. And, I'm really pleased to be working with this group of colleagues. I think we're doing some good things and making some really good progress for the community. So I will appreciate this and look forward to continuing to serve with them up there. But it is a responsibility to act as mayor. You are the primary spokesperson for the city, and I've always done my best to approach it with a sense of optimism and try to project what the city is, which I think is a well-run organization that has a lot of employees who work very hard every day to make this place go. None of us is perfect, but it's really a team effort, and people, I think, work hard and deserve a lot of credit here. So I couldn't sit down without acknowledging in the second row here my longtime friend Ann Johnson, who is the one responsible for me standing here. She came and sat in my kitchen. I haven't thanked you every day, but most days. So anyway, thank you again. It's a great honor. I appreciate it.
Okay, we have a very lengthy meeting tonight. So we're going to open for public comment. Anything that's not on the agenda this evening, you can come up and speak. We're going to finish public comment at 10 till 6, and then we're going to move on with our agenda. So we'll just get started.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and Laguna Beach community. My name is Erin Slattery, and I'm the CEO of the Laguna Beach Chamber of Commerce. The Laguna Beach Chamber of Commerce is getting ready for 2024. We want to invite you to join us on January 4th for our Government Affairs Committee meeting with Diane Dixon, on January 11th to celebrate Voice of Laguna with a ribbon cutting, and on January 24th for our board installation at Mozambique. Tickets are already on sale for the State of the City Mayor's Luncheon with Sue Camp. So I hope you have this date on your calendar on April 2nd, presented by Empress Builders. The Chamber Golf Tournament is on May 15th, presented by Visit Laguna, and the Pageant of the Masters local night this year is July 3rd. The Chamber office will be closed this Friday, December 15th to January 3rd, 2024. Happy holidays. Congratulations, everyone.
Thank you, Erin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have a PowerPoint. This is Alan Buenas. If you have it. Oh, okay. All right. Well, happy holidays, everybody. Congratulations, Mayor Pro Tem. Let me begin. Are you beginning on the clock? I can wait till that shows it. All right, here we go. All right. So I am here once again on a familiar matter having to do with 1001 San Jose. It is a public nuisance per the Civil Code. Can we go to the next slide, please? Next slide. 1001 San Jose continues to chip away at my view equity not allowed by the approved plans. And as you can read, the approved plans specifically say, carefully maintaining the original view corridor. Can we go next slide, please? What does original view corridor mean? Does it mean bringing in the walls to protect the views as was done, but not the roof which blocks the views? It makes no sense. It never did. No, next slide. I complained to the building department, which agreed and placed a stop work on this very matter to cease construction, roof framing, and sheathing. Next slide. For an unexplained reason, the Community Development Department intervened in the building department's stop work of the roof blocking my views. Mr. Weiner didn't even meet with the building department until 4 months after the stop work. Next slide. I met with Mr. Joyce, and to his credit, is making a very good effort at trying to rectify the problem. Unfortunately, the genie is out of the bottle. Mr. Weiner cannot explain why no planner ever came to my property to see for themselves the view corridor from my angle, not from the home looking up, but from my home looking at the view blockage. He never explained why community development pulled the stop work, why it took him so long to meet with the building department about it. The obvious question is, how can the original view corridor be maintained without making an apples to apples comparison to it? And it is noteworthy, Mr. Bogle has never appeared before council to explain why the building department had to stop work and why it was pulled. The end result is something that could have been easily resolved and now is putting the city in legal jeopardy. However, there is still an opportunity administratively without compounding a legal mess. That is, I urge the council to move forward to have Mr. Weiner schedule a design review board hearing on this matter. We have never had a design review board meeting on this. We have been denied our administrative rights and our due process rights. Time is of the essence, council, and thank you. Happy holidays.
Okay, thank you. Karen, you want to come up? Okay. Okay.
My name is Darlene Cedeno. I was here about 2 or 3 months ago discussing this project that occurred next door to us at the Mermaid Street address and the senior Mermaid Street. And again, the gentleman before me sounds like the same complaints that I have with Mr. Weiner and Mr. Bogle. Mr. Weiner approved this project over the counter. Also, not only did he deny, because this originally was denied by the Design Review Board. Not only did he bypass, this project going to the Design Review Board, he denied any of us to be able to bring a claim against this project. He approved it over the counter, and he also just didn't have any permits, in with each part of the project, like most normal people do when they have any kind of renovation or anything built on their property. That was all bypassed, and no permit was able to be brought or, brought against until everything was done and the project was completed. And then that's when the permit was granted. So none of us at the Mermaid Street address were able to bring any claims against this project at all. He denied us all of that. We had a meeting with him about 2 or 3 months ago with our mayor at the time, Mr. Whalen, had granted that. And I remember at the meeting, Bob, we had discussed that Mr. Weiner was going to give you an update on that meeting. And I don't know if he ever did that, but that meeting was pretty useless because he could not give us a reason or an answer as to why he approved this project. And a lot of things that he threw out were very untrue. And, our board at the Mermaid Terraces, showed him in writing a lot of things that he had mentioned that were not accurate. And here we sit with this building, and nobody again went to my property like the previous gentleman to see my view of it, how I'm looking at this project. Finally, George went by and was able to see it firsthand, how close this is to the property itself. So I would like somebody to give me an answer from either Mr. Weiner or Mr. Bogle as to why they approved this carte blanche like that, because nobody else in Laguna is allowed to do that. Okay, so here we are.
Okay, thank you. We'll have
Okay,
someone
thank you.
contact you, Nikki. Anne Marie. I'll do the time.
Good evening. I'm going to pass these over for information. I just wanted to say good evening, Mayor Kemp and council members. This evening, I'm wearing my Laguna Playhouse hat. And I'm here this evening in the spirit of the season to let you know and remind you that this is the 8th season that the Laguna Playhouse has collaborated with the Lithgow Family Productions. And they're featuring in Panto style, Cinderella Christmas. It opened last Friday. It was absolutely terrific. It is a do not miss performance, and it ends on Friday, the 29th. I don't have a video of last Friday, but to give you a little glimpse of what it was like, I do have a video of last year, and the theme last year was The Wonderful Winter of Oz, a holiday panto. Could I have that video, please?
Look at you.
I think I was right under the snow machine, but the reality is fun is had by those of you that are from 9 years old to 90. Don't miss this performance. Be sure and see it. I'll be coming back next year to tell you what's going on at the Playhouse, but ladies and gentlemen, happy season, and this will really get you in the mood. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Video like that's a tough act to follow. Good evening, everyone. Gary Kasich on behalf of Sensible Laguna. Happy holidays. And in case we don't say it enough, thank you all for your service to the community, regardless of which chair you sit in. You've done a lot for the community and we appreciate everyone's work. I'd like to provide a quick update tonight on the actions of the Laguna Beach Unified School District that overlap or impact the city in some way. This Thursday, the school board is expected to approve a $100 million facilities master plan update that includes shoehorning a 50-meter competitive pool, twice the size of the current pool, into the current pool's location. The proposed pool area will not have the baby pool any longer, the training pool. The current bathhouse will be demolished and rebuilt, and we will all be without a pool for plus or minus a year. Cost to the taxpayers, $16 million, and double the operating costs that they are today. While we have concerns about other aspects of the high school's 7-year Park Avenue construction plan, our focus has been on the oversized pool. The district has deemed this pool to be the first priority, which is why we focused our efforts there, and in fact have redirected surplus funds originally targeted toward other educational activities that will allow this project to commence in early 2024, next year. This excludes the project from a projected $80 million bond initiative where the residents of the city would be allowed to weigh in by vote. The district is asking the city to participate in the construction and operating costs of this new Olympic-sized pool. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to present our research regarding cost-effective options available to the city and how those can achieve both the city's and the school goals. We trust that our research and our commentary have been received in the cooperative spirit intended. The district insists upon moving forward prior to its city decision on participation, which just seems wrong, especially given how close the city may be to at least a directional decision. Without the city's participation, the district will be spending $16 million for a handful of student aquatic athletes. The city is the largest user of the pool. The proposed district solution not only fails to achieve some of the stated goals, but will violate multiple city ordinances, including parking, lighting, and likely noise. While the district is entitled to do so by state statute, it doesn't seem appropriate when doing the project in partnership with the city, who is the major operator. There are better options for the school, for the city, for students, for residents, and for our tax dollars. Thanks for listening to us and helping us find a better solution. Good evening.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Anybody else have any comments?
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Adam Theabas. I am a district representative in Supervisor Katrina Foley's office. I wanted to first introduce myself to all of you that have not met me before. I am your representative in the supervisor's office for the city of Laguna Beach and even for the residents too. So if you have any issues, qualms, collaborations you want to do, you can find me, contact me. But right now I wanted to congratulate our new mayor and mayor pro tem in the city. We are really excited to collaborate and work with you guys for the betterment of our community. And, thank you to outgoing Mayor Whalen for the work that you've done over the past year and the collaborations that we've had. We're, really excited to continue working with the entire council for the Laguna community. Thank you so much. Our office is open for any questions, any concerns, if you guys need any help. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Adam, you need my phone number.
Shout out for the Springsteen lyric, by the way.
Good evening, city council members and Mayor Kemp. Congrats. My name is Greg Viviani. I was very fortunate and lucky to be raised in South Laguna Beach and born thanks to my grandparents for moving there and raising their kids there. My parents raised my sister and I there, little slice of heaven. So I'm very passionate about the ocean and local environment, which I thought was pretty obvious. I never thought I would have to come to city council meetings in order to prove my dedication and love for the town, but here we are. I won't take up too much of your time because I know you guys are busy. Looking forward to the workshop and the meeting that I've suggested to go over the facts, data, and proof regarding the Aliso Creek and Sandberm issue in South Laguna. I hope this upcoming meeting is used to help educate and for people to listen and to learn from both sides on this matter. This has been an ongoing issue for far too long, and I know the Public Works, Marine Safety Department, homeowners that are directly affected by this matter, as well as city staff and everybody that surrounds this issue are tired of this problem. I know it can be difficult to help educate and understand when there's been so much misinformation being spread about this issue. I'm confident in the facts, the proof, and the up-to-date science to support our side. I believe we can put our hands together and our brains and figure out this issue like civilized adults. Thank you for receiving my emails and information that I've been providing. And thank you to the city council members that have taken time out of their busy schedules to meet with me regarding this issue. Looking forward to the workshop and your time. And trust me, for the record, I love the ocean, the wildlife, and our local beach mountain place that we all live and reside and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roger Buto, Clean Water Now, enjoying our 26th year. And I don't know about civilized, but thanks, Greg. First met Greg when he was just a Grom himself. I remodeled several homes at the end of the block there of Virginia, and he was just a little guy along, some of you know the Shaldu family, and wound up living on that block for a year. And once again, I'm a 52-year resident, and I want to not only echo what the subject that he has broached, but I think there are actually multiple issues at Aliso Creek mouth. It's not just about the berm. It's not just about the theoretical estuary. And I also think that you did table the fire rings. I do intend, as a professional, because I am an analyst, I do intend to submit, even though you tabled it, I will give you a specific professional CEQA breakdown of why those fire rings aren't going to work. One of them is sea level rise. And it's often interesting that some people who purport, who perhaps without any credentials, tell you about sea level rise, but they don't apply that to that particular beach. No offense to Mark Christie, but Lost Pier Cafe, gone. That whole frontage will be gone unless a managed retreat is implemented at that beach. This is another reason why the rear parking lot is necessary, because the front parking lot may no longer exist 25 years from now. That said, I do want to deeply thank Greg for reaching out to me. You know that old saying about touching an old man's heart, and I am 77. I am that old man. But I stood here, I rallied 400 people in this council chambers in 1999. We called it the Night of the Endless Bummer. You can find the poster online. We thought that was the end of pollution of our creeks and of our ocean. We are desecrating the church that I go to. That's the Church Without Walls, the Pacific Ocean, and the beach and everyone that resides there. The children, their families, everybody that uses the beach. Maybe some of you don't even put your feet in the water. Maybe you're afraid to, and I don't blame you, especially considering recent events. But the torch is being passed. I watched that speech myself in high school, and John Kennedy was right. But so far, the torch has not really been passed. So I am happy to say it and gladdened. I think the torch is being passed, and you're seeing it before your eyes. Clean Water Now intends to mentor this generation, all the people involved. We want to get them more involved in ocean pollution and other water quality issues, but also what is environmental protection. We should all find a place we love, sink our roots in, and take responsibility from there. Clean Water Now has been responsible, and we intend to also pass that along to the next generation. Thank you.
Michelle Monda. I am ashamed of all of you, the four of you. What is the matter with you? Were you not at the last meeting when all these residents came and said that we didn't want you to keep ping-ponging back and forth with this mayor and pro tem? So you've been up there now 4 times. Does that make you feel good? Are you proud? Are you like really excited because you are the only one who can fulfill that job? Did you guys all get together and decide in advance that Mark, you were going to give Alex the spot, and Alex, you were going to give it to Sue? I'm baffled. You guys are tone deaf. We now have a 25-year-old pro tem with little to no experience. You passed up a man with lots of experience who's retired. Alex has a full-time job. Yeah, that's what I want in my city government, people who have other things to do. I'm just baffled, cannot understand why you well, I do, because you disregard residents all the time. And, you know, I guess bully for you. You've got the power, and I guess that's what you're going to do. You're going to wield it. Well, I'm ashamed for you all that that man sitting up there you think is unfit, because over 5,000 of us thought he was very fit. And you are not the only ones who can do this.
I seriously just want to apologize on behalf of Michelle Mondo, whatever her name is. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to hear that.
Okay, you guys, just calm down.
Good evening, Mayor, and members of the council, city attorney, and city manager. I'm here about this. Our new title, Laguna Beach spills more sewage into the ocean than anywhere else in Orange County. I don't know if you're alarmed about this or not, but it alarms me. 16 we've topped the city polluter charts in Orange County. How can that be? I personally find this title and 16 years of this record shameful. What are we doing? And Sue and Bob, you sit on the water board, you represent us. We never hear one word at these meetings when you're supposed to report about our water or our environment. We hear about social events and going to luncheons. That's not why why we hired you. Let me tell you a little story. 2 summers ago, I was in Ketchum, Idaho. We go vacation there. And I got a phone call from a total stranger in this community, a sewer employee, because he said he heard my quote in the newspaper about employee morale and turnover, high turnover, and my concerns. And he said, "Do you really want to know about high turnover and why?" And he said, and he offered to speak to the news editors. He offered to speak to all of you. I took it to a few of you. It went nowhere. He shared some concerning sewer department details regarding excessive employee turnover and constant hiring, lack of training, job hazards, safety equipment issues, OSHA reporting accuracy, which is a problem for all of you, and some internal racism that he experienced and he witnessed. He also gave me the names of other employees and that they had either were quitting or planning to leave our city, to a couple to the city of Irvine that we seem to be losing employees to. I spoke with one very articulate and experienced employee who lasted under a year at this city. And he said that the environment was extremely toxic. He said that most of the employees were afraid to speak up, not only because they had families, but not only because of the city manager that was in place, but because of the council supporters that she had. So as you can imagine, it's not what I wanted to hear, and I was ashamed of my city, and I could not help these employees. I spoke with the news editor, a local activist, the city leaders. It went nowhere. So my point is that no matter how much money you are going to say that you're tossing into taking care of our infrastructure problems in this city on the water side, it doesn't matter if the city department is dysfunctional and these problems exist. So I am a client of South Coast Water.
MJ, your time's up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just finish.
Sure.
I support South Coast Water District, turning it over to them. They know what they're doing. And I like that George proposed that last October, and please bring it back. And I challenge you, Alex, to dig deep into these employee issues. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Michael Morris. First of all, happy holidays and congratulations to the new leadership. I wasn't going to speak on the issue of the latest spill, but I find that it's like Groundhog Day. 4 years ago, just prior to the 1.8 million gallon spill, I stood up here and made comments about the repeated kicking of the can down the road that's gone on for 20 years. We had, I think, 3 master plans, major investment plans to try and upgrade the system once and for all, instead of simply responding to emergencies and fixing things that are broken after a spill has occurred. But yet here I am now 4 years later, and basically the same things are happening. So, then Mayor Bob quoted on the interview on Spectrum News, "For my money, I think we're doing a good job here. We're on the right path to rebuild this system and make it better." I beg to differ. I don't think we're on the right path. I don't think any of you have taken it seriously. We've had numerous spills during Bob's now 7 times as either mayor or pro tem, and Sue's 3 times as either mayor or pro tem. It just seems nothing is happening. While Bob has been on council, the sewer rates have gone up 56.6% and are projected to continue going up at 6% per year, as we all know when we see our assessments. But it doesn't seem like that's enough, and it doesn't seem like there is prioritization of funds that are definitely available to get things done that need to be done in a proactive way. It's on all of you. If we continue to see these kinds of embarrassing boondoggles or disasters, there is no running away from it. We are going to increasingly hold you accountable at election time. We're going to make sure that these types of issues are foremost in the voters' minds. It can't continue to happen. We are not on the right path. Things are not going to just resolve themselves because we have positive thoughts and we like to believe they will. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers? Okay, I'll just take the speaker and then I'm going to get a couple Zoom speakers. Go ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Bill Anderson. I live at 278 Ruby Street in Woods Cove. And I came a little late to the meeting, so I don't know what the rules of engagement are. But the topic I want to bring up is the undergrounding proposal.
Okay, we're going to.
If that's on the agenda.
Yeah, we're
then
going
I
to get
can
to that,
sit
Bill.
down.
Yeah, we're going to get to that shortly.
May I sit down?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, sit down.
You don't want comments now?
No, we'll take
Okay,
much time,
thank
yeah,
you.
when we call it, yeah. Okay,
I did not use up much time, did I?
okay, Cheryl, any speakers online?
Yes, Mayor, I have 2 hands raised.
Okay, we'll take
Um,
those 2 and then we're going to close public hearing.
Okay, Matt Lawson, go ahead.
Hi there. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get on for the first item that I wanted to get on for. Just wanted to congratulate Mayor Whalen on his excellent job that he's done as mayor. We do appreciate his work. He certainly has done General Sherman proud in making it clear that he will not be in that role again. But we certainly hope will continue on his work as council and as staff, as council liaison to our Emergency Disaster Preparedness Committee, where he's been a tremendous asset for us and for our entire community. Also want to take a second and just congratulate Sue on her new term as mayor and to Alex on his first term as mayor pro tem. Thank you all very much. Have a Merry Christmas and a wonderful, joyous holiday season and a great new year. And hopefully we'll have less toxic spills and less toxicity period in the new year. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, next hand raised is phone number ending in 2400, star 6 to unmute yourself, 2400. Phone number ending in 2400. If you want to star 6 to begin speaking, there you go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Christy Miller. Upon returning from vacation, we noticed the predominance of a new antenna and work going on at 1833 Coast Highway. This morning, I received an email from Daniel, I think it's Letham. He's assistant planner, which he stated, and I quote, "This network is currently installing a wireless facility at this location. I have attached the project plan for your reference. The application proceeded administratively. The dish application co-located wireless equipment on site already exists, so this equipment wireless equipment and not considered a substantial change. I'm sorry to hear that the facility is impacting your view. Upon hearing this, I was stunned as there was one single small antenna up there before, and it was so small as to barely be noticeable. It seems ridiculous that the presence of an antenna would automatically allow anyone to build a wireless communication facility. The work permit issued at 1833 Coast Highway for modification to an existing T-Mobile wireless facility, removing 3 small antennas, replacing existing FRP with a 5-foot wall and installing 6 antennas and 6 RRUs at antenna level along with other miscellaneous equipment. So I'm taken aback. I mean, the new antenna is at least 18 feet tall. It's thick, it's got poles coming off of it. And now this is saying that 6 antennas and a 5-foot wall. I'm very concerned about the diligence that went into this. The file contains 2 separate notification lists that went out. They include Forest, High Street, and Third. They do not include Center, Pearl, or Agate streets, the streets that would be impacted. We were never notified about this. The email sent mentioned Dish Network. However, when I looked on the permit, I was shocked to see that it was for T-Mobile equipment. This project is impacting both private and public views. The visual clutter is not consistent with that was there before and sets a terrible precedent for other construction in Laguna. This makes as much sense as giving an owner the right to put a billboard up just because they had some basic signage. I'm asking the council to issue a stop work order on this project until the project can be properly reviewed and noticed to impacted neighbors of the community and determine at least which network it is. Is it Dish? Is it T-Mobile? Also, the permit expired 4 days ago, and they've been working until 10 o'clock at night with multiple lights up there. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you. With that, we're going to close the public hearing. If anybody has any additional comments, we're going to pick it up at the end of the meeting. So we're going to go now to council and staff reports, and we'll start with our city clerk, Anne Marie McKay.
Thank you, Mayor Kim. I just want to make sure that the public is aware that we are accepting applications right now for Design Review Board, Environmental Sustainability Committee, Heritage Committee, Parking, Traffic, and Circulation Committee, Recreation Committee, and View Restoration Committee. These are the committees whose terms are up at the end of March, so their new terms would be April 1st. Please submit your application no later than 4:30 on Friday, January 19th. If you need any other information, you can check out the website or contact me. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. City Treasurer.
Thank you, Mayor Kemp, and congratulations. I wanted to just let the council know and public know that today I received notice from the League, the California cities, that I have the appointment to the Revenue and Taxation Committee for the upcoming year. So I wanted to thank you and ask for your support.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to our interim city manager, Sean Joyce.
Nothing this evening. Thank you.
Okay. City Attorney Megan.
Madam Mayor, I have no reports this evening.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Wise.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'd just like to say something about Christmas. I'm wearing the Santa Claus hat, and I think we have probably the most authentic Santa Claus I've ever seen. And the beard's natural and the rest of it. So I think one of the joys of Christmas I have is walking through the neighborhood and seeing all the decorations. Our hospitality night, I think, got off to a great start with the tree lighting and countdown by Jack, who's Bob's grandson. He was able to count backwards. Hey, he's got a future in numbers, hopefully. I think we all should, again, wasn't exciting to see another sewer spill, and I think a year and so ago I recommended we take a look at perhaps moving that to the water department because they have much more expertise on pumping, or it could be the the organization that takes care of South Laguna, both for water and sewer. It seems to me we need somebody with a lot more expertise than we have. And I hope the council will consider that in the future. So it's also something I think we can offload as a burden to the city because we're not experts in it. And I hope that happens. So we had a treat last Friday and Saturday with the reopening of Rivian, 4 or 5 year saga where they paid a lot of money for that theater and put a lot of money into it. I would encourage everybody to take a look at it. It's now on the National Register of Historic Places. Even more importantly, Rivian is dedicated to the environment, which they made some presentations on restoration, involvement of the community. And so that's really something I think that's going to work well to build environmental awareness and bring us into the climate action plan to make us a greener city, which we have to become. Lastly, I want to just mention a couple of people that have passed away, and one of them was Barbara Metzger, probably a 50-year resident who was 80-something and was a force on Village Laguna for many years. She was an editor as well. And another longtime resident, Laura Puente Crisman, partner of Ann Crisman, who has a big retail store in town, Fresh Produce, who's been here for 30 years. They have 2 children. So both of those women were devoted to a lot of their time and energy to Laguna Beach and the quality of our life. So I wanted to memorialize them. Thank you.
Councilman Oracle?
I want to congratulate everybody who worked on hospitality night. I believe it was the best hospitality night ever. And my condolences to the 2 community members that passed away. I was unaware of Barbara Metzger. I'm sorry to hear that. And we are going to be having some discussions going forward regarding the sewer spill. And I believe Bob's going to give us a general update on that. But I do look forward to those conversations and finding, solutions to, assure that we can really limit the amount of spills in the future. So I look forward to hearing Bob's update.
Councilmember Whalen?
Okay, well, a couple things. I echo George's comments on hospitality night. A lot of people said to me, and I think it was maybe the biggest crowd that I've ever seen down there. Of course, the weather was good, but town looked great. It was a lot of fun. And Rivian, I think we were all there. I mean, they hit a home run with that restoration, National Historic Registers, George would say, I think in March 23. And then I went to the movie Friday night, which was the first movie night down there, because I was wondering kind of what would it be like to see a movie in there. It really worked pretty well. I mean, they've got 129 seats or so down to the back of the old theater. And then, people can gather behind that and you can still go up on the balcony. And it was quite a crowd beyond the available seats. So I urge you to go down. I think the Coast Film Foundation is going to be running a couple movies a month there. So I urge you to get down and see those. We had a comment on the pool update from Gary. The subcommittee did meet with the city, with the school district last week. And we committed to them that we will be back to our council with an item by the end of the first quarter, probably towards the end of the first quarter of 2024. Just so council's aware, I mean, the subcommittee will return with kind of data and information. We're not going to return with a particular recommendation to council. That'll be up to council as a whole to decide on. We're just going to try to get the best data we can for you to make a decision. Relative to the sewer spill, I think that might have been, I mean, there was a lot of media requests and coverage on that, and a lot's been said. I think that the point that I was trying to emphasize, and Mike Morris, he sort of took one quote out of many quotes, but if you recall, and I just want to recount quickly because I think it's important to the history, the big spill, the $1 million+ spill, is what puts us up in that range of, the community with the most spills. Not good, right? But it was a big spill. But in response to that 2019 spill, we took a very in-depth special session of the council to study the sewer system and look at what we could do going forward. And we, just to remind people, we enacted, it was hard to do because it is, ratepayer money, but we put in place a 6% increase for 5 years running. We adopted a long-range capital improvement program. We authorized the expenditure of $16 million in the first 2 years, which staff is proceeding with. And I think that, I think we probably will need an update early in the new year as to how we're doing with that implementation of the prior council direction. So even if we were to study, and maybe we should, and I think that was one of the comments that maybe Mike didn't have a chance to mention, I said, studying long range, George's proposal may make sense. I don't think it would, my view, not with the city water district, but, we could take a look at South Coast. But regardless of that, that's a multi-year project, and we have to continue our own business about improving the sewer spill. And finally, I guess on that, I'd like to say that, I think our staff, and I've said it here tonight, but I think our staff is doing a good job with it. Mark McAvoy, really, it was just merged into his department, I think, a year ago. I know he's spent a lot of time paying attention to it, staffing up, trying to implement our earlier direction on capital improvements. So hopefully we'll get an update on how we're coming with that early in the new year. That's it for me.
Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So first, I just want to thank my colleagues for their trust in me as Mayor Pro Tem. Since I was elected, my goal has always been to try to listen to all perspectives, and I'm not always going to agree with you because I've never met someone who I agree with 100% of the time. But my goal is to always listen to people on all sides and try to understand your perspective and make good decisions on behalf of the 22,000 residents. So I just want to thank my colleagues. 2 weeks ago, I attended the AQUA conference, which is the Association of California Water Agencies. As kind of was alluded to earlier tonight, we have a weird system in Laguna Beach where the city council were the board members for the Laguna Beach County Water District, which does not serve South Laguna. That's South Coast Water District, where there's no vote. So we're the board of directors for that, and we appoint a commission. So I attended this conference to better understand water, because obviously water is critical, as we all know, so it was a really good experience to learn kind of about what's going on at the state level as it relates to conservation, how rates are calculated as we go forward and look at different approaches. It was also, the most interesting part is talking to people from different water districts across. Mostly I talked to Orange County people, but just from across the state to kind of hear their perspective on things. I somehow spoke on a panel for young leaders in water, which I didn't really know much about water, but it was an interesting discussion with about how we can engage the next generation in government, and especially in some of these jobs in the bureaucracy, it's hard to attract people now. And so I think it's just important that we're always thinking, how can we attract the best and the brightest to serve in government? Because there's complex problems that demand complex solutions. So that the AQUA conference was a really good experience. And and then kind of piggybacking or referring to what was said by some of my colleagues about the sewage spill. Obviously, no one here thinks that's that's just not acceptable. We should not be having sewage spills like that. The question is, how do we solve the problem instead of politicizing? How do we solve this problem? And I take the view that I agree with what George's initial idea from last year about, I just think cities, we have so many things on our mind that it's very hard for us to be focusing on things like sewer and water, where, you look at water districts, the general manager wakes up every morning thinking about sewer and water. That's it, right? Where our city manager thinks about 20 things before they think about sewer and water. So in general, that's the approach how I've looked at this issue over the past couple of months as I've been really studying it. I've also been looking at what San Juan Capistrano did when they went through the LAFCO process to bring their sewer system out of the city and then ultimately to Santa Margarita. water district. These are obviously complex processes that really you need to look at all the implications. So that's something that I'll be working on. And yeah, but I agree with Bob that even if we were to go forward with that process, we still need to figure out how do we improve our sewage system now. And so I'm hoping maybe early next year we can have another in-depth study session on that and really figure out what are the needs, how do we move forward. I went to some of the events that my colleagues mentioned, but I'm not going to talk about that. Last week, I attended the League of Cities, Orange County and San Juan Capistrano at the Mission, and it was a really good experience to talk to other city council members. I also think I talked to Ben Siegel, who used to be here in Laguna Beach, and it's amazing what's happened in San Juan Capistrano. Their downtown really looks good, and it keeps with the historic, I see some nodding, nature. So I think that's something I talked to some members of community development about. Maybe we could go and walk down there and just see kind of what they've done and see if there's things that we can look at for here. Finally, I want to just thank our interim city manager, Sean Joyce, for all that you've been doing since you've taken over. In particular, I'm looking forward to our strategic planning workshop next month. I really feel like my first year on the council, we've been very reactive to a lot of different things, a lot of it outside of our control. But the only way to solve some of these big, complex problems is to be strategic about it and come up with a plan and implement it. And so that's what I'm really hoping that that we can do in January and come up with a strategy for the next year so that we can get a lot of stuff done. Because as we all know, there's so many big problems. I also want to thank our city attorney, Megan Garibaldi, who I think that's been one of the best votes that this council's taken is making her our city attorney. It's been, I think she's just brought a great perspective to the city. And so I'm really grateful for Megan. And then finally, I want to thank Mayor Whalen for all that you've done for our city. You made the comment about the responsibility of public service. And I think in particular, when you think about issues of, fire safety, for example, and undergrounding, that really does come down to life or death. So I appreciate Bob's dedication to that. Barbara, you acted in your comments, it was kind of mentioned that was the undergrounding didn't happen, but there's another year in Bob's term, so we can get it done. I'm very confident about that and looking forward to working on that in the year ahead. So yeah, thank you.
That was a good report. Just a couple things from me. One is, if you get a chance, you haven't seen the Rivian Theater, you should go by. I think they're going to be really an excellent community partner for us. They're willing to work with us, and I think a lot of nonprofits in town will get a chance to use that space. I don't know how they're going to go about it. They haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I think they're going to be a great resource, and it really is going to kind of bring up the level of kind of aesthetic improvement to our town. That whole area is going to look a lot better. Regarding the sewer spill, I did get, I got a technical update from Mark McAvoy. It was a very thorough report. And I agree with Bob. We spent a lot of money on the sewer system, and we're continuing to spend a lot of money on it. So the fact we had a spill was unfortunate. They were doing proactive work when a pressure gauge failed. Worked every time before, but it happened to fail in this instance. Very unfortunate. They caught it pretty quickly. These things are going to happen to us. We don't like that. It's bothersome to us. We know it's a bad thing to have, but we're going to continue working on our infrastructure. And with that, I'm going to move on with the consent calendar. Council, we have 18 consent items tonight. Does anybody want to pull anything?
I think we're going to get public comment on the Laguna Canyon one. So
is anybody here for item 7 on consent? Are you thinking we're going to talk about glyphosate? So I just want to let you know, we're not going to be talking about that tonight. We are going to have it. We're going to talk about it on January 9th is when we're going to talk about that topic. So if you want to reserve your comment, you're welcome to make comments, but I just want to let you know if that's something you want to talk about in depth, we're going to be talking about it on the 9th. Does anybody want to pull that item? 7? Okay, we can pull that. Anybody else want to pull anything? Yes. 8, okay. Penny? 12? I can't see the hand. Okay. 14, okay. Should we just pull the whole count? Okay. No, we're good. That means you can speak on it. Yeah, yeah. Okay, anybody online, Cheryl, that wants to pull anything?
I do have John Thomas. Go ahead,
Okay.
John.
John, what do you want to pull?
Yeah, 18, please.
18, okay. Anybody else, Cheryl?
That was the only hand.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing. And so, okay, let's go over these again. So let's go on number 7 first, which is award of service provider agreement for
Can I
fuel
make a-
mod for,
You want to
Can I make a
mention the
motion?
balance of the calendar first?
oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we need a balance.
So I'll move that we approve items 1 through 6, 9 through 11, 13, and then 15 through 17.
Okay.
Second.
For a second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, number 7. Do we need a report? Sean?
I don't-
It's at the council's discretion.
Does
You have
anybody
to
want to report?
Answer
Okay,
questions.
we're not going to take a report. Come on up if you want to make a comment on item 7.
Sorry, I just needed to go really fast before my phone died. Hi. Hi, city council members, city manager, city attorney. I'm Nikki Hanakar Bostwick. I'm a Laguna Beach native. I grew up and went to middle school and high school here where I met my husband. Both my parents reside here. My mother lives in Bluebird, so I know this specifically also has to do with Bluebird. My children spend a significant amount of time here at Bluebird Park. I'm here to address my concern about the current use of glyphosate, which is the main ingredient in Roundup that is being sprayed on our canyons and trails right outside our parks, including Bluebird Park, outside Bluebird Park, and other parts of Laguna as part of our fuel modification plans. As you know, glyphosate is notorious for its association with serious health risks. It's been at the center of several prominent lawsuits. One case involved Dwayne Johnson, a school groundskeeper who successfully sued Monsanto for $289 million, attributing his terminal cancer to glyphosate exposure. Another significant lawsuit resulted in a $2 billion verdict for a couple, Alva and Alberta, who claimed that their long-term use of Roundup, a glyphosate-based product, led to their cancer diagnoses. Furthermore, Edwin Hardman, a California resident, pursued legal action against Monsanto, resulting in a substantial settlement due to his non-Hodgkin's lymphoma linked to Roundup. Additionally, in case involving Bader Farms, a peach farm in Missouri saw the farm being awarded $265 million in damages for a drift of a herbicide related to glyphosate. Notably, legal action hasn't solely targeted individuals, but it's extended to cities. The city of Spokane, Washington filed a lawsuit against Monsanto in 2015 for PCB contamination, and that showcases the potential legal ramifications cities may face for the use of certain chemicals. This should alarm all of us, and especially city council members and city attorney, because you should choose to continue, or should you choose to continue allowing the use of glyphosate and other harmful herbicides and pesticides, you and the city are technically responsible for the damages. As you consider the potential consequences of glyphosate use, it's imperative to reevaluate our approach to fuel modification plans. Laguna Beach has successfully employed alternatives like goat grazing and setbacks, which I love so much. I propose expanding these alternative tools with additional methods like mechanical vegetation, undergrounding phone lines, mulching, because applying organic mulch suppresses weed growth and retains moisture, offers a natural and fire-resistant ground cover, using prescribed burns, engaging the community. These methods not only align with our commitment to the environment, but also reduce fire risk without resorting to harmful chemicals. There's also serious health risks, cancer, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, endocrine disruption, reproductive issues, liver and kidney damage, developmental effects, respiratory issues, allergic reactions, skin irritation, gastrointestinal disorders, like all sorts of things. It's just not good for any of us, not our dogs. So please reconsider.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hi. Before I was going to talk about item 7, but I just wanted to say something really quickly about Alex, that I really appreciate that you work and put in the time to come to council. And I think your youth is a real asset, and I really appreciate your work. Thanks. I didn't want to talk about Roundup or glyphosate specifically. That's not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the contract and the order of how we're doing things. It was my understanding that the council is going to talk about Roundup and the fuel modification in January. So then when we saw that this item awarding Laguna Canyon Foundation 3 years contract to do the fuel modification was up, it just felt almost disingenuous to us that you're going to take on this issue in January, because for us, the item of how they're going to do the fuel modification and whether that was built into the request for proposals and the costs and the budget, that is all relevant to the contract itself and the RFPs. And so if we're really going to have a serious discussion about, are we going to use Roundup or not? If not, how much will that cost us? What is the alternative? If we already have a 3-year contract with Laguna Canyon Foundation, giving them, with a specific budget that included using glyphosate in that budget, it just feels like why are we doing this in that order if in 2 weeks or 3 weeks we're going to discuss Roundup as a council and talk about alternatives? So it kind of gave us, or me and people I've talked to, the feeling that the council is not approaching this in good faith, or maybe the city isn't approaching this in good faith, because once you lock yourself into this contract, then you have the contract. And, we've been trying to talk to Malibu and Irvine and get numbers, and what's the point if you already have a 3-year contract? So I really think I would recommend holding off on approving this tonight, and at least have the public come in and have a robust discussion about the treatment protocol that is being used, and build that into the RFP properly from the beginning, rather than going back and trying to fix things later. So it's just more about an order of things. And I appreciate that a lot of people are here to talk about glyphosate as well. But thank you. That's it. Thanks.
Hi, everybody. Congratulations, everyone, and Bob, to you. Thank you. So as you know, on the Environmental Sustainability Committee, we brought up this integrated pest management program that Malibu does and other jurisdictions. And it was voted unanimously to be sent over to you all to implement, to look at, have staff report on, and hopefully to implement. So to Ramin's point, this integrated pest management program may cost differently than what you're signing on to. I did meet with Chief King, and he is very open-minded, understands the science and the concerns with the glyphosate. So I'm sure that, we can get somewhere, but it is concerning that we would sign on to something and then maybe need to change it. So then does it lock us in that then we need to renegotiate the contract? Does it make it that we can't change our protocols? So I think we need to have our protocols straight and understand what it's going to cost, because we do want to do this in a way that eliminates these worst rodenticides, herbicides, pesticides. And the city of Malibu, I spoke with Richard Malika, the planning director, city of Malibu, and they're happy to discuss cost and how they do this so that we can learn from them. But there's also Ventura County, Sonoma, LA. So we're not the first jurisdiction cutting this path. We're following from behind of much larger jurisdictions that are already doing this. They have fires, they have ocean, they have everything we have, and we can learn from them and do it right. Thank you so much.
Hello, good evening. Ted Reckes. Congratulations on your new positions tonight. Thanks for all your service, for everything you guys do for the city. We don't need to discuss glyphosate. I get it. But I do want to oppose going forward with this fuel mod contract until we do discuss it. It needs to be discussed. And in fact, after meeting with Laguna Canyon Foundation, Fire Department, and city staff, we were told it would be considered. So that's where we're at tonight, is we just don't want to go forward with this until we have the due process of evaluating other options. Like Judy said, talking to other cities that are already doing this successfully, learning what we can about cost and how we can manage that. And making sure that we have that opportunity to do that. So there's transparency, everybody can participate, and we all know what we're getting into. We just don't want to be locked into a situation where we approve a 3-year contract. Now we have to do it this way, even though we've already voiced that we don't want to do it that way. We don't support going forward with that contract as it is right now. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Tim.
Good evening, Council. My name is Amy Jackson, and I heard that you were talking about this fuel modification use of glyphosate and ran down here from another event, so forgive me. But I wanted to say that I have grandchildren in North Laguna and dogs, and we walk up to the top of Poplar Street, and they are doing the fuel modification and have been using glyphosate there. And my dog's paw was swelled up terribly, and we all really noticed there was something really toxic about that. So that's a first interaction with that kind of fuel modification. And then not only that, but I've run across a whole swarm of bees that were down at Heisler Park, completely confused, half dying right on the sidewalk. And that I picked them up with my hat trying to move them. I have a special relationship with bees, and they had some sort of toxic material on them. I believe it was glyphosate as well. This is really something not to go forward with. I ask you to please hear our voices and postpone this contract until we understand and use our innovative and really creative ways to deal with our fuel modification. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Cactus, and I don't want to repeat what I've already said because I've been up here a few times about this issue. So I think we're all on the same page about not wanting these toxic chemicals in our community. And that's what drew me to Laguna, was the non-use of it in our parks and our public spaces. So I just want to echo just postponing like the decision and everything that they said. And I just want to let you know too, that I have a pretty like decent community on social media. I've had around 25,000 followers. And when I posted about this, everyone is outraged. And I had many comments from people who live in Laguna Beach that have, like Amy said, had to take their animals to the vet. One girl, her bill was over $10,000 after letting her dog run through one of the fields that had been sprayed. So I think there's many people that would come forward if this doesn't get taken care of and want some kind of, I don't know. I just don't want to see you guys get in trouble. And I think that we all just want to be safe. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up.
Good evening, Council. My name is Liz Black, and I am a parent and a resident in Laguna Beach. I live close to the Bluebird Park area. I have 2 daughters and a sweet little dog, and I do walk my dog around, kind of not in the park, but around there almost every day. And recently, my dog actually got really sick. We don't really know the source, but I do wonder, if she maybe ate something that had the Roundup, however you say that. But anyway, I think living in Laguna Beach, we always try to put put our residents first and just the health and well-being of everyone. And when I heard that they were possibly going to pass this, that's why I came. I came a little late, my apologies. But I would really like for you guys to reconsider, because we live in a place that's so beautiful. We want to try to keep things as natural as possible. We recently hired a gardener, and he asked us, he said, "This is what I use to kill weeds." And we said, "No, thank you." So he found an alternative. He said it's organic and it's working really well. killing the weeds without having to use the toxic chemicals. So I urge you to please consider and put our children and our animals first. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jordan, resident here in Laguna Beach. And I also want to echo that I think we should wait on signing that contract due to the concerns that have been brought to light. And just a quick note about something I spoke about before. Alex heard me speak about it, but I am living product of someone who was affected by synthetic pesticide use. My mom, in the early mid 20th century, there was a synthetic pesticide called DDT that was supposed to be safe. And after being exposed as a field worker, she went on to have, let's see, 3 miscarriages, a stillbirth, and then 3 healthy children. So growing up and seeing what that created in her was very difficult. So I just want to say that we should hold off on signing the contract and come up with safer alternatives instead of synthetic pesticides. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alicia Bradbury. I also live in Lower Bluebird. There are a lot of Bluebird residents, my neighbors, that I've talked to about this, and I want to also let them have a turn to talk. One came tonight, but a lot of mine really want to come and speak about this issue. And I've looked at the map and I have seen it is really small areas, but these really small areas are areas where my kids pick sour grass and eat it. I tell them not to, but they still do it. This is a plant you can eat and it grows like crazy. And so this would just be like an example of a small area and so a child is picking it up to eat it off the side in these tiny little pockets that like border residential and right up against Bluebird Canyon on that hill and where we walk to Bluebird Park. It all lines all those areas. And I know we don't spray our parks and anything like that, but these like little areas do matter and there are options. I think that we can do better and maybe we can hold off until a decision is made and there's tons of alternatives. And we've kept the large cell towers out. We've been the most water-wise city. We can also be toxic free. So let's do what other cities are and join them in that movement. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for listening to us tonight. I just had a question for all of you. How can we be involved in the solution? Can we come up with like a think tank workshop or some way that we can see these contracts and be involved in them ourselves?
Okay, we're going to have a workshop on January 9th. It's probably the best time to bring that up.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that there's so many people who are so interested in being part of the solution. And as people have mentioned, other cities are doing it correctly. So I think we can too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to go to the Zoom. Anybody on Zoom want to speak on this topic?
I have 4 hands raised.
Okay.
Tom Gibbs, go ahead.
Thank you. And before I start, I just want to express my appreciation for the great work Bob Whalen has done. I've worked with him for a long time, and I think particularly in public safety, you know, he's really done a lot of great work for the city, and I thank you, and the city thanks you. And welcome, Alex and Sue. You know, I think you're both going to do a great job, and I really appreciate the work you have done and will continue to do, including in the area of public safety, which brings us to what's before us. I just have a few comments, and that is to center what really is at issue tonight, and it isn't Roundup or pesticides. It's dealing with very important work. The program involves the targeted reduction of vegetation within the high fire zones. And this is critically important work. I mean, the reduction of vegetation is fundamental to protect our community from fire. And fire is our #1 threat, not only to property, but to persons. So the reaching goal of this proposal is the safety of our neighborhoods, of our people. So we can't lose sight of that. And as the proposed contract makes clear, the scope goes far beyond what pesticides. In fact, I looked over the contract, doesn't specify what pesticides are to be used. Rather, it deals with a lot of important work in reducing vegetation growth in critical areas fundamental to protecting us. And the selection of the Laguna Foundation as the project to provide the project management services under this contract, I don't think you could find a better qualified organization to do that. We all know Laguna Foundation for people who've lived here a long time, and they've done excellent work. They're well qualified, and they've performed work from the city that has been, based upon my knowledge, and I think as reported by staff, has been exemplary. So I really think that this contract's important, and it shouldn't be delayed. The issue of using pesticides, the Roundup pesticide, is something that hasn't been decided. And I think, as Sue indicated, there's going to be public workshops on that. So we can't lose the forest through the trees. This is an important step toward making our city safer, and we should not delay. Do not let the tail wag the dog. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, next hand up is Matt Lawson. Go ahead, Matt.
Good evening, Mayor Camp and council members. I agree with everything that my former colleague Tom Gibbs pointed out. I think he's absolutely spot on. The fact is, as a two-time cancer survivor, I'm certainly not cavalier about these kinds of carcinogenic risks. However, having studied these issues around the ever-present exigent and existential danger of wildfire and urban conflagration that we face in Laguna Beach every single minute that we live here, the fact is that the worst environmental consequences of anything short of a nuclear detonation would be a major wildfire. And we've seen this in the case of Paradise. We've seen it in the case of Lahaina, city configured very much like Laguna Beach. This is also going to be discussed before the EDPC prior to the council meeting. We need to understand the fire safety implications of alternatives and what these alternatives are and how feasible they are and how effective they are. Because the worst of all tragedies would be to have a situation where this treasure of a community to which that has been entrusted to us is reduced to 6 or 8 million tons of highly toxic ash filled with PCBs and dioxins and heavy metals and some of the worst carcinogens known to man. And that is exactly what happened in Paradise. It's exactly what happened in Lahaina. It's exactly what's happened in many other cities that have been impacted by major wildfires. So our first concern has to be fire prevention, period. And how effective some of these alternatives might be is really a judgment call to be made by some of our experts or fire prevention experts in our fire department who've had years of training and decades of experience. Obviously, if there's a non-toxic way of doing this effectively and cost effectively, I'm all in favor of that. And I'll say that for the record. But thank you for council moving forward with this. We definitely need the fuel modification, and there's no time to lose on that. So let's get that done. If we want to change some of the protocols along the way, we have every opportunity to do so. And again, our whole approach to fuel modification has been cited by the executive director of the Coastal Commission as an ecological model of environmentally conscientious fuel modification. So our residents can be confident we're doing things the right way here. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, next hand up is Chris Katsamanis. Go ahead, Chris.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Glyphosate has a long history of kind of subterfuge by Monsanto. First of all, glyphosate was patented as an antibiotic. Read the patent, and they'd even suggest how much glyphosate to inject in cattle in order to keep some of the bacteria away from them. The other problem is that during the initial approval, glyphosate was tested as a single chemical and not as Roundup or any of the other formulations that have the adjuvants. Tests since then, I have seen test after test that say glyphosate is less toxic than Roundup or any other formulations. Monsanto, now Bayer, and anyone else who puts these adjuvants in glyphosate will not divulge what their composition is because they say it's a trade secret. So I guess what it turns out is that humans are being used as guinea pigs. Because if you don't know the formulation of the adjuvants, you can't possibly make a decision in terms of what the toxicity is. It has been shown certainly in Argentina, in the soybean, in the houses around the soybean fields in Argentina, it has been shown to cause birth defects. Tests down there by this Dr. Carrasco have shown that it is an endocrine disruptor. The WHO said it is either a possible or a probable carcinogen. Now, I don't know what more we need, to eliminate this toxic substance. Do we want to be guinea pigs? Do women that are about to get pregnant, should they be afraid to walk in the trails knowing that if they get any of this formulation of Roundup on them, it may cause the endocrine disruption, which could cause birth defects? I don't think we want to do that. There are other ways that we can do this fuel modification without, number one, potentially poisoning animals and humans, and also then the risk having bacteria in the soil, such as a couple of bad ones develop antibiotic resistance, and also have the weeds develop resistance to glyphosate or Roundup as well, which is happening all over the country. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker we have is Cindy Love. Go ahead, Cindy. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. This is Cindy Love in South Laguna. I want to take a few minutes for some important considerations before you move ahead on the fuel modification service provider agreement tonight, to urge that you look toward modifying the agreement and end up with one that doesn't continue to include Roundup glyphosate treatments in our public spaces, specifically in South Laguna's fuel modification zones and their interfaces between our homes and adjacent open space. Since we in South Laguna began this journey early this year, we have emphasized our support for the fuel modification program to reduce the hazard of wildfire. Once again, we are asking only to discontinue the use of Roundup for fuel modification practice. A brief overview of some of the facts. Billions of dollars have been awarded by the courts to those whose cancer was determined to likely have been caused by Roundup glyphosate chemical exposure. The number of ongoing lawsuits against Bayer and Monsanto, the manufacturers of Roundup, are presently in the thousands and growing. Glyphosate sales in the previous year have plunged almost 60% as a result. Bayer Monsanto has relied on the services of the very same high-powered PR firms and researchers as the tobacco and petroleum industries to sway public opinion about the purported safety of their Roundup products. Now, on to the positive side. Many municipalities and entities, including the cities of Irvine and Malibu, have already opted to stop using GCHs or glyphosate-containing herbicides in public spaces. Here at home, Laguna Beach schools and our parks departments have ceased using GCHs in parks and on school grounds as a standard best practice to help ensure that children and others are not exposed in those spaces. In South Laguna, in non-goat grazed areas, we don't have a big problem with loads of stubborn invasive plants like arundo, pampas grass, and fountain grasses on our hillside open spaces. Black mustard plants can be easily pulled and or hoed, as can winter sprouting, shallow-rooted, fast-growing non-native annuals and grasses. As gardeners, we know that weed management, if done well, regularly, and early in the season, is much easier and far less time-consuming, both in the near-term seasons and in future years. On one rough sketch estimate we've heard, one rough sketch estimate we've heard is that not using glyphosate results in an estimated increase of about 20%. Using a quick bit of arithmetic from the cost proposal service agreement before you to arrive at an approximate additional cost for a non-glyphosate scenario would increase the one year cost for acreage to just 10,000. For the south at 21.25 acres in South Laguna would equal $10,000 total. The difference I'm sorry, I was trying to summarize
Yeah.
the costs, but to cut to the accuracy, more accuracies. For 3 years, the estimated cost difference would be just $6,270. Please hear us out tonight and with this coming January's tentative council agenda item for the fuel modification. Look to move ahead with a calculated real cost modification toward a fuel mod service agreement that avoids using toxic inorganic glyphosate-based herbicides toward one that relies instead on equally effective and safer alternative methods. Once again, thank you for your careful consideration to an agreement that stops using GCHs in public spaces.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, Cheryl?
No other hands, Mayor.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council. Council, do you have any comment?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Question for the city manager. Does approving this contract, let's say hypothetically on January 9th, we made the decision to change our treatment protocol. That's just a hypothetical question. Does approving this contract mean that we're locked in and are not able to make a decision on January 9th?
No, and I'm going to ask, and I'm going to elaborate if you'll allow me, but I ask the fire chief, Robert, if you could, fire marshal could be ready as well. I want you, come close, gentlemen, please. I'm going to answer you as I understand it, and I'm going to ask you gentlemen to correct me if I unwittingly mislead. Anything that I say that unwittingly misleads, I want you to correct. Our understanding is that the agreement that this would authorize us to enter into implements measures aimed singularly at managing and administering our compliance of measures that we need to take pursuant to permits that have been issued. This is the team that manages those contracts. This action doesn't contemplate the means by which our required fuel modification occurs. Is that completely accurate? Okay. Is there something that you could add to that that would be helpful for deliberations? The January 9th conversation is open, available for all the conversation, deliberation, options, implications thereof. That's January 9th. This is the means by which we continue to comply with our permits.
Got it.
Okay. Okay, wait,
And so what's also important is, and I'm going to be very presumptuous and speak for the council. It's also important that we maintain trust and confidence in what we're doing. Questions are great. We appreciate them, and we'll follow any action that the city council deems appropriate this evening, of course, and we'll do so enthusiastically.
So Sean, between now and January 8th, will there be any glyphosate sprayed?
No.
okay, wait, you guys, the public comment's over, so we just have to, we're going to try to get organized here. Okay.
The answer to that, Mark's question was no.
The answer is no.
So I have another question, which is, and I appreciate your summary of what this does and doesn't do. Let me ask a slightly different question, which is, if this doesn't get approved until January 9th, is there any impact?
There's an impact. We can make it work. Mr. Gibbs explained that impact, but if that's what you want to do out of a measure of reassurance, for any reason that you want, we'll make it work. We'll be doing less of what we do to reduce the risk of fire.
The other way to look at it is, could we approve it and exclude the use of glyphosate until we discuss it further on January 8th?
Yeah, like
We already are doing that? Right. We already are doing that. So that isn't what we're doing now.
So what you're saying is that we can approve this for 1 month. No glyphosate will be used over that month period. And then on January 9th, the council can make a decision and give direction to the city manager about this contract and our treatment protocols.
Okay, guys, I'm done. Whoever knows most about it, there's the microphone.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Jeremy Fremont, Assistant to the City Manager. Mayor Pro Tem, congratulations. If I may attempt to answer it, I might have to get some clarification. As proposed tonight is a 3-year agreement. As the city manager mentioned, the team, based on council feedback and general consensus, is not using glyphosate currently and will not until we discuss this on the 9th. Standard service provider agreements include termination clauses, no fault termination clauses.
Okay.
Well, I have a question, Jeremy. So you said glyphosate, that means Roundup to you, right? Okay, because we're just talking about the difference there.
Broadly speaking, synthetic herbicide.
Okay, any synthetic. So this contract, approving this contract today will not allow use of Roundup, but if the contract's predicated on spot spraying of chemicals, and that is a cost measure that's in there, that obviously the contractor is using those numbers to justify the numbers that they're providing to us. So assuming we don't approve glyphosate, you guys want to finish?
We're able to do 2 things at once.
What? But you're talking to the person.
I'm listening to
asking
you.
the question.
I can do both.
Okay, so you can do 2 things at once. Okay, so I'm just asking that question, assuming that we don't approve glyphosate in January, what does that mean for the contract? We don't know at this point. Or do we?
If I may clarify, there's 2 contracts here. This is a administrative oversight contract. The city also retains another company to provide its hand crew services. And that was approved in 2019, a 3-year agreement, a little over 3 years. That's the contract that would be affected based on direction received by the council for treatment protocols.
All right, so there's really 2 contracts. One is the oversight, one is the actual application of the chemicals and doing the work. Okay, thank you. Great.
That clarification is helpful. And I really appreciate all the people who came out to speak tonight, because obviously you're not just doing this for the fun of it. You're doing it because it's about your health and safety. And so I appreciate that. And when this came to the environmental committee, I made the commitment of because obviously we have to do fuel modification. We can't just not do it. If we could wave a magic wand and not use glyphosate, I would do it. But we have to figure out the alternative, right? And so I'm looking forward to having a good conversation that's on January 9th that really looks into all the looks into alternatives and what's our path forward. And so it sounds like, based on what staff is saying, that approving this contract tonight does not, if hypothetically we were to do what many members of the public are asking us to do, to prohibit glyphosate going forward, there's no reason that approving this contract tonight does not undermine that goal. That's clear to me. And I would also just want to, so I would make a motion, or so, at the time that Mayor, you're ready, I would make a motion to approve this contract, but I would also, as part of that, I would like to have the staff report for this January 9th meeting come out as soon as possible, so we can get all the facts on the table and members of the community can really see that and engage in that evidence. And I'd also like to make sure that we get case studies from Malibu, Irvine, and maybe one other city that was referenced about what they're doing and what their specific alternative to glyphosate is. So that's how I would like to move forward if there's council support for that, just to make sure that we really have a good conversation on the 9th.
I'll second that, but I'd like to make some comments. I think both Malibu and Irvine use Roundup, and there's carve-outs to using it under certain circumstances, even though Malibu has gone with a pesticide management plan unified. So I wanted to point that out.
Bob, you have a comment?
No, I'm fine with Alex's motion, but I guess with one augmentation, which is on the 9th as part of that staff report. It sounds like there's a second contract already in effect that deals with the application, which we would need to see. So I don't want us to be fumbling around that night saying, well, how does that affect that contract? So I would like to see that included as part of the analysis, if we decide to change our protocols.
Okay,
Yeah.
so before I call for the vote, Jeremy, how quickly do you think we could get the January 9th report out? How far in advance of we usually do 4 days or 5 days in
How about
advance.
December 25th?
24th, yeah, not doing anything that day. What I can say is it is absolutely, and it has been the goal of the group to provide this report to the community and the city council as soon as possible. I am reluctant to commit to a date right now only because I am pulling together analysis and input from a multitude of different agencies, Coastal Commission, other biological. Can we do what we want to do?
Yeah.
A lot of conditional questions need to be answered so that I'm not presenting erroneous information to the
Absolutely.
council and the community.
No, and I'm totally, I don't think we need a date.
But we are
earlier,
working
yeah.
with PACE and on that same goal to provide the community and the council as much time as possible so we can have a meaningful discussion on the 9th.
Absolutely, because the earlier it comes out, that gives so we don't have a bunch of competing narratives on the narrative. We want that to be really drilled down and have input. So I appreciate that, Jeremy, and all the work that you're doing on this.
So the staff report usually comes out the Thursday before the Tuesday. We'll make our best efforts to get it out earlier if we can. If we've got all the information assembled, we'll get it out. Okay.
I think I heard January 2nd, right?
So we have a motion and a second.
And I amend my motion to have Bob's suggestion about the other contract.
Okay.
Okay,
Jeremy?
I'll second that
Okay.
amended motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you, council. Okay, we're on to number 8, which is Laguna Beach Tourism Marketing District Annual Report. I think you can come up, Michelle.
Yeah, hi, Michelle Mondo. Before you do anything on this item, the reason I'm up here is I think we can all agree on the fact that what we call day trippers don't really add that much to our coffers here in town. All they do is clog up things, parking, blah, blah, blah. I won't even get into it because you know the issues. I'm all in favor of overnight visitors. I think that's great. And I think that because they collect the money from the hotels where the overnight visitors are, that should be encouraged. But what I'm here to speak about is I think that the council needs to somehow get the message to Visit Laguna that they need to not market locally, because that isn't helping us. It's just creating more havoc for us. It's creating more tourists. I live in South Laguna, down by 1000 Step. They come with their backpacks, with their coolers. There's nothing there to buy. There's nothing there to do. They don't contribute anything. And everybody wants to come see our coves. Well, that's because there's a huge thing on the Visit Laguna thing about all of our wonderful coves and our wonderful beaches. Well, I understand to some extent it needs to be on their website, but something that came to my attention was that they put out a monthly newsletter. Well, who's getting that monthly newsletter? It says it's Laguna Beach happenings and local business features. And then there's also a search engine optimization feature. And that kind of says to me that when reading it, it said that they were looking at what people are interested in. Well, the local area people, that they see all this stuff. I'm a little hesitant that if we're pushing out newsletters to these people about the new things that are going on. I got to tell you, I was at hospitality night with my grandson, and it was a zoo. I didn't see any of my friends down there. A couple of them told me they were there, couldn't find them. It was so crowded. Yeah, it's because they were all trolleyed in. Well, this was probably a Visit Laguna. I mean, I know it was chamber and all that, but it was probably on the Visit Laguna thing that this is a wonderful event. You should come. Well, they are coming. That's the problem. It's really not. I'm advocating that we keep Laguna as local as we can for us. I want the overnight visitors. They're the ones who spend the money here. Encourage that. But can we somehow not encourage send out all this information about how great it is to come for the day and not pay anything? They don't even pay for parking in South Laguna. Thanks.
Okay, anybody else want to speak on this topic?
Hi, my name is Jackie Shafkin. I just wanted to ask that this is obviously a done report. If there's an opportunity next year for the council to maybe request a little clarity or more specific information about sales and marketing and administration and operations expenses. I understand that this is 2% tax that is collected and obviously what the purpose of it is. Because there's an ever increasing, it's just a growing number. It's grown from 760,000 to 1 million to 1.2 million. Now it's 1.6 million. And so if there's an opportunity to understand the cost benefit of spending that money and how it's being effective and getting the results that are desired, because I do think that it is there's other ways that perhaps these revenues might promote and support those that live and work here in the tourism industry. So that's just kind of a future request. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. Anybody else want to speak on this topic? Okay, I'm going to go online. Anybody want to speak on this item? Cheryl?
Yes, I have one hand raised. Chris Katsamanis, go ahead.
One of my favorite subjects. It turns out, if you just do a rough calculation, assuming that $20 million a year was valid in 2017, 2018, and the city apparently looked it over and said it was within 1 or 2%. That number now, the subsidy that we furnish, is probably $25 million a year. And if you just take, assuming we have 6.5 million tourists, that's close to $4 that we give. We basically give every tourist that comes in. Now, clearly, those that stay at the hotels, we don't give that money because we do make money off of them. But for all the others, you know, they come down here, they take our parking spaces, you know, in the neighborhood, they trash our beaches, they crowd our streets, they do worse on yards because of lack of bathrooms and so on. So, you know, they get stuck in the rip currents and we have to have helicopter help. So all of this, you know, is something that we, the taxpayers, subsidize, not the business. And I think it's just, I don't know, it's egregious. For Visit Laguna, for example, during the COVID crisis, I remember them advertising the beauty of our tide pools. Well, to people, I hate to say this, but living in Pacoima, whether it's a wading pool, a swimming pool, or any kind of a pool is a pool, and consequently we had people actually wading in those tide pools and ruining all the little animals there because we didn't have enough people to shoo them away. So I think we need to be very careful about how we advertise, and I would really like to see some outside person take a look at the advertisement with this, with this kind of idea that you do not try to attract an ever-increasing amount of people that cost us money. Now you can't keep them away, but you can surely, keep from advertising to those people. You can advertise internationally, you can advertise statewide or nationally. But why on earth should you want to be attracting more and more of those kind of people that do nothing but cause a lowering of the quality of life and cost us money? Thank you.
No other hands, Mayor.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council. Any comments on this, council?
Yeah, I do. I don't want to balance it out. I think it was a good night on hospitality, and I don't think it's gone completely south, but I have to say the singing groups were just tremendous at the, at the parking lot there at Pepper Tree. But I did have a different feeling about the night. I didn't meet as many people as I knew in the past, and you generally run into half a dozen people I know. So there was something different about it, but I can't put my finger on it. I hope it's not all that the tourists have come in and it'll come back to what it was.
Yeah, I'm very happy with the work that's been done, particularly in the last year by Visit Laguna on taking on more of a stewardship role as opposed to kind of a marketing role, because, you know, you don't really need to market Laguna Beach. What we need to do is preserve Laguna Beach and the beauty of what makes it so special. And I've really enjoyed, I know many residents have enjoyed all the videos that have come out and that are the series that are coming out. I plan to sit down, and also on the Sea Cave, I agree with you, Michelle, on the Sea Cave issue. I brought that, there was a post of that on Instagram, and I brought that up with Rachel, and she took it down. And then it was also posted on the California, Visit California, and she went out of her way to take it down from there. So I appreciate that, that proactive response by Visit Laguna. You know, I plan to sit down with Rachel and really go over how each of these different organizations that are getting the money, what they've been using that money for. Particularly, I'm interested in the reserves that I think 3 of the organizations have, and I want to understand how much they have in reserves and what they're using them for. I'm hoping that when this comes back, in 2025, this will end, and I'm hoping that we can do a 10-year agreement with Visit Laguna and the hotels, so we can really have a 10-year plan to implement some of these ideas that Jackie was talking about, and really moving this organization towards a stewardship role. So I'm excited about the progress that's been made, and I really appreciate, Mark, your leadership on that board, working with the whole team. So I would move the recommend action.
Okay,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, thank you, council. Okay, next item that was pulled, I think, is 12. Who pulled 12? Oh, Penny, okay. Come on.
We good? Yeah. should
Go ahead. Yeah,
Okay.
you're good. You're
Okay.
good.
Okay, so thank you very much. I'm Penny Milne, the president of Can Do. So, and I just wanted to kind of quickly go through really some of the good things that happened with this. You won't be surprised to hear that I would encourage a yes vote on approving the withdrawal of the appeal. But why the appeal in the first place? So this was a project that's a 20,000 square foot student and event center that LCAD is proposing to build at Big Bend. And it is partially on and adjacent to environmentally sensitive land, and abuts the city's wildlife corridor that adjoins Aliso, Woods Canyon Wilderness Park, and Laguna Coast Wilderness Park. And the noticing to the stewards of the land, the Laguna Canyon Foundation and OC Parks, there was no official noticing to them, and so there wasn't any timely input from them, from the stewards of the land, about what should happen with the project to best protect those resources. But in the time that was gained, first of all, I want to say we definitely appreciate Planning Commissioner Kellenberg encouraging LCAD to meet with the relevant environmental groups, and we appreciate LCAD being open to that. We appreciate Council Member Orgill, who acted as the facilitator in the discussions between LCAD and Laguna Canyon Foundation. So results of those discussions, Laguna Canyon Foundation and LCAD agreed to write a letter of intent in which they agreed to conduct wildlife studies, seeing what was happening before, during, and after construction. They agreed to that if there were impacts identified, that Laguna Canyon Foundation would present a menu of mitigations to LCAD so that could be addressed. They agreed to mutually seek grants to fund those studies, and agreed they also discussed student activities that would involve data gathering and as well as processing data, maybe working on the restoration site. And you can picture there was a lot of excitement on both sides about the involvement of passionate young people and supporting LCAD's mission towards including more sustainability in their educational mission. So LCAD also, that letter of intent is still in the process of negotiation between the entities. So, but I think those were exciting moves. There was also, LCAD also agreed to a change in the motion sensitive lighting that Orange County Parks had identified was going to be damaging to wildlife, and a change in plantings and hardscape to increase a buffer. And the city, Mark Weiner, agreed to adding relevant agencies to the noticing distribution list so that the Natural Communities Coalition, OC Parks, Coastal Greenbelt will now be on the noticing list. I would also comment, as a couple of others have this evening, that the city's increased competence in CEQA compliance that we gained with our new city attorney and assistant city attorney is also heartening. So I apologize. I know I'm late here, but let me just say real quickly, our asks. We appreciate that we're going to get part of the money back. We would say that we think there's significant public value in the work that was done, and returning the full $2,000 fee to the environmental organization that funded it seems reasonable. But honestly, about $700 for that end result, we're pretty happy with that one way or another. Also, I mentioned to a couple of people earlier, the wildlife studies that are going to be done, they're going to be done on city land, and to support values that are really critical to all of us, how we protect the wildlands around us. So if the city felt that they could help with funding towards those studies, I think that that would be a very nice end cap to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Anybody online, Cheryl?
No hands, Mayor.
Okay, then I'll close the public hearing on this and bring it back to council. Any further comment, council, or can I have a motion?
No, my only comment would be on the last point that Penny made. These are two adjacent city-owned properties, and one of them was funded with the parks money, the state parks money, and right at Big Bend there. So we ought to understand what's going on with respect to the studies that are being done on our lands there. So we need to figure out how to touch base on that process as it starts to unfold. But with that, I'd move the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay.
Aye.
Okay, that takes us to, hey, Anne Marie, I can't see the timer. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, thanks. Okay, item 14, reduction of temporary use permit fees related to the extension of the outdoor dining and parklet program. Who pulled this? Ann, okay, come on up.
Thank you, Council. I pulled this because I'm concerned that the ABBA project, which is one of the ones that's going to be considered under the temporary use permit, is a lot more complicated and a lot more difficult than maybe some of the others are going to be. I brought this to your attention when you decided to extend the temporary outdoor dining permit process. And I explained some of the impacts that project is having. And Sue Kemp requested staff to do something about the trash issue that we pointed out, that we've been pointing out for months, and nothing has happened. It's still exactly the same as it has been. So there are issues of non-compliance with his existing temporary use permit, which required them to get their trash disposal program approved by design review, which they never did. And there are issues with using an office as a bar and having indoor seating, which is not part of the outdoor seating program that is the essence of this exemption from a normal process. So I'm hoping that there's some flexibility there to charge the appropriate amount for projects that are non-compliant and that may cause a lot more work in terms of staff and response to the issues.
Okay, thank you, Ann. Anybody else want to speak on this item? No? Okay, Cheryl, anybody online?
Yes, I do have one hand.
Okay.
John Thomas, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I share the same concern. The wording in the agenda report is the applications will be presented as a comprehensive package. I read that to mean they're just going to be approved all at once in bulk. But as Ann just pointed out, That's just one example. I don't know if there may be others. Some of these need to be looked at case by case. So at an absolute minimum, I would think the process has to allow the ability, much like people can pull things from the consent calendar, to pull TUPs from this basket of TUPs to talk about individual properties and whether their TUP should be extended, and whether that is a significant difference in the fees or not, I can't judge. So I know the item is about the fee, but it's the fee is a result of the process. So I guess my question is the process and the implication that that has on the fee. So what I'm after is being able to, when this comes up, talk about individual properties and whether their TUPs need a little work. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, John. Anybody else? Cheryl?
Yes, I have Chris Katsmanis. Go ahead, Chris.
Good evening again. In looking at this thing, I don't see any reason to reduce the price. We are already subsidizing the businesses to the tune of $20 to $25 million a year. Why don't we just leave it the way it is and let them pay a little bit, a very little bit, into this deficit? I see no reason to reduce that. The other thing I didn't see, I assume that the director's fee, which is I don't know, $300 and some, I assume that still stays as it is. I want to know if that's correct or not, but I certainly don't see any reason to reduce it. You know, we subsidize, and it's just another way that we can recoup a very minuscule amount of the amount that the residents pay in property taxes to support the businesses. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers, Cheryl?
No other hands, Mayor.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing.
I have a question, if I may, Madam Mayor, for the
Go ahead.
city attorney, which is, my understanding is under Prop 218 with respect to fees, we can't charge more than the reasonable cost of providing the service. And I thought part of what staff had done here proactively was to determine that we weren't going to incur costs equal to the 1682. So in other words, we can't make a profit on it.
Correct. Under Prop 218 and then under Prop 26, there are, generally speaking, we cannot revenue raise through fees. We can do cost recovery is the general answer. And here that would, what staff is doing and seems to be consistent with that law.
Right. Okay.
Will we be noticing the surrounding neighbors so we could identify any potential issues, any facilities with any potential issues, and then maybe they could fall into a different category and the price could be adjusted depending on how much time it was going to take to process them?
So the answer is yes. Each site will do its own individual noticing within 300 feet. We have these scheduled for a planning commission meeting in January. We're going to address them under one staff report, but each business will have its own analysis, like separate sections, and each business will receive its own resolution also that's tailored to whatever the conditions are of that site. And then regarding ABBA, since that was raised, I did want to let the council know that we have been in communication with them. We found a location for the trash enclosure. They are going to be submitting a separate design review application with the associated fee, and that's going to be coupled with the temporary use permit application that's going before the Planning Commission.
Can you do that, Mark, administratively, or does that have to go to planning?
For the design review?
For the
That's
trash.
something we could do administratively
Okay.
as well. That's an option also. But one of the challenges was just finding a location for it, but I think we found one that should work for the applicant and the surrounding properties.
Okay.
Does their use permit need to be reevaluated to make sure that there was some mention about an office space being used as a dining space? I mean, can't we just get it all cleaned up and
That was part of the
regardless of
original-
the outcome?
Yeah, that was part of the original temporary use permit. The majority of the seating is outdoors. There is some on the interior of that space. We have been working with the applicant on doing a permanent conditional use permit amendment, One of the challenges is parking, the added parking demand per our code. However, we are working with the applicant on solutions, in particular ways of parking their employees. That's something we do plan on taking to the Planning Commission in the next year or so. However, and it was scheduled to go sooner when this program was originally going to expire in January. However, this will give them some more time as they work with the city and work out the parking issues.
Yeah, I don't think that the owner thought he was going to be such a success down with the neighborhood in South Laguna. So congratulate him for that. But thanks for paying attention to this.
Well, and also I really appreciate ABBA's been going, I think, above and beyond. I think for the last year, they've been trying to figure out a way to get the CUP. So it's just our crazy parking rules that get in the way. So I appreciate their good faith efforts to resolve this. And I appreciate, hopefully we can come to a resolution.
So just to confirm, Mark, I think you said it, but with respect to John Thomas's question, so when the item goes to planning in January, any one of the TUPs could be pulled for discussion.
That's correct.
Individual
They're
discussion.
going to be individually noticed, and in the presentation, we'll go through each one item by item or site by site. And if there are issues or concerns from residents or neighbors, they will have the ability to voice that at the meeting.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mark? Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Okay.
Move the recommend
Yeah.
action.
Is there a second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And that brings us to item 18. And Gavin, you sent us a memo about this, right? You want to give us an update before I call on John?
Sure. Mayor and City Council, good evening. Gavin Curran, Assistant City Manager, CFO. So I did send an email earlier today to the council and the clerk. And what it was in regards to was there was kind of a clerical error in the report itself in one of the paragraphs. And it was referring to the example that we had in attachment 3 on how the different loan programs would work. One if you paid cash, one if you were in the bond program, and one if you were in the city loan program. And what it really was about is that the dollars and the term were a little incorrect. It was mentioned in the report that it was a 25-year, it's really a 20-year term, and that matches back to the attachment. And the numbers were a little bit different than what was on attachment 3. So I resent an email out to the council today, really kind of rewriting that paragraph, just inserting the correct numbers that match up to that attachment. And then one other thing I really wanted to emphasize that it comes back to what the interest rate on the loan itself is, the city loan would be. And so those that would qualify to go into the loan program would really go into, they would be paid and be part of the bond program. And then any assessment we paid annually. So if we pay their annual $3,500 assessment, which is kind of in the example we provided in attachment 3, we would assess a 1% interest on that. So a property owner who gets into the program would pay, say, for example, the 6% bond rate, and they would also pay the city 1% borrowing rate. So a total of 7%. There was some confusion. I think we've heard from a few residents that indicated that the city rate would be not only the bond rate, but the bond rate plus 1. The city rate would be the bond rate plus 1. So it kind of gets you to a total of 13%. That really is incorrect. So we added some language in the attachment to kind of try to clarify that. But that was the email I sent out earlier today to the council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gavin. Any questions for Gavin?
And again, this is just an example because it's the bond term can change. You're just using this as an example. So if it were a 25-year bond term, it would be 25-year calculation. That would be the comparative calculation.
That's correct, Bob. It would just, so we used a 20-year, but I think the council at one time had contemplated either a 25, even a 30-year bond. And so that would definitely change the calculation. I think the important thing we're trying to show the example is if you can pay your total assessment in cash up front. That would get you, the example, $50,000. And if you did the bond program, just you went into bonds, didn't go into city loan program, I think your total cost would be around 79,000 at the end of that 20-year term. If you go into the city loan program, your overall cost, assuming you pay off the loan at the very end of the term, which is 20 years, it's about 88,000. So there is, for the 1%, it swings about $10,000. That's the additional cost you'd pay if you qualify for the program.
Right. It's a good example. Thank you for, and I was surprised actually that the delta is quite small, really. So.
Gavin, I had a question. The calculations are based on a 6% bond finance rate plus the 1%. I assume the 1% is to pay our costs for servicing the loan or whatever. But my point is, bond financing rates aren't going to be that high. What if they're 3%? What if they're 4%? Are you going to change that number as a result? I mean, we're keeping it at 7%.
So this was this was really just an example so people could understand how the program worked. And we use 6% as a conservative bond rate, but it could be lower. And so those in the bond program would pay, say, for example, if the bond rate was 4%, they pay 4%. If you're in the city loan program, you pay 4% plus 1.
Okay.
So the bond rate, it will depend on when they issue the bonds. That's when the rate will be determined.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, council? Okay, I'll open up public hearing. Anybody want to speak on this item? Nobody in the room? Okay, I think John Thomas pulled this.
Yep.
Oh, come on up. Yeah, I'm sorry. Hey, hi.
Thank you all. I appreciate your being here and your public service. I purchased a 1923 cottage and love it, absolutely love it. And I was so shocked and surprised at the cost of undergrounding. I don't think many people are actually against undergrounding, but I don't have an ocean view. And it's almost $30,000 to have the undergrounding is my estimate. And it was so arbitrary how the costs were determined.
Yeah.
It seems so random.
Let me ask you.
Sure.
So this is coming up the very next thing on our agenda.
Oh, okay.
So can you hang tight and come
Yes,
back? Okay.
thank you.
Great. Anybody else, just general comments on this item? Okay, John, go ahead. Go ahead, John.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, hi. And I am talking just about the deferment program, not the overall.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is still very confusing, I think. My question is, what is the intended interest rate to be charged on the deferred payment? Is it 1%? Oh, by the way, I have a slide if you can put that up. Is it 1% as shown on the city's example, or as described in the agenda report and the program guideline, bond interest plus 1%, which on their example would be 6% plus 1 is 7, not 13, what Gavin was saying. That is only on the $3,500 that you are not paying. So at a minimum, there's confusion. From the city's example attached to the staff report, it appears the program will be charging 1% on deferred payments for people electing the payment deferment program. If the intent, as described in the example attached to the agenda report, is to charge 1% on the deferred payment, the question is whether that is too low to be equitable to all. Frankly, I will borrow as much money as you will lend me at 1%. The treasurer's report on today's agenda states that the average yield on the city's October purchases was 5.46%. The blended average yielding on the entire city portfolio is over 2%. The bond interest rate assumed in this agenda report is 6%. Yet the example attached to the staff report shows deferred payments accruing interest at 1%. As Gavin said, $8,000. I support undergrounding and I support the deferment program as long as it is limited to people who are truly in need, but the terms must be fair to all, including the taxpayers who are not in the undergrounding district, but whose taxes will be funding the subsidy on those deferred payments. Although attachment 3 shows deferred payments accruing interest of 1%, page 1 of the agenda report states the sample calculation assumes a 40,000 assessment, 6% bond finance rate plus 1%, and a 25-year bond term. The 25 years is wrong. And the rate of bond interest plus 1% was also discussed in the draft program guidelines and tasks in an earlier agenda report. And it reads, the interest rate on the loan will be set at the time the bonds are sold. The loan rate will be equal to the rate paid for the assessment district bonds plus 1%. So again, in this example, that 1% 7%. Considering the taxpayers are already subsidizing the assessment district by funding over 2.7 million, essentially matching about 20% of the assessments, the question is, what is the appropriate interest rate to be charged on deferred payments? Is it 1% or bond plus 1% or something else? Someone deferring 20 annual payments of $3,500 each will have, over 20 years, borrowed $70,000 from the city and paid less than $8,000 in total. So people will pay bondholders about $30,000 in interest to borrow $40,000 for 20 years. But those deferring 20 annual payments of $3,500 each will pay the city less than $8,000 to borrow what becomes $70,000.
Okay, John, we got to wrap it up here.
Yeah, I got two sentences, one paragraph. Finally, the good news is that the actual bond rate is likely to be lower than what has been projected, meaning annual payments will probably average less, maybe far less than the $3,500 estimated by the city as average. Maybe we could ask Bob to give us his opinion. And when you factor in inflation, this is really a big point. When you factor in inflation, few people will be surprised that the value of these homes double in 20 years. So what might be a $2 million house today could easily be a $4 million house in 20 years when the bond is due. So whatever the deferred payments have grown to will be a very small amount compared to the value of the house at the time.
Okay, thanks, John.
Figure out the rates and then give a good example.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else?
No other hands, Mayor.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing.
I just have one comment. I would
Hang on
say,
a second. I was just
Oh,
second.
I'm
I was
sorry.
just trying to get from Gavin. Any
Okay.
clarification, Gavin?
sure.
No, so one comment I would like to make for the council's benefit is the idea behind the loan program really is to help those who can't afford necessarily the bond payment or the connection fee. And so the idea behind the 1%, and this goes back to the original program, and it wasn't worded very well, was to add a 1% cost or 1% interest rate just for the city loan. It wasn't to try to make money in the program, but just try to help those who could not afford the program and to make sure the undergrounding went through. That was kind of the intent. And I understand John's perspective of maybe more interest rate, but when it was first initiated, the council at the time was trying to make it available to those who just could not afford the connection fees or the annual bond assessments.
Okay, anybody else? have
So
thoughts?
Gavin, just to be, I think I understand it, but just to be clear, if in the first year there's a 3,500, forget the 10,000 for a minute, but there's just a first year $3,500 assessment, right? That I choose to defer. At the end of year one, I'm paying 7% interest on $3,500.
No. So I'm going to correct that. So the $3,500 is you're in the bond program. So you're paying 6% on your assessment that was part of that program. That is the annual assessment, $3,500. The city will pay that for you on your behalf that 1 year, and then we'll charge you 1% interest on that. If you continue in the program the next year, it'll be $7,000 at 1% plus the accrued interest that was earned on that $3,500.
It's 1% plus the bond rate. So really, it's not 1% on 7,500 or 8,500 after the second year.
Well, the 3,500, you are in the bond program.
Yeah.
So you are as a resident paying 6%
But
is
we're
in the
paying
example
Yeah.
for the bonds. But the city is going to pay your annual assessment for you. When the city makes that payment, it will assess you 1% on that 3,500. So when we say it's 6% plus 1, if you're in the program, you do have to pay the bond interest rate of 6%,
Mhm.
and you also have to pay the city's portion, when we pay your assessment of 1%.
Thank you. I had one more question, Gavin. After 20 years, let's say this person 65, 62, the program's there for older folks who don't have fixed income for the most part. And if they live to be 85 and then they have to pay that back, it comes due, right? The whole amount. So they would have to do something like a second mortgage or borrow money against the home, which wouldn't be a problem for most. I don't know, but that's the idea, right?
So one of the changes the council made at the last meeting was to give it a 5-year repayment program. So at the end of the 20 years, if you're in the program for all 20 years, for example, you would have 5 years to repay that
Okay.
$780,000, correct?
So incrementally over that amount, whatever it is. Thank you.
Well, you have to qualify,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Anything else, Bob? Okay. Can I have a motion?
Let's see, so where, the only thing that's changing are if we move the recommended action to approve revisions to the underground utility assessment deferment loan program guidelines and tasks, that's attachment 2. And then attached to that is now the correct example, right? Or do we need to say as modified?
As provided to the council?
As corrected, yeah. Well, the attachment 3 has always been corrected, always correct.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, so then I'll move the recommended action.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That is the end of the consent calendar.
Wow.
Okay, it's 7:30. Okay, we're going to get started on the first item of our regular order, and this is the public hearing and balloting for proposed underground utility assessment district 2014-2, which is Woods Cove. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to open the public hearing for comments. So come back on up.
Mayor, I got to recuse myself on this item. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, because I'm in the district. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Annie Wyland again. So I object to number one, the cost. I think it's unfair. I have an 850 square foot cottage and my assessment is 29 and change. It's almost $30,000. And then it'll be another $10,000 to have the utility hooked up to my house. And I view Glen Eyrie Street as a thoroughfare. I think it's always filled with traffic, high congestion times. We're a thoroughfare to Arch Beach Heights, Portofino, the Upper Diamond Streets. And from what I understand, the city helped Laguna Canyon as well as Bluebird Canyon because we're an evacuation route. You know, when PCH shuts down or there's an accident, it seems like half the city is traveling on Glen Eyrie. And I think that should be brought into consideration as well as, you know, there's a lot of residents in Woods Cove who've been there for a long time. And it might seem like a good deal when I heard, you know, what was spoken the last conversation. You know, I don't want to take a loan from the city. I don't view that as getting a good deal. I think it's making residents like me incur costs that they have never planned for. And I am not ready to incur. And I hope you will consider the hardship that it's placing on long-term residents. And I think the utility companies should share a bigger part of the burden as well as the city. So thanks for listening.
Thank you, Annie. Yeah, we can have a staff report. We're going to get a quick staff report here. Come on, you come on up and sit in the front though, Karen, because we're going to go ahead here.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Kemp, fellow council members. I'm Pierre Sawaya, Senior Project Manager. And with me is Tom Perez, our Assistant Director of Public Works. And we're here to report on the public hearing and balloting for the Woods Cove Underground Utility Assessment District. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to hold the public hearing, allow for public comments, and to tally the assessment ballots to determine if the project will move forward into construction. On September 26th, the City Council declared their intent to form the assessment district and adopted the preliminary engineer's report containing each property's proposed assessment amount. In October, ballots were mailed out to property owners and allowing for at least 45 days to cast their ballots according to state law. And as of today, we have received 325 unopened ballots of the approximately 380 parcels that are assessed for this As just discussed, the loan deferment program that we just went through was revised. And again, that was built off of the September 26th meeting to revise that program and make and open the pool for more property owners to apply to it. The outreach efforts over the last couple months consisted of postcard mailers to residents, reminding them to cast their ballots, updates to our project webpage, targeted Nixle alerts, updates to our city newsletters, and also working with property owners to provide replacement ballots upon request. And regarding the balloting process tonight, the results are not based simply on the number of yes and no votes received, but rather it's based on the assessment amounts tied to each yes or no vote. So a majority in either support or opposition to the project, as weighted by assessment amounts, will determine the outcome of tonight's vote. The preliminarily adopted engineers report from back on September 26th was revised, and we wanted to point out a couple items here tonight. The general benefit discussion was expanded in the report to include a discussion of the neighborhood aesthetics. And this centered on the fact that aesthetic benefits to the public at large resulting from the project could not be accurately quantified. And the benefits are thus deemed incidental to the project. So we include a little bit more discussion there in the engineer's report. And the city's public safety contribution of 1.18 million, which was approved by council in August, exceeds any potential incidental benefit due to the improved aesthetics to the public at large. We did also receive several requests from property owners for reevaluations of their assessments. And as a result, there were revisions to 4 parcels. The assessment amounts for assessment numbers 54, 68, and 130 were reduced. Those are due to several factors, ingress and egress to a couple of parcels that were located outside the district, and also not receiving underground connections from this specific project. 130 is a landlocked property, which didn't have any utility lines or poles next to it that could damage the property. So there was a slight reduction there in that safety benefit. And lastly, assessment number 331 was identified as a non-assessable hold parcel. It was recently developed to include 2 condo units. So that was simply split up to be 331B and 331C to properly assess those parcels. And the combined reduction of those assessments is approximately $96,000. So the construction contingency for the project will be reduced by that amount in order to not increase the assessments for the other parcels within the district. And that brings us to tonight's recommendation, which really outlines the process for tallying the ballots tonight. It includes receiving and filing this report that we're providing, opening the public hearing for public comments, calling for the submittal of any final ballots, and then closing the public hearing. Upon the closing, staff will proceed to tally the ballots in conference room A, and the public is invited to observe the tallying process if they choose to. The item will be postponed until the ballot tally is complete, and then we'll resume the item with the ballot results reported back to City Council later tonight. If the majority of the weighted ballots are in favor of the proposed assessment district, then the council will adopt a resolution declaring the results of the balloting proceeding, confirming assessments, and ordering the proposed improvements. Council would also adopt a resolution awarding the construction contract for the project to Hotline Construction for approximately $9.2 million. We would then council would contribute 1.58 million for the general benefit, contribute 1.18 million as a public safety benefit, and lastly, authorize the city manager to approve project-related expenses not to exceed $1.29 million. Or if there is a majority of weighted ballots, if there is not a majority of weighted ballots in favor of the proposed assessment district, the council would declare the district abandoned for lack of majority support. And that concludes this presentation. We're happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions for Pierre? Okay, let's go, I'm going to reopen the public hearing. Come on up.
We have to quit meeting this way.
I know.
I'm ready.
Often.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
After 10 years.
Yeah.
I have three things I wanted to say quickly. I did see your agenda, and that's why I sent you the letter with the 58 superstars in it of the people who have been working on this project for the last 10 years. So I wanted to acknowledge them all. I was going to read all the names off here, and then I thought, oh, when I saw the agenda for tonight, I was like, don't do that. Everybody will hate you. But they've worked very hard, and I'm just the tip of the iceberg. Secondly, I think this will be my last time that I'm here talking about this with you. And I do think the last time I was here, we were talking about asking for a 30-year bond if you can get one. And I think at that time, Bob said that was a little premature. And it may be premature tonight, because if we're not successful tonight, obviously that's a moot issue. But I don't see an opportunity to get up later tonight, whether we go one way or the other. So that I would like officially on the record that if possible, I think we would like that. And then regarding the deferment program, it's really confusing. So, and I know that you want to make it, if we are successful tonight, you want to make it available. And you've talked about a pre-application period and everything. So I am just hoping that there will quickly be something in lay language that will go out to everybody in the district so people can figure out whether they really might qualify and have a very easy way to do that pre-application. So that, I mean, right now, I think even though you have cleaned it up a lot tonight, it's still, I'm sitting back there going, okay, I don't know if I really understand this or not. So that's my final request. Thank you very, very much.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Anybody else want to speak on this topic? Anybody online, Cheryl?
Yes, we do have one hand.
Okay.
Tom Gibbs, go ahead.
Hi, Council. I'll keep my comment short. I've been following the Woods Cove thing, and as I expressed at the September 28th meeting, how important this is for our community. Undergrounding, I go back to Measure P with those comments that were made about Bob's contribution for that. And we miss opportunities to make our city safe. And I view Measure P as a missed opportunity. But here's a golden opportunity for Woods Cove to set the example for the rest of Laguna Beach. And this hopefully will be the spur to cause more districts and more undergrounding. I do appreciate the great contribution the city has given to this undergrounding effort, because it truly benefits the city as a whole. And I will keep my fingers crossed that the residents of Woods Cove see this for what it is, an important thing for not only their homes and their lives, but for the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Any other
And
speakers, Cheryl?
yeah, we have one more hand. Matt Lawson, go ahead.
Good evening. I could not agree more with all the comments that Tom just made. I commend Larry and Karen and everybody else who's been pushing this program through. It must seem like the labors of Sisyphus, but I mean, they've been working on this now for, gosh, at least 10 or 12 or 13 years. I would certainly hope that everyone in Woods Cove would vote for this. We undergrounded our street 20 years ago when we moved here. Never regretted it for a moment. And the more I learned about fire safety, having spent a dozen years on the Emergency Disaster Preparedness Committee, the happier I am that we did that. And I certainly want to commend everyone in Woods Cove who's supported this and has worked to move it forward, because this will make your neighborhood safer. It will make your neighborhood more insurable. It will make your neighborhood more aesthetically attractive. It will improve your property values, and it will also help the city as a whole. Which is why I'm very pleased to see the city to kick in the additional 20%. And I hope they'll consider doing that for other neighborhoods as well. Every single one of those exposed overhead power lines is a source of potential ignition that could destroy our community, and everything that we've tried to preserve and protect and maintain here for the last 100 years could be lost within a few hours. It's happened in places like Paradise and Santa Rosa and Lahaina. It's happened 32,000 places around the U.S. between 1992 and 2020, according to the U.S. Forest Service. These power lines are constantly igniting fires all over the country, and it's happened here innumerable times. We've had some very serious near misses, most recently twice in 2022, the Emerald Fire and almost certainly the Coastal Fire were caused by problems with SCE equipment. I wish we could get the utilities to pick up more of the cost. Unfortunately, we live in the state of California, and the powers that be in Sacramento are not forcing them to do that. So it's really pretty much on us if we want to preserve Laguna Beach and if we want to preserve the safety of ourselves, our homes, and our neighborhoods, and of course, our entire community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Any more speakers, Cheryl?
No other hands, Mayor.
Okay, so at this point, I'm going to call for the submittal of any.
Got
fi-
one more in the,
Oh, one more?
I think we have one.
Oh, I'm sorry, Becky, come on up. About that.
I felt moved to say something. I live under the giant eucalyptus on Diamond, and last week, the week before, we had the street closed off with the public utility contractors cutting those limbs off of that giant eucalyptus. So there's a big threat. I agree with Matt Lawson and Tom Gibbs. And I want to say that Karen Clammer represents the very best of Laguna neighbors. She has put in 10 years, and Larry too. Karen has been door to door. She's the most kind, gentle, logical, intelligent person. She has led this effort. None of us want to spend $30, $40, $50, $70,000 of our retirement money or whatever it might be, whatever fund it's coming from. But my husband and I decided that this is an investment, just like we would remodel our home. That's how we're looking at it. And it's important. We'll find a way, you know, we all will. We're lucky. We live in Laguna Beach. We have the resources, and, you know, we have the deferment program where we had different ways that we can come up with it. But I do want to thank our city council for the funds that you've come up with, because it is extraordinary and it is our opportunity. And I just publicly want to thank Karen Clammer and Pierre. Thank you also for all of your efforts. It's been very well organized from the city standpoint toward us residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Okay, anybody else? Okay, I am going to call us for the submittal of any final ballots and close the public hearing. The staff will be tallying ballots in conference room A. The public is invited to join that if they like. And I guess, is the front door of City Hall open, or how do they get there? Okay, you're open, okay. Once the balloting is complete, then we're gonna resume this item, but we're gonna take a break right now for 10 minutes, and we'll come back to the next item, and we'll recontinue this when you guys are ready.
Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy. You're right. It's all plastic.
Okay, you ready, guys?
But I mean, that's all recycling and how to recycle waste properly, right? We haven't figured that out. Amazon? Oh, Apple. Yeah. Oh, it's a jewelry package. It's really a nice package.
is.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna
it's
get going
labor
again,
intensive.
everybody.
Yeah, it's labor intensive.
We're ready. Item 20, so we have 19 on hold over here. 19's in the oven. Okay. Item 20 is the city council.
Mayor, I'm sorry, could I offer a thought?
Yeah, of
Since
course.
this is sort of all internal discussion, do you want to trail this one and just move on?
Yeah, we can. Yeah. You want to talk about it later tonight?
Yeah,
Okay, sure. We
yeah,
can do
later
that.
tonight.
Okay, we'll put that one in the oven too. Okay,
Item 22.
so, okay, Environmental Sustainability Committee, 2024-2025 work plan. Okay, I see we have Shelley. Got some of the committee members here. Fantastic.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Jeremy Fremont, Assistant to the City Manager. Just going to provide a quick introduction tonight. Before you is a consideration to review and approve the Environmental Sustainability Committee's work plan. I would like to thank Chair Shelley Beneke as well as the rest of the Environmental Sustainability Committee for their hard work over the past year, as well as their dedication and putting a good report before you tonight. So with that said, I'm going to step back and turn this over to the committee to present their work plan to you. Thank you. Shelley.
Great. Thank you, Jeremy. Season's greetings to everybody. George, I like the hat. Let's see. Congratulations to Sue and Alex as well. And Bob, thank you for everything. Appreciate it. So the thank yous for City Council for approving our last work plan. We've actually gone through that quite nicely as a group. City staff, Fauna Shrego, Jeremy, as well as our liaisons, Councilman Renagi and Weiss. Appreciate everything you guys have done for us, all the guidance over the last couple of years of the work plan. I want to thank the 10-member ESC experts and professionals that we have, on top of our new student members that we just elected, based on what you guys had given us guidance on as well. And then I'd be remiss if I would not mention all the members of the public that have also come and participated and have guided us as well throughout the process of the last work plan. Some highlights that Jeremy has brought up on the screen is kind of us adopting the new resolution 22066 that you guys put into play, I think like 18 months ago. And so this is just this year. It's just reflecting some of the recommendations that these professionals and these volunteers have come up with for City Council for their consideration as we move along. So one of the biggest ones in the last work plan that we feel very grateful for was the recommendation to update the Climate Protection Action Plan from 2009. It was updated in 2012, 2017, and now we're going into the CAP. And the CAP itself is underway, as you guys know, but you guys funded it. And that's the first time that's happened since, again, really largely by 2009. So thank you for that. That's 14 years ago. And we do have the chair of the CAP committee here with us tonight, Steve Chatham. He'll talk a little about that during his presentation as well. You know, I just want to make sure that everyone understands that, you know, just because I'm chair, I don't want to take all the time. I thought it was really important for you to see as city council who's working for you on your work plans. So the chairs that could make it tonight are going to represent quickly their work plans, and then we'll be available for questions. So I'm going to turn it over to Judy Mancuso, Jacqueline Reed Mutter, and Steve Chatham to represent the 5 working groups that we have. Go ahead, Judy.
All right. Thank you, Shelley, and thank you for all that you've done for our committee.
You are a great leader and we really appreciate you so much. And thank you all for allowing me to serve on the Environmental Sustainability Committee. I lead the Climate Change Subcommittee and the Wildlife. And so I'll be passing the baton on that for next year as I run for city council. But anyway, what I'm presenting you right now is the work plan for climate change. We have 6 recommendations we're working on, which is to continue the climate action adaptation program, assisting to develop it, work with the committee, the community, seek grant funding, and create a dashboard to track our GHG goals. Regarding clean energy, researching and buying bulk buy programs, following up on SoCal REN's green facilities assessment, and the fleet, the electric fleet. Next is the complete streets, safe routes that Dane has been working on and Steve in our committee, and incentivizing alternatives to combustion engine modes of transportation, both short-term, long-term, updating our building codes to minimize GHG emissions, small-scale climate programs to reduce GHG. I won't go into all those. You have the spreadsheet in front of you. And then tracking processes, frameworks, and, so that we can actually see that we're making progress. And for wildlife, we want to continue identifying the threats to the health and lives of our wildlife, promoting public awareness around the issues, finding partners to assist, and trying to minimize cars hitting wildlife, wildlife dying because of sewage spills or whatever else is, a threat to them. Also, we'd like to research and recommend on alternatives to the 4th of July, maybe using drones than fireworks. You may have seen many cities in Southern California going to drones, and they are just spectacular. So we'd like to look into that. Nighttime lighting, irrigation, non-functional grass at businesses, our native plant program, and our integrated pest management program that we just talked about earlier. Continue to discourage the sale and use of rodenticides. I mean, you may remember that when Steve Dictorow was on the council, we did a resolution with him to do away with those most toxic rodenticides, which we still haven't. People do have in their bait boxes, unfortunately, and the state just did a prohibition of them. It was Laura Friedman's bill, AB 1322, to outlaw difecinone. So we have to do more outreach and make sure that the state laws and our local laws are enforced and that people know about them. Thank you very much. I hope that didn't take too long. I tried to go as fast as I could.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Kemp and City Council members. I'm Jacqueline Mutter. I'm the Ocean Health Subcommittee Chair. So the Ocean Health Subcommittee, we really look at projects related to ocean health for beaches, water, and the marine life. So a couple of the proposed projects here that we're continuing from this last work plan are related to the marine protected areas. We've been supporting Lagoon Beach staff review the decadal review of the California Marine Life Protection Act, as well as educating and awareness of the MPA and the unique environmental protection that the city of Laguna has. Looking into coastal erosion and sea level rise, so coordinating with the Climate Adaptation Action Plan and ensuring that there's understanding and alignment with our subcommittee as well as the CAP effort. Ocean water quality improvement, looking at under opportunities to continue to minimize stormwater runoff improve receiving water quality as well as asset management, which you guys alluded to previously this evening. One item that, as well as alignment with the Climate Adaptation Action Plan in general related to ocean health. And then one item that we wanted to add but wasn't included in this version, you can see on the screen, is related to community impact. So just consider coordinating a designated annual beach cleanup day. There's a number of partners that have beach cleanups within the city already, and just coordinating with some of those partners for a city ESC beach cleanup. We'll also continue with any kind of partnering, and if there's partners that are interested in working with the city, evaluate them as needed. And then, of course, any kind of as needed services support. Also, John Ellers is not available this evening he's the waste subcommittee chair. So I'll just be going through some of his projects. So the waste subcommittee is dedicated to enhancing the city's waste management strategies. Its primary objective is to examine all aspects of waste streams, focusing on reducing overall trash, minimizing the use of single-use plastics, and promoting sustainable practices. So a couple of the projects that their subcommittee and the work plan identified are researching, advising the city on sustainable building and remodeling methods, supporting the city's transition from waste management to CR&R, developing various educational materials, and then remaining as a resource to the city council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jacqueline.
Good evening. In addition to Steve Chatham, I think I know everybody here, but in addition to working with Judy on climate change subcommittee, I also work with the public communications subcommittee. And as is probably obvious, the purpose of that group is to really promote the involvement of the community with the work of the other subcommittees. However, as Shelley mentioned, I also work with 3 members of the ESC and 3 members of the EDPC, who are the citizen advisory board, if you will, or advisory group, working with Jeremy and with the consultants on the CAP. And one of the things that we've learned in the process of going to public hearings and open houses and public outreach is the enormous need for effective communications around the CAP. I've really been not appalled, but really surprised at the lack of awareness of the importance of the issues that are being addressed by the CAP, and the lack of understanding of some of the key issues underlying the need for a climate action and adaptation plan. So one of the main goals of the communications subcommittee is to work with city staff and really do a very effective job of reaching out to the community, making sure that they are more aware than they are now of all the important work that's being done with the CAP, and their ability to get engaged with the CAP process so that their concerns can be heard as well. One of the ideas that we do have, it's specified in the plan, is to hold at least a couple of workshops this year, in addition to the ones that are being organized through the CAP process. But when Jacqueline was talking about ocean health, it's an easy one. It's one of those ones that really sparks the interest of people in the community. So at least one that we hope to do will be on ocean health, and then we're looking for an additional topic that will really excite people. But I think there's a lot of work to be done. But I think we're well on our way. So.
Can I
With
make a
that,
couple? Oh, sorry, Bob, go ahead. Yeah, Steve, I have a couple comments along the lines of what you were just saying. So I went to the Climate Action Plan workshop.
Yeah.
And I was thinking to myself, along the lines of what you said, so we'll have a parking meeting, we'll fill up the room. We have a promenade meeting, we'll fill up the room. We have an ADU, but when we have climate, we just don't have good attendance at all. And I was wondering, why is that? And when I was thinking back on the presentation, I know you guys are doing this in parts, but when I was thinking back on the presentation, I thought to myself, well, maybe it's because everybody knows we need to drive electric vehicles. Maybe it's because everybody knows we need to put solar panels on. Everybody knows we need charging stations. And I was thinking, is that it? You know, like they just expect us to do it, or is there something else that is just, because we're a coastal city and people are, you know, we had these people, you know, show up for glyphosate and other things, that anything that has to do with the ocean, I agree with you. People are sensitive about it. But I wonder what your thoughts were about that.
Well, I'm not sure I can completely answer the question, but having worked in this field for a while, things that are 10, 20, 30 years off tend to have less impact on people's immediate attention than the things that are right in their backyard. And yes, we are a EV driving community. I've had friends come from out of town and go, "Is this a Tesla showroom here in Laguna?" And of course, we've got Rivian and we've got Polestar, so we're in good shape there. But I do think it's the immediacy. And I think one of the things that, and Matt Lawson, who's chimed in a couple of times tonight, he's been very vocal about the concerns around wildfire. And I think that when the consultants did their vulnerability assessment, one of the things that was first and foremost in the list was vulnerability to wildfire. And I think stressing some of those things that are really key to people, that where they can really understand, oh yeah, this could really impact my life. It could be one of the ways to get people more involved. But again, I say that with a certain amount of caution, because I know when EDPC did their mitigation plan workshop, I think nobody showed up to that one. So I don't know. It's a good question, but it's something that we hope we can work on.
Free pizza.
Bring pizza. I have a comment about that, Mayor, if I could. I think 80% of the goal of reducing climate change is conquered through electrification. That means implementing solar, buying solar energy. That means electrification of the cars and buildings. All of that, you're 80% there toward your climate action goals if you do those things. So those are pretty straightforward. The city has to lead that effort. And that's what we're trying to do with getting electrification of the vehicles, doing solar, which Jeremy's going to present in March or sooner, probably March. And then also the recharging stations with which we can work with Rivian on. They're in that business as a sideline as well. So all of that, I think, is going to be done. Are we late to the game? I don't think so. I think it's just maybe late to solar. We had solar in 2012, which we didn't implement. So let's do it next year. Yeah.
Do you have something?
I was just going to say, with respect to I noticed the Project 4, the last one was a lecture series, which on these topics, right? And I would just mention that both LCAD, which has now got a big sustainability component in their curriculum that they're really focused on, and of course Rivian, which is all about sustainability. And Rivian is looking to develop a lecture series down there. I mean, if we could attract, a prominent speaker or two, right, on these topics to come in and promote it, and then impart the cities, we'd be part of the program, right? We'd impart our piece of it, but you can kind of get, I won't say more interesting, but maybe a more, somebody would pull people in the door a little bit.
So that's opportune that you mentioned that, because I was at the Rivian opening with you, and thank you for the invite for everybody. But and they actually approached us and said, we'd like to get on the calendar with you guys. And I said, I don't know if it's allowed, but now that you just said it is, yeah, we'll definitely, take a look at that.
Yeah, we can do
and
it.
Calendar something if you guys approve this lecture series with us tonight.
Okay, if there's no further comments, I'll open the public hearing. Good report, you guys. A lot of good work. Anybody want to speak on this item? Okay, anybody online, Cheryl?
I have one hand.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Matt.
Matt Lawson, listen, I just want to congratulate Shelley and Steve and Judy and all the members of the Environmental Sustainability Committee. I've gotten to know a number of them over the years, particularly in working on the CAP. And I think they do very, very good work. Don't necessarily agree on everything, but I respect that the thoroughness and intellect that they bring to the process, and wish them well. As a longtime environmentalist who marched in the first Earth Day, I think that they're doing some terrific work on behalf of our community. So thanks to all of you.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Any other speakers, Cheryl?
No other hands, Mayor.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing.
Just a couple comments.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I really appreciate, this committee works really hard tonight. Shelley, we're also grateful for your leadership of the committee and wrangling everyone together. I also appreciate Jeremy for stepping in, because Jeremy, it feels like, does everything. He does so many different things. And so I appreciate you, Jeremy, for taking on this role as the liaison. First, I'm hoping that there's participation at our upcoming strategic plan meeting in January from someone from the committee, because it's really important to get all this. It's important that we're aligned between what the council's doing and what the committees are doing. So I'm hoping that there's someone from the committee who could be there. So as we talk about different ideas related to sustainability, you guys can kind of work on that in tandem with us. I also hope that, we have our tentative agenda that comes out, and I, as an advisory body to the city council, I always appreciate when our committees give input on things that are relevant to kind of their work plan. So that's the other thing. And then the two, there's a lot of great projects in here. The two that I personally am very excited about are so going to the question that Sue raised about, why there wasn't more participation at that workshop. I think people are just tired of all these plans and analysis paralysis. People just want to take action. They know what the answers are.
That's what I think.
And, like what George is saying, I totally agree about, solar. We need to get the city to do it. I think at the water district, it was great. We were able to get that going with this company. So I hope the city can lead by example, but I also think so under the Inflation Reduction Act, the tax credit I think it levels out, it starts to go down after 2032. So our goal between now and 2032 should be to get as many Laguna Beach residents having solar, having batteries at their house, because that's going to promote sustainability, but also energy resiliency. So that's one thing. The OC Go Solar, I think, is very promising. Then the second thing is the transition to CR&R. Again, this is something that impacts the community, where the committee can play a really big role, and making sure that as we look at all these new laws related to edible food, or, food waste and food recovery, because it's a big source of emissions is food waste. So I'm hoping that the committee can play a really big role in that transition as kind of the liaison between CR&R and the community, to make sure that we're leading on those issues. So again, I appreciate all the work that it's an ambitious work plan, and looking forward to continue hopefully making some progress over the next year on some of these things.
Okay, any further comments? No.
I would second Alex's statements. I think the committee's done good work. It's really amazing to me to see, over the time I've been with the committee as a liaison, the number of people that have come to the meetings from the public has increased significantly and it's an engagement process that makes the meetings go longer, but we're getting input from the public and suggestions from the public, which is terrific. And that's the leadership of the committee. The work that they do is attracting that, and hopefully the Times as well. But I think that's a testament to the good job the committee's done. Thank you.
Okay, no further comment. Can I get a motion? You have a comment, Mark?
No, just a great job. Appreciate all that. I'll make a motion.
Okay.
To approve.
Work plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is the introduction to the changes to the downtown specific plan update phase 2. And we are going to have a staff report from community development.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and City Council. Before I turn this over to Anthony Vieira to give the presentation, I just wanted to set the table for what we're going to be discussing tonight. So really, we're reporting back to the City Council on the update to the downtown specific plan. We've provided a schedule of when the public hearings would occur for the project. Also, we're giving the council a preview as to the policy direction the staff is considering going with this document. So this is an opportunity tonight for the City Council to provide policy feedback on what we're proposing. And you're not limited to what staff is suggesting. If the council has other ideas that they would like to see incorporated into this update, we will take that and work on it and work with the planning commission before we bring it back to you. So I just wanted to let the council know what the purpose of this item is. And go ahead, Anthony.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Item 22 is an introduction to the Downtown Specific Plan Phase 2 update. The City Council completed the first phase of a comprehensive update to the DSP in 2020, with implementation starting in 2022. Phase 1 included streamlining of the business permitting process and new parking standards for non-residential uses. Over the course of that prior update, the City Council decided to split the update into 2 phases. Phase 2 would be supported by additional environmental review and a visual character analysis. The City Council also wanted the Phase 2 work to be coordinated with the housing element update, which was certified by the state earlier this year. We will take a moment here to explain why we are addressing the downtown housing regulations and describe some of the benefits to the city. The state requires that each local agency plan to accommodate new housing units to address the statewide housing shortage. The city's share of the regional housing need is approximately 400 units, half of which should be affordable to lower income households. Now, the city is not responsible for building these units through city-sponsored projects, but we are required to implement a housing plan to reduce development constraints and promote new housing. Collectively, the various programs in the housing element form the city's housing plan, and we submit an annual progress report to the state to track our implementation progress. One of those programs directs the city to adopt a Phase 2 update to address downtown development constraints and to specifically consider allowing increased densities and building height limits, lower parking requirements, lot mergers, and other land use tools that can promote new housing units downtown. In addition to addressing the housing shortage, the benefits of adding new housing downtown include reduced auto dependency, increased pedestrian activity, it promotes economic development, and encourages more resident-serving businesses that would serve the larger resident population in the area. The council has directed city staff to have a program environmental impact report, or EIR, prepared for the Phase 2 update, and this would streamline future housing projects. To draft the EIR, a critical first step will be to finalize a project description that can be consistently analyzed throughout the document. And so the purpose of today's hearing, as Director Mark Weiner has mentioned, is to start that discussion by introducing a summary of the Phase 2 changes and to receive the City Council's direction as we continue to refine that scope. Attachment 2 of the agenda report is an outline of the potential Phase 2 changes. Many of the key ideas were put forward in 2019 before the specific plan was split into 2 phases. Key changes include increased building heights, unlimited housing density, and provisions to allow lots to be merged for the purpose of developing affordable housing. Next, we will take a look at several of the key changes in more detail. Starting with perhaps the most significant component of the Phase 2 update, which is the change to building height restrictions. As the city continues to encourage non-residential uses on the ground floor of most areas in the downtown, Increases to the city's downtown housing stock would mostly need to come from units that are created on the second and third floors. An existing restriction that limits downtown buildings to a 12-foot height limit is a significant impediment to adding residential density. Shown on the screen is a survey of existing downtown building heights, which range from 1 to 4 stories. The image on the left is the north end of the specific plan and generally encompasses the Arts District fronting Laguna Canyon Road. And heading toward the ocean, from there we move into the downtown basin shown on the right. There are a few observations that we can draw from these existing conditions. One is that there is a good amount of height diversity along a majority of the blocks, and most blocks do feature multi-story buildings. Although today the downtown specific plan generally restricts development to a single story. This means we have a large number of non-conforming buildings. We see a lot of two-story buildings downtown today, and some of our tallest buildings are in the multiple family residential zone along Lower Cliff Drive. Next, we have a map exhibit that illustrates where 2- and 3-story building heights would be studied. This is a preliminary analysis based on our observations and expectations for how taller buildings can maintain the visual character of the downtown. Properties shown in beige are proposed to remain at a single-story height, and this would be limited to 1 block of South Coast Highway between Hotel Laguna and Main Beach Park. The orange represents areas that could build up to 2 stories potentially, which is what staff recommends for most areas. The Arts District fronting Laguna Canyon Road is proposed to allow 3 stories and is colored reddish brown on the map to the left. From there, turning on to Forest Avenue and 3rd Street from the Arts District, and then continuing on to Mermaid Street, staff proposes to study the potential for 3-story structures there as well. And this area does currently feature several 3-story buildings. In the interest of maximizing future housing opportunities, we wanted to start our exploration of this topic with a somewhat optimistic assumption of what the downtown can accommodate without compromising on the pedestrian orientation or aesthetic qualities of the area. As part of the EIR, we will be working with a consultant to develop photorealistic renderings that test these assumptions by showing how these changes could alter various areas of the downtown. Other visual aids that would be prepared for the EIR include a viewshed analysis, studying views of the ocean and hillsides from public viewing locations, as well as shade and shadow studies. And all of this will help the city make an informed final decision on building height allowances. Another key change relates to density. Today, housing density is limited in most cases to 1 unit per 2,000 square feet of lot area. Staff is recommending no maximum density in most areas of the downtown. This could facilitate the creation of a greater number of smaller units that are comparatively more affordable than the 1 to 2 units that could be constructed today under current density restrictions on most lots. The downtown specific plan currently sets a maximum lot size of 5,000 square feet. Phase 2 would allow lot mergers to exceed the maximum for affordable housing projects. The 2019 downtown specific plan draft had proposed to geographically limit this provision to properties on Broadway, in the Arts District, and also in the CBD Office District, which is also what staff is proposing today. For reference, the image on the screen is Alice Court, an affordable housing community in the CBD office district. And this development sits on a 21,000 square foot lot. Staff is also proposing to expand the zones where residential uses could be established. This includes allowing residential in both the Arts District and Central Bluffs as part of mixed-use development. In most areas, the ground floor should remain commercial to support the pedestrian orientation of the downtown. But ground floor residential uses could be appropriate along the downtown periphery, where we do not have a high concentration of commercial uses that generate high pedestrian activity. To maintain commercial continuity, staff proposes to disallow ground floor residential in most of the core areas of the downtown. Staff is also recommending strategies to address the challenges with satisfying parking requirements for infill housing projects. Under existing regulations, each residential unit should provide either 1 or 2 parking spaces. The typical downtown property is unable to accommodate that additional parking that would be required for the upper level residential addition. And so to make these projects feasible, staff proposes to provide applicants with a menu of options to satisfy their requirement. And that's in addition to modifying the parking requirement itself. Because the downtown is so walkable and provides good access to many of the daily necessities, jobs, and local transit options, staff proposes to reduce the parking requirement to 1 space per market rate unit or half a space for affordable units. And to address the physical site constraints, staff recommends that applicants be allowed to purchase in lieu parking certificates or provide off-site parking within the project vicinity. We are also recommending that the urban design guidelines be amended to specifically address upper level additions over existing buildings, because some housing projects may only be reviewed against objective standards per state law. It is also recommended that the city establish objective design guidelines so that we maintain a high architectural standard across all projects. And so that takes us to our next steps. Tonight, we are seeking the council's initial policy direction to inform the scope of the project and assist staff with developing a work plan. The outline that is attached to your agenda report will also be presented to the Planning Commission and the Housing and Human Services Committee over the next few months to gather additional input before we hold a public scoping meeting in the spring to finalize the project description for the program EIR. Local adoption is anticipated to be completed in March of 2025. As the City Council deliberates this evening, because a key directive involves potential changes to building heights, we do want to have a discussion about that. And also, if the council would like to refer back to the key items that we discussed today, we can return to this table on the screen here that summarizes the information that was part of this presentation. I'll also mention that with respect to building height changes, if the City Council wants to direct staff to consider restricting the use of the upper floor space to say residential use only, we could consider that. Council may also want to direct staff to consider establishing incentives for which only upper level housing would be eligible for, to incentivize residential use on upper levels over, say, non-residential office space or other non-residential use on the upper floor. And again, attachment to your agenda report covers other miscellaneous items that would be covered with this phase 2 update. And with that, that takes us to our staff recommendation this evening, which is to receive your direction as well as public input on this project. That'll conclude the staff presentation on this item, and we are available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anthony and Mark. That was a good report, very thorough. Okay, questions for staff? Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Mark.
Oh, Mark.
A couple questions, just to start. Mark, if you were to, do we know what the average floodplain level is in the downtown, say on Ocean Avenue? Let's say it's 3 feet and there's a 12-foot height limit. So that takes 12 minus 3. So I think we really need to consider realistically how it is that we're going to set these standards because of the floodplain. Because if we know if you build a new building, you have to build out of the floodplain. So I think that we should consider taking the height from the floodplain and not from grade. There's also, you know, in the art district, it talks about 5,000 square foot mergers. We have several properties out there that are over an acre, which is what, 44,000 square feet. And I think that there, you know, if we also apply the no commercial only on ground floor out in some of these areas, I think that we might be restricting, you know, a talented architect or developer, some possibilities. I can imagine, you know, a building, let's say it has a courtyard and the exterior of the building is in fact retail, but the interior, what exits into the courtyard had residential units, right? It's ground floor, but nobody sees it from the street side. So I think we should be careful on how we restrict ourselves on that as well. So, and then on the modeling, you said that we we're going to have some exhibits to study some of these, you know, ocean views, impact, shadows, and things of that nature. Are we going to do a 3D model, an interactive model as a part of this exercise, do you think?
That is not something that we're currently anticipating budgeting for. It's not part of the draft scope for the program EIR. We can certainly explore that. May require some additional budgetary considerations, but I could see that being a useful tool for the city.
So do we imagine that any of this is still going to be tethered to Title 25 and some of the building standards in there? I won't get into detail right now, but there's a lot of problems with, you know, if you were just to build what is on Forest today, it wouldn't be, you couldn't do it because of the front yard setbacks, side yard setbacks, and some of the things that you just are in the way of even replicating our current development standards, which we all enjoy.
So the update to this document would modify the setback standards, the development standards. And really what we're looking for is some flexibility in how those would be applied, because it's mainly infill development and each site is unique. But then we're also looking for predictability in terms of what the overall standards would be and what the aesthetic is that we're looking for. And I can envision the downtown specific plan would allow for variation in some of those standards based on what the individual site constraints are.
So we talked about the RENA numbers, and we know that even might change in 2028 when those numbers are revised, right? So I think that we should go into this and go into the analysis and also the environmental study with some anticipation of some further changes and increases in the RENA numbers. I've recently talked to one of our local representatives, and I was trying to make the case that Laguna Beach needed to use a scalpel when we address these things so we don't ruin, you know, the look and feel of the community. But with that said, I think that we do need to build in some flexibility to this. And I would like to get ahead of the curve. So what I'm getting at is if we are going to embark on this EIR or a study, right, that we look toward the future and just kind of, I know it might be a little bit startling for some, but I think that we should probably consider multi-stories throughout the downtown. Right now, we don't, it's not that we have to do it, but if push comes to shove and they're forcing these housing policies on us. And I want to avoid at all cost builder's remedy, which means a developer can just come in and stick a building on Forest Avenue without any city control. I'm just trying to find ways where we can mitigate that situation. So I just want to be a bit ahead of the curve. So when 2028 comes, we're prepared for it.
Can you go back to the second to last slide? And really great presentation, by the way. On the, so for the lot consolidation, is that only for affordable housing projects, or could that be for a market rate project?
As currently proposed, Mayor Pro Tem, that would be for 100% affordable housing projects
Okay.
exclusively.
Yeah, because I think I would probably be interested in having that be for market rate as well, particularly in the arts district where I see a lot of opportunities for mixed use, mixed income housing. And then the other question is, so for the objective standards, is the goal with those, is that to, because obviously we can't apply subjective standards to housing that's, you know, under state law. What is the goal of those objective standards? Is it to look at the kind of the look and feel of and the mass and scale of buildings, not necessarily like the architectural style, but can you like help me understand what that means and if that's, and what a form-based code is, or if that's the same thing?
Absolutely. Different jurisdictions take different approaches. Some do prescribe specific requirements based on different architectural styles that are desirable in those communities. Others set more generalized standards. It may be a requirement for windows every 10 or 20 linear feet across the width of the building to essentially avoid blank walls. Different standards that are typically measurable, therefore objective, knowable by all parties in advance. These are general rules of thumb that we'll be following to ensure that those objective standards are enforceable. What we would need to avoid is establishing any standards that are subject to some amount of interpretation. So if the council has any specific ideas in mind for objective standards that staff will be taking an attempt at crafting, we're certainly looking for that type of feedback as well.
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, let me add to that. I do think that form-based code, that is the best approach for housing. It's prescriptive. It really clearly states what you can do, but it also could be constructed in a way that provides the developer with a menu of options. And overall, it's an objective application of the code, but allows the city to achieve the desired design or aesthetic, as opposed to the guidelines that we have now that are general and interpretive. You know, the form-based code would prescribe certain ways to design the building, but I think that would be, you know, what's in the best interest of the city.
Yeah, and I think that the thing that people worry the most about is mass and scale. And so I think limiting it to that, to me, is what I would want to see, because, you know, the other stuff I think can be figured out, and we want to allow for creativity. But I think having predictability about where, you know, a wall would be, or where a ceiling would be, where that would be, I think that's something that would work really well for Laguna. And then actually, no, those are I have some comments that I'll save for later after public comment. So thanks again.
No questions. I'll save for comments.
Okay.
One more question, sorry. This is going to just confuse everyone, but so we have that referendum for the ordinance, whatever that ordinance was that we passed, that the city council passed last summer. How does that play into this? Because we're talking about lot consolidation here, and I think that inhibits that. So has that been contemplated in this?
No, it is not, and that's something that we would have to
Okay.
go back and take a look at.
Okay, for another day.
If I remember
Any other
correctly,
Go ahead.
sorry,
I'm sorry.
with the ordinance, it did not limit lot merger size, but it did require that the buildings be broken up in mass. Was generally what the standard was.
Well, that's not enforced. That's not enforced now because we have that referendum.
That's correct. Hasn't been published and it hasn't been submitted to the Coastal Commission for certification.
Right. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a few questions, Sarah. I'm all, you've done a great job with the plan, as you do always, Anthony. My question has to do with the mass and the number of units that would go into a specific place. It's hard for us to imagine, unlimited number of units, no restriction on the lot size. I don't know what it means, but it would mean a number of parking requirements for those. Let's say you've got 10 units in a massed area, and I don't know where that would be. So what I see missing from this is what's likely to happen based on known characteristics of every lot in downtown in 1-story, 2-story, especially that goes to 2 or 3. It's hard for us to imagine where this development is going to take place. So for example, would Hobie want to put a 2nd story on? Probably not. I don't think so. And does that put them out of business for a year if they do that? And why would they put housing up there? The incentives to put housing in downtown, I don't think are there for low income. And as Barbara wrote in her note, McMurray, low income, those people who work at restaurants even. How do we incentivize that? That I don't see in the plan. We're just expecting it might happen. We're allowing it to happen, but we're not necessarily encouraging it to happen in any, because it needs incentives.
Those are all great questions, Council Member. In terms of projecting the number of units, if we don't have a minimum unit size, it does become a little bit of a theoretical exercise. For the purpose of the EIR, we're anticipating potential for between 200 to 400 units. We think that's a rather optimistic scenario. I think you touched on this. This is really private market development, and they would need to be properly incentivized to pursue these projects. Part of that comes from relaxing standards that currently prevent that type of development from occurring. I think you're absolutely correct that lower income housing without being subsidized probably won't be created. The Planning Commission recently had a great discussion at their last meeting about the in lieu housing fee, potentially preparing a nexus study to consider a linkage fee to charge fees on a per square foot basis that could be used for the creation of affordable housing. As part of the environmental impact report, we can try to provide a methodology as to how we're establishing our assumed build-out condition, which is between 200 to 400 units.
So there's 400 now downtown. And if you build 400, you have 800 with some parking requirements. But then there's that other parameter of how do I go over and see that person? I live in Irvine, I'm going to go see them, adding into the whole traffic mix of those units, whatever they would be, 200 to 400. But thank you. Thank you for your question, answer.
Mark, in 2015, MIG gave us worked on the downtown plan, right? And they had a proposal where they actually extended the the downtown specific plan out to the Laguna College of Art and Design. How closely did we look at that? And would that help us, meeting some of our goals with housing if we included that?
We did have a brief conversation with the project manager this afternoon. It was a task item that the project consultant prepared for the city. And I know it was discussed at a minimum with the Planning Commission and perhaps also the City Council at that time. The city's consultant was not recommending extending the boundary of the downtown specific plan. And so I don't know that there was too much time spent on that idea, but it was part of their scope of work to provide a recommendation to the city on that.
So hypothetically, could the planning, because I'd like the planning commission to really dig into this thing and you know, maybe even have a couple of meetings in January on this. Can they go, because that webpage has a lot of really interesting links of public feedback from this process, as well as deliverables like what you just mentioned. Can we, as they go, can they really go through all that and consider all these ideas and make recommendations to us based on that? Is that something that would work?
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
just so we consider all the good ideas out there.
Okay, no further questions. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Anybody want to speak on this item? Come on up, Cody.
Housing and Human Services Committee enthusiastically supports this, and I, once again, Mark and Anthony have delivered a really thoughtful and workable piece. The interesting thing about how this could work is the cost of land is free. The owner already owns the land. And so that makes it all possible. The other interesting thing is right now, an owner has no incentive to make any improvements to the building because he can't get anything. He's charging market rent, even though it's a dump. And this now will give owners an incentive to improve their buildings. Perhaps the only these are going to be small number of units per building, and that's going to be very difficult to have affordable units. There are, you know, as George points, there's going to have to be money coming from somewhere beyond the private landlord to do it. The one modification I'd recommend is to go to 0.5 parking on all units, because the cost of car ownership now is a lot, and the cost of rent housing is a lot, and people are making choices. And one of the choices, I'll use the bike instead. So I think there'll be a self-selection of people choosing this kind of housing that'll make the 0.5 work. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Yerka. I thought it was interesting, Mark, that you introduced the idea of the scalpel, because the image that came to my mind was the new president of Argentina with his chainsaw. I came here tonight with an open mind, and I am kind of gobsmacked by the extent of the changes that are being proposed. And I think your questions are really salient, George, is that it's one thing to think abstractly about these changes and another to imagine, which I think is really hard to do, what would the aesthetic impacts and all sorts of other impacts, I mean, traffic and parking are among them, that it would have on our downtown. Just a couple of thoughts. I don't think Laguna has had a density bonus project, and I don't know how familiar you are with them, but in exchange for providing what is often a tiny number of affordable units, developers get significant increases in the density that they can build at. Along with those, with that increased density, they get waivers from development standards, including objective development standards, in order to build the density. The city cannot request pro formas from developers proving that they need those variances from development standards in order to build those additional units. So everyone who does a density bonus project gets these variances. What's the most typical variance? Additional height. There's no limit to the additional height that they can request. So when you're thinking, well, it'll be a second story, it could be a third or a fourth story. And once developers have gotten these variances, you cannot alter the project through design review that would impact those variances at all. So you can't say reduce it by a story. You can't say you need to shrink the massing. I don't know what a density bonus looks like if you have infinite density. But that's a really weird change for me. I can totally believe that 1 unit per 2,000 square feet is the wrong calculation, but to go from that to unlimited density, I think is just bizarre. And you really don't know what the outcome is going to be. I have a lot of other thoughts, but I will leave it at that. I do hope there are going to be not just one public scoping meeting, but a lot of, or let's just say two meetings where the public is really encouraged to give their feedback. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Okay, come on up. Oh, Michelle, come on up.
Good evening, council and staff, city folks. I really appreciate being here. My name is Michelle McCormick. I'm a 30-year resident of Laguna Beach. And while I can't get into the details, I trust you all to do that. I can't get in the weeds. But what I can say as a resident is that I really appreciate that you guys are leaning into the affordable housing challenge in Laguna Beach. And to meet the state requirements. I really feel like Laguna has gotten to that watershed moment where housing is not affordable for so many people. I eat out almost every night because I come home from work in Newport and I just grab a bite. I've been doing an informal survey of bartenders and restaurant workers and folks around town, and I just sort of asked them, what would it be like for you if you didn't have to commute here? I asked them where they live, and they live like at least Santa Ana, Anaheim, and out that way. And they said, oh my God, it would change our lives. I also know friends who are in my age category who have had small businesses and leadership positions in town who have had to leave this town to live somewhere else because they couldn't afford it. And when I get to that space, and I can't believe I'm this age, but when I get to that space where I have a fixed income, I may have to leave this town, and that breaks my heart. I love Laguna. And so I just really appreciate the creativity that you're considering. There's so many things we can do. The churches in town, there's a couple, I think, who have so much property, and they can't serve their community anymore because the congregants are dwindling to 10 people in a huge space. And so that would be a wonderful thing to do. ADUs that are incentivized for affordable housing, as well as homes that are, again, owned by folks in town who pass away or who are just one person and want to give that up to a trust would be awesome. Again, there's no limit to the creativity that you guys can lean into as you do this work. Nicholas Kristof just had a great article in the New York Times about his ideas regarding affordable housing. I won't go into the details of that, but if you can find that article, it's a great thing to read. So again, thank you very much, and blessings to you all as you do this good work.
Thank you, Michelle. Any other speakers? Oh, okay.
Good evening, Mayor Kemp and city council members. I'm Horst Knoppenberger. I've had an architecture office in a beautiful brick building. In fact, it was one of the slides that Anthony showed. I think many of you have been to the building. It's one of the oldest buildings downtown, and it really is a lovely space. And I really commend, Mark Weiner and Anthony on the work that they've done. And I mean, there's so many ways to look at this. I mean, having a housing component, a larger housing component downtown would add a lot of vitality. I not only work in my space, but I lived there for 6 months. And, recently I, designed what used to be an office space into a residential, unit for a young man. And now I see him walking around downtown. I would like to see hundreds of people, young people, really, bringing vitality to downtown. And I'd love the idea of, low-cost housing, but I would like to suggest that we don't limit ourselves to that, and there is ways to, I know there's a lot of people in town, I hear it a lot, they don't want to change the scale of downtown. But the problem, you know, with that 12-foot height limit is it's a stranglehold on you know, reasonable development that could bring, you know, better architectural, you know, I don't know, architectural, beautifully designed buildings, you know, that are respectful of the scale and the, you know, the mass and scale, and also the history of downtown. Like, for example, in our brick building, the guy who owns it, he's owned it for like, his family has owned it for 4 generations, and they've always talked about maybe doing like an artist live work unit on top of the brick building. And I suggested to him, well, you know, maybe you would maintain the scale of the existing building, and, you know, maybe we'd push back the, you know, the new portion so that you don't even see it. So it doesn't really significantly change the scale or the rhythm of downtown. And I think with these, you know, creative gentlemen in front of you, they could find, you know, some way to, you know, create design parameters that would both preserve and allow for, you know, new buildings, you know, because if downtowns don't evolve, they become stagnant. And I love being downtown. I lived downtown for a while, and it is stagnant to a certain extent. I mean, the promenade is lovely, and thank you all so much for that. I look out my windows and I see that every day. It's transformational.
Thank you, Horst.
Hi, Ketta Brown, also Housing and Human Services Committee. Mostly, if any of you saw the article today that Gustavo Arellano wrote about the best and the brightest leaving Orange County, part of that is because of no place to live. And it is really important that we address that. This is a great starting point. I think it is, it's a first step, but we really need to look at how we can maximize what we have and where we can. And so I fully support this. I hope you all embrace it and think that this is a long-term proposition and something that we need to, again, really embrace. Thank you.
Anybody else? Cheryl, we have anybody online?
I have one hand raised, Mayor.
Okay.
Phone number ending in 5188, *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I hope you will Ann Kane. I hope you will consider Kathy Yerka's comments. In addition to making tremendous changes to our downtown, it is concerning that affordable housing does not seem to be at the forefront of consideration. And we also need to consideration the parking issues. It's easy to see how property owners will enjoy more revenue at the expense of our village atmosphere if these things aren't taken into serious consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, Cheryl?
No more hands, Mayor.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing. We'll bring it back to council. Who wants to start? Bob?
Yeah, I'll start. I think there were a lot of good comments made by the other council members up here in advance of the hearing. I'm supportive of the direction that staff is going here. This is obviously just the very, very beginning, right? The whole process is going to go to planning and the public for further input and refinement. But I think that the right topics are being looked at here. You know, we'll see how they get refined and modified through the process. But I think addressing parking is important. I think freeing up the lot merger. I do agree with Alex. I would like to have some real thought given as to not, you know, making it maybe broader than just affordable housing, because I think projects are so challenging that maybe, you know, mixed use projects still should benefit from this. You could have maybe some affordable component, but allow for some market rate as well. And then, yeah, I had a little, the maximum density. I mean, I guess we need to know there's a maximum height and if we're going to have a maximum density. or no maximum density, but I think that'll be a conversation that plays out. The the other thought that I had was what is the outer boundary of the currently of the downtown specific plan? The out the what would that be? The east end out the canyon, north end?
That would be the Boys and Girls Club property.
Okay.
Just south of Canyon Acres.
I agree with Mark Orgel's observations. I think we ought to evaluate, I'm not saying it should happen, but we ought to evaluate whether that should be extended out to LCAD, the college, the main campus area there at Big Bend, short of Big Bend. And those are my thoughts. I think this is something we really need to take a look at and do and get a lot of input on and evaluation of. And there'll be, just like the first process, it'll be a long process with lots of public input and refinement as we go. But thank you for a good report with, I think, very thoughtful initial approach here.
Let's go next.
I'll go. If
Okay.
works. Okay. I agree with Bob and Mark about looking into expanding the DSP boundaries. I think that should definitely be contemplated. I also think that I agree with Cody Engel's comment about the parking requirements. I think we should also look at decoupling the so for example, if you have an apartment in Laguna, you have a you have a parking space reserved for you. If you don't drive a car, you're basically paying for that without needing it. So when you decouple, it's just a market-based solution so if people don't have a car, then they pay less for their rent. It's a simple market-based approach that I think makes a lot of sense. And in our downtown, I think there's people who are not going to need a car. So I think that's a good way forward. I am interested in budgeting some money to bring in. I don't know if it's an urban design consultant or who the right person would be, but to work on a 3D model of the downtown, I think that would really help us understand what it looks like when we make these changes to building heights, massing. We also should be cognizant of like the way that the shade will work, because we don't want it to be totally shaded on our streets. One of our planning commissioners made that comment to me, and I totally agree with that. So I would be interested in staff coming back with a proposal to bring in like an urban design consultant that can work on a 3D model of the downtown. Yeah, on this question of affordability, I'm all for affordable housing. We should be the city should be subsidizing that. To me, it's when you have these restrictive requirements where you say, it can only be low income, and you make the private developer subsidize that, what that leads to is just nothing getting built, where I would rather have us kind of focus on incentivizing smaller units, and maybe we waive the permit fees if the units are below a certain or under a certain size. I don't know, but I think that's a much better approach than having unrealistic, as George was saying, inclusion or affordability requirements that just make these projects infeasible. The other thing is, so yeah, like I said before, I'd like the planning commission to really go through that list of that web page and look at all the things that were contemplated in the past, and look at all the options on the table as we move forward with this, including what Bob and Mark talked about with expanding the boundaries of the DSP. The final point I'll make is that there's a lot of second story apartments in Laguna Beach that are above commercial throughout town, and both in the downtown and in the commercial zone, that kind of, in my view, are very much consistent with what Laguna is all about. But what's funny is that they're illegal to build under our current zoning. So really, I don't think that we're changing the downtown. I think what we're doing is we're living up to the potential of what our town is about, which is a creative artist colony, not just being governed by fear and being scared about change. I think so. I'm excited about that. I think we should look into the density bonus to make sure that we're not setting ourselves up for something that we don't want to happen. I'm not as concerned about that because really to trigger density bonus, you need 10% of the units to be low income. So that means that that's a 10-unit project, and there's not going to be a lot of 10-unit projects in the downtown. I envision a lot of 5-unit projects, 4-unit projects. I don't see a lot of 10-unit projects, but I think we should definitely contemplate that because we don't want unintended consequences. But we also, at the same time, we want to be making our decisions based on real, what's a realistic concern and not be driven by fear. So I really appreciate the work the staff's doing. And like I said, I think bringing in someone, an urban design consultant, or I don't know who the best person would be, but for this 3D modeling, I think that could be a really a sound way to kind of alleviate some of the fears, but also make sure that we're doing this in a way that gets us to what we want and not leaving it up to chance. So appreciate all the work on this.
Who's next?
I'll take a shot. I agree with Alex about the 3D modeling. What we can't envision and the council can't envision is what this would look like if certain buildings are built out to what we talk about here, no maximum density in most areas. We don't know what that would look like in the most likely spots to be built. So I think a 3D model is appropriate. We'll ask a question about the Hive. That seems to be the biggest area of the city in the downtown where you could build a lot of units. Am I correct on that, Anthony? I mean, you might.
That might be a reasonable conclusion to draw.
Do we have any idea what that could be if you looked at it at all? Oh, okay.
With some study, we could probably prepare an estimate.
Okay. It's also maybe include the art affair if they were to develop that whole area. It's a big area. So you could have 50, 100 units there. I don't know. I would be interested in knowing that just to know what's possible. I'm also in agreement that we need a mix of housing, low income, but I am afraid that if we do provide, without providing incentives, we won't get affordable housing built at all. So let me think of anything else I have to say about that. Making it affordable is just very difficult too. Extending to LCAT, I'm fine with that. If it'll put more housing, affordable housing in. Again, I'm supportive of the direction of this, but with some reservations about what it would look like. And I don't want the canyons either, as Alex described it, having 3 stories in every street. I don't think is a good idea. Thank you.
So I think it's important to keep in mind that half of those RHNA numbers are not affordable. And I honestly believe that if we overly restrict and demand too much affordability, nothing's going to get built. And then we're going to be more vulnerable to some future penalties from the state. And, I'm not sure if the community really realizes, everything that the state's, doing right now to, pursue and encourage housing. It might be interesting at some point to kind of put together a summary of some of this legislation that's been passed. And also, I don't know, maybe Alex, maybe you might know, I don't know if we could look into the future and try to understand what some of the penalties might be coming up. We talked about the density, but I just think that they're going to keep marching forward and they're going to get really start to force this on us, especially in 2028. I believe that's when the RHNA numbers get recalculated. Is that correct? So, Alex, I have a question. So in 2028, if we haven't met any of the RHNA numbers, where do you think we would be? If we're just dead in the water where we're at, you don't have any?
I can address that to an extent. Well, it's hard to project what the state is going to say our RHNA will be. But I do know that with the next cycle of the housing element, we're not allowed to use the same opportunity sites that we used in the previous housing element. So we'll have to identify additional locations in the city, and that may involve some upzoning.
And that's why I suggested that in this EIR that we if we're considering 2-story, maybe we just do the EIR 3-story, so at least we could show that in the next cycle, so we don't get caught without the ability to demonstrate that we could at least meet our next round of RENA numbers.
The EIR could contemplate for the maximum, even if we decide to allow less under the downtown specific plan, but would give us the flexibility of amending the DSP later on to allow for additional stories. I do want to address, if you don't mind, the density bonus question that was raised. So really what limits the density of these projects is the building envelope, what's allowed through the code. And it's going to be fairly restrictive at 2 stories for most of these sites, given that the first story, the ground level, has to be commercial. There are some advantages to having the density bonus incentive there, because if we offer too much upfront, then there's no incentive to do affordable units. Based on the scale of the projects, we felt that it's usually not going to be triggered for density at the sites in the downtown. Under density bonus law, you are allowed to have concessions and incentives for affordable housing. That's separate from density. So we do anticipate that being an incentive. If somebody wanted to do deed-restricted affordable housing, for example, they're entitled to reduce parking requirements or reduce setbacks or things of that nature. There are limits to what the city is obligated to grant under density bonus law. So if the jurisdiction determines that it could create an impact on public health, safety, or the environment, then we don't have to grant the concession. So for example, if a developer wanted to build a 10-story building in the downtown, I think the city could make a case that would have an impact on the environment. And under CEQA, aesthetics is one of the criteria that's evaluated. So I just wanted to address that comment that there are some limitations to the concessions that we provide. But really our thought is that will be the primary incentive for the deed restricted affordable units. And then the remainder of the market rate, they'll be affordable by design. They'll be more affordable than most of the housing options we have here, which are single family residences. So while they might not be deed restricted affordable based on income, we anticipate they will be more affordable than what you find on average throughout the city.
One question mark on because I think the unlimited density, I think it's going to scare people when really that's not what it is. So couldn't it be 1 per 500 square feet or something like that? That would be more.
I think we could look for a density that would ensure that, you're not getting a worst case scenario where you have, multiple small units on a site. And so I think that's a good recommendation to put some limitations in there on that beyond the building envelope.
Yeah, because I think the building envelope would cover it, but I think we should look at the density bonus to just make sure, because if there's no downside in making it, 1 per 500 or 1 per 400, I don't know what the right number is, but then I think that would probably be better than unlimited density.
Another thing to consider too is as part of the regulations, we could require that one of the units be of a certain size, maybe a smaller size, and that would be affordable by design also. So that's another way to try to promote affordable units without requiring deed restricted affordable.
Just I'll just make this last comment. I've already mentioned it on the first floor commercial only. I would hate to see us be right now we have several little locations that I'm thinking of that have, just the blue cottages next to Anastasia. I just don't think that we should overly enforce it. And especially with retail, how it's evolving and changing, we just, and if you're expecting all of that to occur in the canyon, right now we have all of the student housing out there that's on the ground floor. I just don't know why we would force commercial only on the ground floor. I think we should be cautious.
Yeah, if I may comment on that, I think that's a more of an industry standard where you don't want retail mixed with housing because it drives shoppers away. You want a continual flow of retail stores so that shoppers can choose where they want to go and not have to see somebody living somewhere next door to the shoe store or something. I think that's the reason for it.
Well, I think what we're
Yeah.
saying is it depends, right? It depends on the
Yeah.
location.
Yeah,
Right? There's
it
certain
all
areas where
depends.
you wouldn't want
Periphery
that,
is
but
fine.
some it might.
The periphery is fine, as Anthony described it.
Absolutely.
I'd also say that the smaller you build the unit, the more likely is the person's not going to work at home because they're going to be confined into a very small space. And if you're looking for young professionals, they would want a reasonable amount of space to work at home, like some city employees do 3 days a week or 2 days a week.
Well,
They need the space.
look at, again, we just mentioned the blue cottages on Ocean, right? So the two forward-facing units, right, are retail. And then some of the units on the interior courtyard portion are residential, but it still provides you that continuous,
It's continuous, yeah.
yeah, commercial, so, okay.
Okay, I just have a couple comments. One is, I think with regard to the RENA numbers, if we can do second story, we can convert second story office to housing. Well, it gives us a good head start pretty quickly because those units already exist, have to be retrofitted, this building here where Slice Pizza is, the second and third floors, I have friends who have offices in there. They have bathrooms in there and some of them have showers and I don't necessarily think they have kitchenettes or something, but they could be retrofitted. Perfect. There's parking there. I mean, it's a perfect place to convert housing. And we have a lot of those places around town that we could do that. And that would make us significant dent without having to do a lot of redevelopment in terms of big structural changes to buildings in our downtown. Yeah, I do think that we should drop the parking requirements because, well, first of all, we're always hamstrung by our parking requirements because they're, it's one of these things where we have these requirements. It's kind of ridiculous because we don't have parking a lot of places, but we have these requirements. And then I think this is kind of a little different thing, but on the north side of Lower Forest, where you have some of those older one-story buildings, I personally think, you may not agree, but I personally think those should be left the way they are. Because the scale of the downtown is a lot about what happens in Lower Forest. It's kind of the entrance to our downtown. The street on the street on the south side, we do have taller buildings. But I think that in particular, I would kind of like to say that's off limits. Plus, it'd be a nightmare to redevelop those buildings anyway. It'd cost a fortune. The water table's pretty much right there. I saw that with Rivian. There's a couple wells in that place. I mean, so you start tearing up the downtown, as the closer you get to the ocean, the more problems you're going to have. So that would be, one caveat that I would have. Regarding the 3D, I think it's a great idea. One of the planning commissioners got to all of us with a great idea. And I agree with that. It's a better way to view the town from images like that. And I think that's it for me. So does anybody have a motion or any further comments?
You need any direction?
I think we've provided direction, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have, I think.
Do we want a
Do
motion?
you guys need anything else from us?
No, it's receive the report and, and provide direction.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I see some Woods Cove people filing in.
Thank you.
So we're going to pause here. Thanks, you guys. That was a great report and that was a good discussion.
And thanks for all the members of the public. That was really good testimony from everyone involved. There will be a lot more opportunities over the next couple months. Don't worry.
All right.
I don't think we have staff.
Okay, we're not ready yet.
I don't have staff here, I don't think.
We're not ready. Okay. Okay, now this is going to be a fascinating topic, is the upgrade of public safety records management system. Gavin, let's hear it.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for your patience. The item before you tonight is the upgrade of the public safety records management system. We're very excited about this project. With me, I have Captain David Derminski, and on Zoom, I have Chris Head with SDI, former fire chief for the city of Laguna Beach, who's the project manager, and Tammy Heaton from Hexagon, who can help answer any questions the council may have on this project. So the first slide here, I just wanted to provide a little background. This has been kind of a process, to say the least. But our current computer-aided dispatch and records management system was implemented back in 2006. The CAD portion, the computer-aided dispatch, was upgraded in 2015, but our records management system has not been upgraded since 2006. The city did go through an extensive RFP process back in 2019 and 2020, and actually awarded the contract to Somewhat Global for a new CAD RMS system, and that was in 2020. And there was an expectation that the implementation would be completed by late 2021. The city had to terminate that contract with Soma Global. That was in March of 2023, and that was just due to significant delays, and they just couldn't get the system to work. So we had to formally terminate that contract. And that kind of left us in a little bit of a crutch because the RMS system itself, which hadn't been upgraded since 2016, is kind of running on older IT equipment and has to be upgraded by the end of 2024 to avoid any potential failures in the hardware system. So we have that deadline coming up. And so when we looked at this as an emergency purchase. As I mentioned earlier, the RFP process does take about a year. And we have, as I noted earlier, we have a records management system that is at risk of failure by 2024. So the city council, the staff did look at this as an emergency purchase. As really the records management system is an essential records management tool for our police department. And although we weren't able to issue an RFP, we really made every effort, staff did, and Captain Derabinski will go in a little bit of that in his presentation, but we made every effort to try to comply with the city purchasing procedures. We reviewed proposals from the last RFP we received in 2020. We again evaluated department needs, what a new records management system should be. And we participated in demonstrations, or staff did, in various software providers, and we evaluated costs. We tried to do everything we could, kind of an informal process to see what the best system was for us. And it did come back that Hexagon was the choice. And what's great about Hexagon is they're very willing and able to meet all requirement to have everything in place by sometime next year in September of 2024. And so with that, I'm going to pass it over to Captain Derabinski, who will go over some of the benefits of the program.
Thank you, Kevin. And as you know, 2006 was quite a while ago. It creates a lot of friction points for our end users and employees who are trying to navigate current technology needs with aged technology systems. So the scale and scope of this project was very important for us. So we focused on the collaboration and picked key leaders from the public safety departments, Marine, Fire, Police, and Information Technology. Put our heads together and determined what technical requirements and unique operational needs were for the community, not only today, but tomorrow, but for the foreseeable future as things evolve so quickly. That key leadership team consisted of myself, Deputy Fire Chief Chrissy Teichman, Marine Safety Captain Kai Bond, and IT Manager Jerry Soto. We would be remiss if we didn't thank the actual key subject matter experts who were the ones that actually attended the meetings, went and did site visits, did the research, polled their peers, examined what's out there and what's the potential is for the systems. And we'd like to thank them very much. And they include Fire Captain Danny Kalshower, Marine Safety Lieutenant Dane Dornan, Marine Safety Lifeguard Leslie Powley, and Charles White, Police Support Services Supervisor Kristen Berry, and Senior Dispatchers Jen Newswander, Liz Diaz, Kaylee Gilstrap, Records Clerk Aaron Barraza, and Jail Supervisor Monica Gailey. As you can see, they represent some pretty significant areas of public safety, and their opinions were very valued. And speaking with the department and city leadership, as well as internal discussions, we were given two options, and they were either to upgrade the software from vendors who put in for the 2020 RFP, or to consider an upgrade to the newest version of Hexagon. After months of research and discussions, the Hexagon Records Management System was identified as the best solution. Some of the key benefits of the Hexagon RMS system are that it's very robust, it's technologically advanced, and it's very user-friendly. The proposed system is a great opportunity for our public safety departments who are progressive and desire to operate efficiently. We feel the RMS will be at the heart of our technological capabilities and will promote seamless integrations with our current and future software, hardware, and other technology systems. Some of the key modules, or apps for lack of a better term, that come with the system are property and evidence, jail booking and processing, alarms and permits, report writing, calls for service, case management, traffic collision reporting, tracking chronic offenders, and statistical reporting. And with all of those combined, we'll see an ability to have much more broad incident management tools, streamline workflows for our employees, reducing and eliminating redundancy and rework, mobile field reporting for officers so they can write the reports in the field, sometimes even when they're with the citizens, an online reporting portal for community members to report things remotely from the residences or smartphones, improved data access and exchange of information, consistent data standards as the laws and community interests evolve. So in short, the technology provided by Hexagon will help us adapt to the evolving security challenges, which we've all seen recently happen locally, and ensure our effective response to incidents. The user-friendly interface empowers us to focus on our primary mission, which is ensuring public safety through exceptional performance, education, and community engagement. In our area of rapidly changing information landscape, this state-of-the-art system will be foundational for us to streamline processes, ensure data integrity, and ultimately deliver the exceptional public safety services for the Lagoon Beach community that we all serve. Turn it back to Gavin.
So the recommendations for tonight, we added one, and that's number 4, but I'll go through them real quickly. The first one is authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Hexagon for $1,004,509 to upgrade the public safety department records management system. The second is authorize the city manager to execute agreement with Hexagon for $94,200 to purchase the mobile field reporting software. It's an add-on to the records management system. And the third is authorize the city manager to utilize $150,000 of the IT master plan just to fund some unforeseen challenges during the implementation and for any public safety overtime as we use some of the staff to help with the implementation itself, and we need coverage for those. And the fourth item with the recommendation we added was for the city council to find that this is an emergency situation, that an emergency situation exists in accordance with the Laguna Beach Municipal Code. And in that there is a significant risk of loss of the service and correlation risk of clear and imminent danger if an upgrade to the Hexagon records management system for the use of the police department is not completed by the end of 2024, thereby requiring immediate action by the city council in order to prevent or mitigate the effect on public safety and the loss of essential public services. And that recommendation was added for the council in addition to what's in the staff report. And we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Gavin. I have a couple questions for you. So are we having, is this a SaaS model or are we going to be hosting?
So the model is on premises. It's not going to be, that's the question. It's an on premises. It can potentially go to the cloud at a later date, but for now it is an on premises software program.
Is the $1 million, what's in there? Is that licensing fees? Is it hardware? What's in that $1 million?
The $1 million includes the implementation cost and the software cost, and then there's an ongoing maintenance of $50,000. But the majority of the cost is the implementation and the software.
So do we have to do a data migration for the old RMS, or how does it go?
I think I can answer a little bit of that, and maybe David can answer a little more. David Urbitsky can answer a little more. I think they're going to try to migrate the older data into, and I use the term access database, but not bring over, I guess, older data or bad data, only bring over good data into the new system. So any data they need to keep that is really, it's just important to have, but not important to migrate, will be kept in a separate system. So you're not carrying over a lot of the 20-year-old data that just may not be necessary. And you want clean data in the system.
So they're going to do some data scrubbing in a way.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. All right. And you think it's fully implemented by September?
We have an absolute goal of September 2024. And just because of the older equipment that is currently hosting RMS, we need to have it replaced by that time.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions,
Okay.
if I could. Thank you. First of all, good report, and appreciated getting the history. So just so I'm clear, looking back to the earlier 2020, proposal, there were 11 proposals submitted, ranged in price from 500,000 to 3 million. This SOMA was selected for roughly 800 and almost $900,000 for a 5-year contract. So is this $1 million? Is we getting ongoing services from these guys, or is this one-time $1 million to them?
So it's an upfront million, and then it's a 50,000 annual maintenance for it.
Okay, so how long is the contract with them?
The contract is in perpetuity. You can pay 50,000 as long as the software is in place. So there's no end to that. And included in those is automatic upgrades and things, so the product will stay current as we progress.
So in arriving at your recommendation here, did you go back and look at all, I wasn't quite clear on who you went back and analyzed as prospective providers? Did you go back to all the 11 original, other than SOMA, obviously?
So we went back and we looked at the ones that were the ones higher scoring, I guess, the ones that were selected to move on to kind of a demonstration phase of the RFP. We didn't go back to all because when you get a number of, some of them don't really work for Laguna just because of the challenges Laguna has. For example, in that RFP, we allowed for people to bid just on a police component. And this year we were looking at, you want to police, fire, and marine safety. You had to have all 3 pieces. So we looked at the ones that could do that in the last RFP. And then the police, the staff, the working group itself went out and looked at new demos, because obviously it's been a few years since we did those. We want to see how the software and the providers have progressed in providing new services. And so they went through demos for all the kind of the more well-known products, just to make sure, what fit and what was the best fit for Laguna Beach.
Okay, thank you. And the last question I had, Captain, I think this is going to be a huge benefit, but I'd like to just hear you describe it. What's the impact of the mobile field reporting software? How's that going to help us? What's that going to be good for?
Well, currently our officers write their reports in the station, and a lot of that's because even with our new MDC computers, the signal, the software, the hardware doesn't support it. So it crashes. They have to write their narratives in Word and cut and paste it in there because the spell check and grammar check is very poor. So basically the exact opposite of that. They're going to be able to undock their laptops from their computer, take them into houses, maybe go write the reports in a hospital, or a local business, take it out if they're doing a burglary and actually itemize all the items with the citizen. So that'll save the citizen time rather than asking them to, hey, send me the list later. Let's do this now, fill it out, it's complete. It'll get routed and approved quicker. It'll get sent to court quicker, essentially limiting a lot of the delays that we're seeing now.
That's great. Thank you.
I think you've done your homework with the committee you had. How many hours did you spend on analyzing this project in terms of man hours for the total committee? Any idea?
I don't know. I was trying to calculate it in my head, but I would say at least 200 hours between meetings, site visits, going out of town.
Okay, good job. One of the things question I have is, premise-based models of software going out, and ASP model is the future. They just don't offer that at this point. Is that Hexagon doesn't offer that? Because obviously there's backup with the cloud. There isn't on on-prem. How do you deal with the possible redundancy that you need for a critical system like this?
So we will have the redundancy on-prem, and then Hexagon does have the ability to go to cloud. We felt the better step was to get it on premises and then eventually go to the cloud
Migrate it? Okay.
and migrate it out. But
That'd be a few years.
and that was part of the evaluation process that the working group did, especially on the IT side. The other cities that actually use Hexagon just found that it was better to do on-prem today, now, and eventually move off when it's just a little more fine-tuned cloud product, just because of the reliance you have on a records management system.
But it's really Hexagon doesn't offer that cloud yet.
They do.
They do?
They do. I don't want to say they don't. They do.
Okay.
It's just not where we thought it needed to be.
I see.
But it will be. They're definitely working on it, and they definitely have it. It just wasn't something we thought was something we could just leap into today. But it's definitely on the horizon for us to move to.
So going back to the cost, it's $1 million something, 94 plus the 150, and the $50,000 is an ongoing cost for all upgrades to the software in perpetuity, or that's going to increase over time?
Well, I would say in perpetuity, but the
Well,
idea is, yeah, you pay,
you have a
there will be I don't remember if there's an inflator, but I'm sure for a longer period of time, there will be some inflation to that.
But
But
the
the
fif-
idea is that maintenance cost will maintain the system and do all upgrades, which is
okay.
something we kind of didn't have
For
before.
5 years, is that the first segment, or is it 1 year? What was it? What's the 50,000 to?
I apologize, Councilor Rose, I'll have to go back and look to answer that particular
Okay.
question. I don't have the
The
answer.
last question I have is improved citizen reporting tools. Exactly what does that mean?
So when I arrived here about a year and a half ago, we actually had to take our online citizen reporting down because it wasn't secure. It was a weakness. So essentially reestablish that. So if I have my car gets vandalized, I don't have any information as to who did it. I can fill out a report online, get my case number for my insurance, upload a photograph, and move on. Detectives will still do the investigation, but it just provides a very easy process for people to do that.
Okay. And a question of, let's say, crime statistics. I looked at San Mateo. They have a mapping system as a web interface, tells you exactly where crimes occurred historically. They're color coded by type of crime. Can residents have that with this system? Is that something that is
I know we
available?
explored that. I don't know if that was a particular module with this, but certainly
Web
with
interface?
no, Chris, you want to talk about that? Yeah, there'd be like a map overlay and you'd see the different symbols. They can search by neighborhood or put in a specific time window. And then it kind of like we do now with
Flag.
our log. Yeah, and
Okay.
you can customize it, but you can get very basic details, a disposition of what happened.
Or just the numbers, I don't know if the people need the detail, but they don't know. I think it'd be useful to have that information so is it included or it's a module that's separate, you said?
I'd have to ask the experts. I remember discussing it and
Okay.
seeing some stuff, but I couldn't remember if it was an add-on from a different company and they just allowed for the integration for it.
Okay, so
Chris,
it's an additional cost that we're not looking at that I think residents would benefit from knowing were there, arrests or not arrests, or maybe arrests as well, just statistics, on what's happening in the community that they may not like.
I'd have to get back here. I know the chief's given us guidance to have that transparency available for our citizens, on our website so that they can see that as well as anything else they might want to know, which I think will help reduce, some of the narrative and the commentary that might necessarily timing or accurate
Okay.
that you see on some of the social media sites.
Well, that's what I'd be looking for residents. Thank you.
Most of my questions have been answered. I do want clarification on one thing, or I'm asking for you, Gavin. So is the $50,000 maintenance cost guaranteed for a certain period of time?
That's the one question I need. I just need to look at the contract, which I haven't had time, so I will get an answer to that
That'd
momentarily.
be nice to know, because if we spend over $1 million on this and then they come to us next year and say it's
60.
300,000.
Well, yeah, but usually when you license software, the upgrades, if you pay your maintenance fee, you get the upgrades. I mean, it's
Is this
pretty-
a license?
Very common. Yeah, I'm sure it is. We have,
Yeah.
yeah, they're making, it. They're allowing.
It is
to
a
use their
license.
Yeah.
Correct.
It includes all software releases for a year and then something else, and then you pay the next year.
Absolutely correct.
Okay, but we don't know how much that'll increase over time based on the contract.
Okay. I'm gonna terminate this discussion and can we have a motion? Oh, did we take public comment? Anybody want to comment on this item? No? Anybody online? Come on up. Yeah, do you want to comment?
In the 80s, I worked for IBM and Motorola in quality management systems. And things have actually immigrated to unbelievable levels for use of cloud
Mhm.
computing. I think this system doesn't have cloud connection. And I think that would be of concern to me. It's very important to have that cloud connection. Nobody actually hosts anything locally anymore. It's old systems, in my opinion. Thanks.
Anybody else want to speak on this item? Cheryl, anybody online?
Yes, I do have one hand.
Okay.
Judy, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I have a couple of questions. I didn't quite understand why we're in the emergency that we are, that's kind of pushing us, and why we didn't do it sooner. But my question, a couple questions. How many cities have implemented it? Have we gotten, many references, all the references? And also, if I were to have a call, if I called dispatch, will I have the ability to text a photo, or either, text a non-emergency request? I'm really excited that we're upgrading, and I really hope that the public's interface with this system is going to be a step up, because I would love to be able to submit a photo to the dispatcher and whatnot. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judy. Any other comments? Any other?
No other hands, Mayor.
Hands? Okay, can you answer those questions, Gavin?
I'll have to go in order. So.
Don't have to worry about the emergency nature. We already know that.
Right, the emergency nature. And I think the question is if you can submit versus on it's on the computer aided dispatch system. I think that's different from the records management, maybe on the photo they submit. So that goes through the computer aided dispatch, not the records management itself. And I can't recall what the other question was.
How many cities? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, we did the site visits at, I believe, 3 locally, 2 in Orange County. I'm sorry, 2 in LA County, 1 in Orange County, and 1 Riverside County. And then we did a phone call with North Dakota, who has the same software, and they represent 200 different agencies within the state, all with under the umbrella of this software. And to touch a little bit more, we might not be able to take a text message, a non-emergency text message, but with our Axon that we just went to, we're able to connect much easier with the community. We've got a couple other softwares that's going to do that. So certainly if there's a case opened or we have dispatchers with that software open, they can send something in, because that'd be ideal. Here's a photograph or video of something that just happened, get it to us, and we can deploy that to the officers. So I do foresee that between this and a couple other integrations, we will have that up and running by in a year or less.
Okay.
One last question, I guess, is if you want to migrate to the cloud, what is that going to cost, and who is the maintenance party involved? Is that us or is it Hexagon? I mean, you said they do it now, but not very well. Is that what the problem is?
So I know I have Tammy Heaton on the line if she wants to unmute. She's with Hexagon, and she could probably answer that particular question.
Yes, thank you, Gavin. Yes, thanks, council. So on call, the solution that you're purchasing can be upgraded or migrated to the cloud. So it is absolutely a cloud option. the city has opted to implement this on an on-prem solution. We do have other agencies implementing on-call records, what you're looking at in front of you, in the cloud. So it would just be a migration from an on-prem implementation to an in the cloud implementation. The software is the same.
And the cost is different, and what is that, if it is?
So for cloud, you will have to, we'll have to look at cloud cost. That is outside of this proposal. I don't have those numbers because we've only been talking about an on-prem solution. The
And you
software,
have customers on it now?
we have several in implementation, a very large implementation in Florida, one in Georgia. So we do have several in implementation of the cloud solution of on-call records.
Okay, thank you.
Any further comment, council? No, ready for
I would
motion?
move the revised recommended action, including recommendation number 4 regarding the emergency situation. And I don't think I'd make it part of the motion, but I think there's a sentiment, I think, that moving it to the cloud would be beneficial, right? So we should hopefully be thinking about that alternative. So I'll move the revised recommended action.
I'll second that. I did want to make the comment that the cloud is the way to go, and I'd want to do that as soon as we could. But again, I'll second Bob's motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to go back to item number 19, which is the Woods Cove undergrounding, and I'm going to resume the meeting on this item and ask staff to come up and report.
I'm going to excuse myself again. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Good evening again, Council. We are back. So we brought up an additional slide here tonight with the assessment ballot tabulation results. We completed the tally of the ballots in conference room A, and I'm just going to run down the numbers here real quick. The total ballots returned were 326, which represents approximately 86% of the total ballots that were sent out. That amounts to $12.6 million. The total valid ballots returned were 307. There were some ballots that were returned incomplete or unsigned, so they were not counted toward the final results. So going down below, the no vote count was 129 votes. The yes vote count was 178. And as stated, there were 19 votes that were incomplete. So that results in a total assessment amount of yes votes, $7.3 million. A total assessment amount of no votes, approximately $4.65 million. And the percentages applied to that are 61.1% for the yes votes, 38.9% for the no votes, resulting in a successful vote for this district.
Mayor, if I can add as well, I'd asked for an additional calculation because it had been raised by some residents along the way. What if we didn't count our vote? What if we didn't count our vote for our contribution? The outcome of that would have been 60.8%. Can you throw those other numbers back up so that people can compare to what I'm going to mention? The outcome of that would have been 60.8% yes to 39.2% no.
Okay.
0.3%. The difference would have been 0.3%. So the outcome would have been the same either way.
Okay, very good. Well, I'd like to congratulate the yeses and those of you who've worked so hard for 10 years on this, Karen and Larry and your 58 lieutenants. Yeah, that's remarkable. The very big district, it's remarkable. Okay, council, we have 5 items that we need to approve, A through E. Since the assessment district was successful, does anybody want to make a motion or make any comments?
Yeah, this is the recommendation 6, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, first of all, congratulations to the district. I think this is wonderful news from a public safety standpoint. So, thank you for your heroic efforts. But we've got 5 items, so adopt the resolution, attached resolution titled declaring the results of the election and adopt and then B, adopt the resolution awarding the contract for the construction of improvements. Third, approve the city contribution of $1,578,117 for general benefit from the street lighting utility fund. Second contribution of $1,179,000 as a public safety benefit from the Wildfire Mitigation and Fire Safety Fund, and authorize the city manager to approve the project-related expenses and construction change orders not to exceed $1,291,258. So I'd move all 5 of those.
Okay, is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, that's 4-0. Congratulations.
And thank you, Pierre. for all
Thank you,
your work
Pierre.
on this.
Thank you
Yeah.
for that.
Thank you.
Here. Okay. Hmm?
This stuff is ugly.
Totally. 100%. Okay, we need to get George back in here. I don't know where he went. Okay, that brings us to item number 24, which is consideration of the Housing and Human Services Committee's recommendation to establish a local housing trust fund.
Good
Okay.
evening, Mayor and City Council. Jennifer Savage, Housing Program Coordinator. The Housing and Human Services Committee is requesting that the City Council authorize the establishment of a local housing trust fund. The committee has provided a detailed analysis, which is included in your packet as attachments 1 and 2. This evening, staff is requesting that council review the committee's recommendation and provide feedback and direction to staff. If the City Council directs staff to pursue a local housing trust fund, staff would return to City Council with further analysis and legislative documents to establish the trust. Staff would like to extend a thank you to past and current Housing and Human Services Committee members who have contributed to this endeavor thus far, including current committee member Jackie Shafkin and former committee member Alex Runagi. With that, staff would like to introduce Housing and Human Services Committee member Jackie Shafkin, who will present for this item.
Jackie, would you rather sit at the table? You're welcome to.
Sure.
Yeah.
David, if you could go ahead and bring up the presentation.
Yeah.
Put this, okay.
Hi, Jackie Shafkin. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm not going to go through every slide because we provided a detailed memo and also some underlying links. So, and I know it's late. Could you go to the next slide, please? So these are the documents that were provided. And I think you do have a good idea of what housing looks like in our town, the number of households we have. If you could go to the next slide, please. Okay, so I also know that you did see the cover memo from staff. I wanted to focus on why establish a local housing trust fund versus just looking at the county trust fund as an opportunity for advancing affordable housing here. You have all the information on the local housing trust fund program itself, which is something that we hope to apply for. We would suggest, or we would hope that the city would apply for to get matching funds. But having a local housing trust fund provides more opportunities than just applying for grant money. I know that we are a member of the Orange County Housing Finance Trust, and that is, again, documented in the memo from staff. We have more flexibility with having a local housing trust fund, besides the fact that it's local. The county is got a specific focus in its guidelines. So I just wanted to point out, it's not just about applying for the funds. It's for creating this visible and very needed, not only awareness, but ability to market that we have a commitment to housing and how we're going to fund it. And you can go to the next slide, please. In terms of why we think the timing is right to do this now, aside from the fact that the local housing trust fund program grant application opens in March and closes in May, so now's the time to be contemplating this so that we could get a list of, get a NOFA established in advance of applying. And the fact that this is also, for now, the last cycle of the local housing trust fund program with funding. This was funded from, I don't know, Prop 1 back in 2018 for a certain number of years. While there are several housing bonds on the ballot in 2024, right now, this is the last year that it's funded. So now would be a good time to take advantage of it. And also now is a good time because of the fact that the budget process is coming up. And we like to put this out there now so that we are ready to roll when the city council is hopefully considering dedicating a source of ongoing revenue to a housing trust. Could you go to the next slide, please? I'm going to skip over this because this information is in your packet. Could you go to the next one, please? This too, I just want to touch on briefly because our goal here is that you will give authorization to go forward. But I'm just planting the seed. There's many proposed revenue sources that we're local housing trust fund we believe could tap into. Want to point out too, if we apply for a specific grant, the land value is included in our matching funds. I just want to point that out in terms of it's not a revenue source, but it is a source of funds for matching funds if we apply for the grant program. Could you go to the next slide, please? Okay, my favorite thing is the existing transient occupancy tax on the short-term lodging, $970,000. To me, that's just such easy pickings. I could go on, but I do want to point out that there are other tourist towns that are using short-term transfer occupancy tax directly for affordable housing. There's several listed there that are in Colorado, Aspen, Carbondale, Steamboat Springs. This is not a new concept. Next slide, please. And I'm not going to go through these now. I'll bother you at a future meeting. I'll attend many budget meetings and tell you my thoughts. Go on, please, to the next slide. Okay. There's different ways you can organize it. What I propose is pretty straightforward and pretty, I would say, typical for a local housing trust fund. This, again, is just a repeat of what you already have. Could you go on to the next slide, please? We have lots of ideas for what we would establish for program priorities. In addition to applying for the matching grants from the state. There's lots of pilot programs. One that comes to mind is doing an ADU grant program with forgivable loans. We've got lots of opportunity to target specific groups here. I think a third of our households are single person households. And a third of our households in town are have senior that's over 65. The tourism marketing district report was discussed earlier. But in short, there's a plethora of opportunities for us to do a pilot program. And also importantly is that we know that there is support from individuals in this community to consider establishing a nonprofit. There are multiple community members that have mentioned that they have perhaps in the future would like to donate a single family residence. We look at this as a great opportunity to partner with the city. But I really do feel like it is the city's, not me, I'm speaking for the committee. We have a responsibility. You know what the responsibility is. We've talked about it quite a bit. So this is the time to do it. Could you go on, please? Administrative elements are all listed in the, we're going to go beyond this. It's important stuff, but it's not rocket science. It's very programmatic, and it's not hard to develop or replicate. Could you go to the next slide, please? When I say administrative elements, I also mean things like a sample resolution to apply for a grant, a sample ordinance, if you would prefer to put it in an ordinance form. Many city councils actually do, they do a resolution. So it's not rocket science. It's not complicated. There are many models out there. There's not a perfect model. So you really do see a customization to what individual cities need. I have a couple case studies. I know it's quite late, but so I don't want to, if you can just kind of read there, but basically Palo Alto is a city that has taken advantage of establishing a new public housing trust fund. And they did it by reallocating existing dollars. And they did theirs specifically to apply for the housing trust fund program. Could you go on, please, to the next slide? And they're building with their grant money, they're building a particular project. Could you go on, please? I know I'm talking fast, but it's late. Can you go past this one and the next one and go directly to, that's a similar situation. Petaluma applied for a specific grant. They are basically modifying a hotel. What I want to talk about just for a minute was Carlsbad, and the reason that I think that housing trust fund, a local housing trust fund, is a good idea beyond just a applying for a grant. They established theirs many years ago, but it really provides a great opportunity to bring visibility and reporting about what they're doing for developing housing. And it's just easy to understand. It's easy for the city, not only staff to understand, I would say city council, but also community members. You can go to a nice report and understand they've pulled everything together. So they basically allocate all the dollars that they, through their housing and equivalent of a housing in lieu fund, they put it all in a housing trust fund. And that just brings a lot of clarity and also consistency in looking from year to year as to the progress that's being made and what they're spending their dollars on that are to support housing. So at this point, if you have any questions, I know that was quick, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jackie. Anybody have any questions for Jackie or Jennifer?
So the grants that you would apply for, if you did have trust, you could apply for a grant. And you showed an example here of Palo Alto. Was it almost a matching grant? It looked like it from the numbers.
Yes, for that one it was. So for the local housing trust fund program, which a local housing trust fund is the applicant, you have to have basically call it a fund. You wrap it in a bow and you call it a local housing trust fund. The applicant can apply for up to $5 million. And they can use land as a donation, other funds. So that's the maximum you can apply for is $5 million.
Okay. So let's say we become a housing trust, and I think the idea is a good one. We do want to have a private partner, a citizens group that develops their own, I don't know what you'd call it, but work with a nonprofit to build, so the city can't do this alone, right?
Correct. But so to your point, though, if you're talking about applying for a matching grant to, let's say, develop a project, The way it works is the city would probably put out on its website, a NOFA for basically developers, we're going to apply for a grant. So here's some sites that we own. Is anybody interested? I know the city council has had conversations with some existing properties in town. That will solicit some interest, okay? And when you apply for the grant, it's not that you have to have the project complete with here's a number of units and there's basically a grading system, okay? So you get points for different things. The city is generally not developing the property. You're working with a nonprofit developer that's going to come in and say, we want to build it, but we need money. What the city's going to provide is either cash and or some donation of land. Let's say that equals $3 million. If you're applying to the local housing trust fund for it's matching, they're going to give you a $3 million grant that you don't have to pay back to them, but that you're going to use to loan to the developer. So the city's not going to develop, but it's not necessarily going to profit. It's not going to be the local nonprofit probably that it's going to partner with. But eventually, we do believe that there is an opportunity. We believe that I hope, in this city, establish a nonprofit for the purpose of working with the city to develop affordable housing. I could go on and on about that, but for the grant program, it's probably not going to be a local nonprofit that's starting now that's going to be developing that. It's going to be an existing affordable housing developer. It's probably a nonprofit.
Okay, thank you. I think that needs, then also there's some restrictions that come with those grants, I imagine. And what are those generally?
So, and I can speak to it real quickly, but if you might want to speak to it, but there's a standard set of guidelines. Okay. But what you can use the grant money for, I could go back and show you on the slide, or it's probably in here.
And then who's eligible? Because when you get grants, it opens it up to a bigger, wider community to apply for those apartments.
The subject grant program eligible applicants are housing trust funds. So not every city has a housing trust fund, not every nonprofit has one. So there is some limit there. In terms of the limitations on the use of the funds, staff does provide a short synopsis on page 3 of 5 of your packet. One example of those limitations is that no more than 20% of those funds can go towards moderate household units, and at least 30% of the funds have to go to extremely low households.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask a quick hypothetical, just for everyone's understanding? So hypothetically, let's say that we're able to negotiate with the school district. We get a portion of the Vista Aliso site, and our plan is to go out for tax credits and find a developer to develop affordable housing, right? Without this, we couldn't go and take that land and get matching funds up to $5 million. With this, we can. Is that right?
If you have land.
Yeah.
Well, we're saying we.
No, we're saying hypothetically we
Yeah,
do.
hypothetically you have land. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's really simple what this is.
Yeah.
It's just
It's
turning
not rocket
$1
science.
into
Yes.
2 up to
Right.
$5 million.
Fill out an
It's a good
Excel
deal.
spreadsheet and it says, what are your sources? It's got to be cash on
Absolutely.
deposit
Yeah.
or land that you have. Those are generally the sources.
Yeah.
Most cities
Yep.
have some land.
Yeah. So it's a no-brainer, and it's simple because we already have funds. We already have potentially land, right? And so then the question is, do we want to turn that $1 into 2 or do we not?
Yes.
Right.
I have a question. I understand that when some of these affordable housing developers, some of the money that they, where it comes from, there's limitations on how the ultimate user or the beneficiary, there can't, on one of the slides, it mentioned, you went through them really quick, but I kind of caught, one of them said pilot program, and then I caught the word artist in there. But can we actually control that if we use this grant money, or are there restrictions?
Okay. So for the grant money, for a project that's done with the grant, Jennifer gave the kind of the breakdown of, what percentage of the units or what percentage basically of the funds would have to be to support units with individuals, 50% of, but having a local housing trust fund is more than just applying for that particular grant program. Cities that have local housing trust funds may apply for that grant program, but the other thing they're doing is they're allocating money from a recurring source of revenue from their city for housing needs, even outside of this grant program. So what I was trying to do there is illustrate we have multiple avenues that we can pursue to increase affordable housing in this town through a local housing trust fund. One would be to apply for the grant. That might take a land donation and some amount of money. Let's say the city decides it's going to dedicate a source of revenue and dedicate the equivalent of $500,000 a year to housing. A local housing trust fund then could do other pilot programs. It could do any programs at once. It doesn't even have to be called you could do it without having a housing trust fund, but the benefit of calling everything under a housing trust fund is that it gives clarity, I think, to putting all of your housing programs together in an easy to understand way. So my suggestion, when I said there's a pilot program, that would not be through the grant program. That would be in addition to applying for the grant. Because it's not going to be just one housing project in this town that's going to fix our housing problem.
Right.
It's going to be all these things layered together.
And let me put it another way. So if we did workforce housing, could we restrict it to people that are working in town, or can people that work in Mission Viejo occupy?
You can, yeah, I know.
Yes, municipality like the city of Laguna Beach can put local tenant preferences into policies, grant funding. We would just have to make sure that it complies with the local tenant preference laws.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. Anybody want to speak on this item?
Thank you.
Of course.
Here he is.
Now, Jackie's kind of given you the technical. I'm going to give you the real. The basic question is, does Laguna Beach want to create affordable housing? Or are we going to pretend to create it and make the effort without really intending to do it? If we really want to do some housing, we got to create a bucket, called a trust fund in this case, where it's focused. Now, the question of whether we should be a local or Orange County. Of course, we keep saying Laguna is so unique, yet we're going to pitch in with Orange County. They've got their whole agenda, and navigating doing a affordable housing project in this town is going to be complicated to begin with. Think about trying to do it through Orange County. So it's a no-brainer. You do it here. There was a question about, well, do we have to quit Orange County? No, we can just this year, Orange County checks a box and says Laguna Beach is not included. Done. As the amount of money, well, I think Jackie talked about when you contribute the land, there was in the report that we could only get $1 million. Well, that really isn't quite accurate. Then there was a question of what is this going to cost? And there was a budget item in the report of $175,000. Well, if you're working on creating affordable housing, somebody's going to have to do it, whether you have a trust fund or you're just doing it because that's what we need to do in order to keep the state from taking over. So $175,000 is kind of not a real number. I mean, people might spend the time, but they're going to spend it one way or the other. There's a number of housing trust funds. What is it? The one that was $110,000 with Carlsbad, and yeah, I mean, so, it sounds expensive. It ain't. The important companion, and I think, George, you were trying to touch on it, is the nonprofit bucket. Privately organized in this town, and we all know there's money. We know that there are folks who are living in a $2 million house. They don't have any kids. They want to leave something to the community, and they can donate their house, not necessarily, and we convert it into cash. With Susie Q, we took, they had $1 million of plan, less than $1 million of plan giving. We started a program, we're almost up to $5 million. This is a real vehicle that can do things like vouchers in effect. When we talk about this, the district downtown housing, this is an area where vouchers might be the route to providing the support. So This is a no-brainer, guys. You got to do it. Thank you.
Thanks, Cody.
Here comes the money.
Got all the heavy hitters here tonight.
I think to back up a bit, think about what's at stake here, and it's been a problem that's been increasing over the years, is that we've taken great care of the environment. We've taken great care of our public safety, fire, all that stuff. But we're losing the diversity of the people who live here. And that was one of the prime reasons we all chose Laguna Beach. This kind of effort can help with that. We're not going to re-engineer the economy of Orange County, but we can do stuff. My issue has to do with the fact that I don't represent the constituency, but Laguna Beach Seniors is extremely interested in the area of affordable housing for seniors. But really, when you get right down to it, we're interested in affordable housing for our community because so many of them serve seniors, and with a little luck, they all become seniors. So we're not drawing a hard and fast line. This whole issue of nonprofit participation is very important to us because it appears as if we're going to get anywhere from 4 to 5 houses donated to us in the next 5 to 15 years. I hope 15 for the people who are donating them, but we'll see. The issue then becomes, what do we do with those homes? Usually when a nonprofit gets a big asset, they sell it and put the money into some sort of fund that will help sustain them in their core activities. Housing advocacy has been on our radar forever, but becoming a housing agency is probably not the best use of our skills. So we're looking for feedback from Housing and Human Services Committee is just a dynamite group. They know, they've forgotten more about this topic than I know now. So that's not the problem. The problem is, how do we manage all of this? What do we do with these homes? Because we'd like to put them to work as affordable homes, and that could range over the spectrum of board and care, which we don't have, other issues, other things that we don't have. And the other thing is that there are a lot of different elements in a small town that are going to go into this mix of affordable housing opportunities. How do we coordinate all of that? We really need, in addition to a housing trust fund, we need some sort of entity that will manage all of these opportunities and coordinate them for the benefit of the people who live here or who work here. You know, I want our teachers here. I don't know why. No one asked me, but why in the school board spending all that money on a pool and nothing on housing for their people? Anyway, end of time, but you get my drift. We have philanthropic money, possibly as much as $1 million, and we need help in knowing where to put it for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
I agree with everything that Chris just said. And this is a very important step. I've experienced what can happen when people donate property and they don't know where to donate it to, so they donate it to their alma mater or some other entity outside of our community, when that donation could have gone to doing something specifically to benefit the local community if there was a place to put that donation. And so I think this is the first step in facilitating those kinds of donations. I think we need to do the kinds of things that Chris was describing, because that management entity has to be extremely trustworthy. People have to believe in it, that if I give my house to this entity, they will really manage it the way the agreement says they're going to manage it. And so this is the first step in going that direction, but we need to pursue it and go further so that people can feel confident that they're really achieving something for the community. And I believe from the village standpoint, if we want to preserve our village and people donate their home to be affordable housing for someone who is really important to the local community but can't afford to live here anymore, that retains that house as a village house, not a remodeled giant mansion in the future. It is forever a house that will retain the character that we treasure here in Laguna Beach. So there's multiple benefits to this whole approach. And I certainly laud the Housing Committee for pursuing this, and Chris for what he does with the seniors. This has, to me, some of the most potential for actually saving some affordable housing. Thank you.
Bottom line, if you guys commit to doing this, you're committing to affordable housing. It's something that we've worked at toward. Hours and hours and hours of committee time has been spent on this, and it is something that we truly believe in, and we think that you all should put your imprimatur on this as well. It's time. It's just time. And the nonprofit can take care of itself, but the Housing Trust Fund, you guys have to do. Thanks.
Okay. Anybody else? No? Cheryl, anybody online?
I have a couple hands. Christine Bauman, go ahead. You can unmute yourself.
Good evening. A lot of meaty issues tonight, especially around housing. First, I wanted to thank the Housing and Human Services Committee for putting this really important issue forward for consideration. It's clearly a step in the right direction. I'm speaking on behalf of the Laguna Beach seniors tonight, who have consistently voted to put affordable housing for seniors as one of their primary advocacy issues. And they actually formed a committee to focus on this objective in 2024. So as a former housing advocate for the Building Industry Association and former board member of the Orange County Housing Trust, and current advisory board member for Jamboree Housing, I'm elated that this issue has come to the forefront as a key city council objective. However, there's some aspects that may be worth considering going forward. And number one, instituting a local housing trust fund, we have to remember it would require developing a board of directors, hiring staff, legal counsel, and administrative costs and more, which could entail startup cost as much as $400,000 a year. Although a local housing trust would provide opportunities for us to apply for state funds, the grant process is competitive, and we would be competing with other entities statewide, other cities. Secondly, with the city being a current and ongoing member of Orange County Housing Finance Trust, it will be important that shovel-ready projects, affordable, low-income, very low-income housing projects, be put forth to ensure a deferred loan approval. I'm not sure if we are at that point yet. I don't think we've identified shovel-ready projects, but that would certainly be worth pursuing first. The Orange County Housing Finance Trust has funded 18 projects in excess of $65 million since its inception in 2019, according to Adam County's trust representative. And by the way, Jamboree Housing was one of its first clients. So I just want to say I applaud the staff and the city council for bringing this forward for your approval tonight and respectfully request that whatever entity or process is ultimately decided, that the senior population is represented. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, next hand is John Thomas. Go ahead, John.
Hi. Well, I obviously support the efforts to address affordable housing needs. And my comment is just about a potential funding source that I hope you'll pursue. And I was happy to see that mentioned in one of the attachments to the agenda report was a funding mechanism based on a fee on second homes. And I believe this is justifiable in that in Laguna, the housing element says there are something like 10,500 households occupying over 13,000 units, housing units. So that means there's 2,500 second homes in Laguna that sit vacant much of the year while we have a housing cost problem, shortage. And there's clearly a nexus between the high cost of housing in Laguna and the availability of housing. It's reasonable to conclude that removing housing units from the housing stock to be used only occasionally as a second home puts upward pressure on the price of the remaining housing that is available for full-time occupancy. Now, obviously, we need an opinion of the city attorney about whether this could be done, and it would presumably take a ballot measure to do this. But the thought is, why not assess a small annual fee on homes located in Laguna that are not the owner's primary residence, that are not short-term lodging, that are not otherwise rented, and are simply second homes that are vacant much of the year. The fee could be quite small, but a small fee on a large number of second homes could add up to a substantial revenue source. The average property tax paid by Laguna residential property owners is about $12,000, but that's assessed value, and a house could be worth a couple $1 million with that $12,000 tax. So an annual charge of 1% of the average property tax would be $120. An annual charge of $120 on each of the $2,500 units that are probably the second homes would generate $300,000 of revenue a year. So if you crank that up a little bit to maybe 4%, that's less than $500 a year per home, and that would generate over $1 million annually, $1.2 million actually, that could support more than $20 million of debt that could then pay for a lot of housing. So I hope you look into this. In the remaining couple seconds, I just want to point out one thing that I do find missing from the conversation. I just have never heard a very clear explanation of the goal precisely, meaning, are we trying to house workforce? Are we trying to house seniors? What exactly is it? Because the game plan depends on what we're trying to accomplish. So I hope that gets clarified a little bit as this goes forward. That's it.
Okay, thank you, John. Any other speakers?
No other hands, Mayor.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council for comments.
I'd like to comment if I could, Mayor. Thank you. I think John's got a great idea. I think you need 3 elements to this. We need to approve this trust. And secondly, we need to find, I think that'll plant the flag for people to want to create a nonprofit. It'll say, City of Laguna is serious about affordable housing. The third thing we need is the funding source, and John has identified one, and that could be very, very useful for one of the funding sources. Hopefully there's more than one. So I definitely going to vote for approving this. I think you guys have done a great job on it, and it's about time.
Yeah, I really appreciate all the great public comments, and in particular, Jackie, I wish we could hire you as a consultant for every city project because you're amazing. So I agree with what George said. I think that the key thing here is the city needs to, the nonprofit entity, that's going to happen on its own, but the best way for that to happen is for the city to be willing to commit ongoing funds to this. So to me, the funds that make the most sense in terms of low-hanging fruit are the short-term lodging revenues, because I talked to someone the other day who was concerned about how because our short-term lodging is all in the commercial zone, which is where a lot of the apartments are. So it's taken away from the low-income housing stock. So I see a clear nexus between taking, apartments off the market into short-term lodging. And I think at the very least that revenue should be going back into housing. And I know that was proposed in the past. So it's obviously, we might not be able to cover like all of that funding in this next budget, but maybe if we could go to like, start at 25% this year and get to 50% and eventually get to the point where the ongoing revenues from short-term lodging are going into housing, I would be supportive of that. And then the other thing is Visit Laguna assesses the extra 2% on, I think, is it 3 or more units, right? So what you could do is because you have a inequitable situation in which, 1 unit short-term lodging unit is paying an effective 2% less. I don't know if tax isn't the right word, but 2% less in the rate. So if we could work with Visit Laguna to lower that threshold to just 1, then that would give us extra money that could be dedicated to this. So Mark and I are going to look into that. But I think in terms of staff direction, I don't know if there's council support for gradually increasing the revenue from short-term lodging to go towards housing, because I think there's a clear nexus.
Councilman.
I think Bob's next.
Go ahead, Sue. I just had a comment on Alex. Alex, I think we actually did that in one of the previous council meetings where we have allocated any additional short-term lodging, 2% for housing. Okay, that's already there, but that's a slow sort of a crawl to we need a real robust source of funding.
If we said, let's start with 25% in this budget and then we go to 50% in the next one, that's what I'm saying, is the existing short-term lodging.
Of the existing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
that would be fine. I think we also ought to look at this second home thing, because I think that is a very unpainful way of providing some funding for this as well. And it's very low cost for those who have a house here. It's not described $2,500. And that would be $60 a month for people that don't live here, and take away the housing stock. So I'd like to see if that's possible as well.
Bob? You
Yeah, just real quickly, because I know we're getting late. We still got other items. Thank you for the report. I think great job by the committee. And Alex, thank you. I know you've been pressing for this issue. The action that we're asked to take here really is just to have staff return with a further analysis for us of the proposal, both fiscal and legal. So I'm going to be supporting that recommended action. And then we'll see once staff comes back with the legal and fiscal analysis where we go next. I would, and Gavin's aware of this, I would remind, when we adopted last year's budget, as part of the budget resolution, we gave direction to staff already to identify a $500,000 ongoing source.
Yes.
So I don't think we need to get in the weeds. I think staff already has an adopted resolution with that direction as they begin to develop the 24-25 budget. So I'll be supporting this item.
I'd just like to make a quick comment on something that Chris said that resonated with me. And he mentioned the amount of money the school district is currently spending. And he mentioned teachers. There used to be several teachers that lived on my block, and they're gone now. And I've heard over the years what that meant to some of the students, having some of the teachers in town. So I think, Chris, you need to keep asking that question. And I know that there's some properties that might be available that the school district actually has some control over. And I think that they really need to look at the value of having those teachers live in town. And I think that it's overlooked. And I think that the community really needs to start asking some questions around that and holding the school board accountable.
Okay, I'm going to support this as well. So you'll be coming back with some further analysis and funding recommendations. I mean, I think we have some good ideas. I don't support doing anything with second homes. I think that's going to some can of worms, and we can find better funding sources for that and do that. But I'm going to support it. Can we get a motion?
Can I ask, as you consider a motion, if it's the desire of the council tonight to give staff direction to explore the suggestion made by at least two of you about the unoccupied housing. That staff would appreciate that direction. If not tonight, then in the future, but it's a significant undertaking and we don't want to make it without the direction of the council.
Well, I wouldn't say I'd vote for it, but I think it's an option we need to look at to see if it's available to us for funding this or for funding something else that we may want to fund, like purchasing open space, privately owned open space. So giving that direction, I would hope that someone else
Yeah.
will support that, looking at it.
My take on that is I think we ought to hold that for our strategic planning meeting. We've got a lot of, potential discussion regarding revenue generation. I think this is one topic only, so I just hold it for
I
a
agree.
broader discussion.
I
next
agree.
month.
Well, you think that 500,000 is enough for the housing fund?
No, I'm not
Is that
saying,
what
I'm
you're
just saying we already gave direction. We may give different direction when they come back.
We have a lot of
I'll-
revenue, we have a lot of capital needs, so we have to figure that out.
Sorry,
in
all I'm
context.
asking.
Okay, George, I'm talking in the context of everything else. I think was Bob's point is we have a lot on our plate and we need to
Yeah.
think about it and figure out what the best source is.
Plate, I'm asking that we just look at the option to see if it's possible. That's all. I'm not asking that we execute on it and go into a can of worms. It's not a can of worms. So anyway, that's what I would say. If somebody wants to support it with me, great. If not, then forget about it.
Well, what Bob is suggesting is that we bring it up in our strategic planning meeting in January.
And the reason I want to do that is there are a range of revenue options. This one may be relatively low yielding compared to others you might want to pursue. So all I'm saying is let's just have it as a part of a comprehensive discussion.
I'm with you, Bob, but what would those revenue options be that you're talking about that I don't know anything about right now?
Wait, that's what we're going to talk about. I'm going to cut this off now. We'll talk about that at our strategic planning session. Okay, do we have a motion up here?
I'd
And
move
as-
the recommended
And as
action.
part of the motion, can we have, Jackie and the committee work with Jennifer to kind of give that, whatever comes back to us? Does that work?
To work with staff to have the committee work with staff.
Have the committee give a recommendation on whatever the staff comes up with?
That's fine with me.
I'm okay with that too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's okay.
So, okay, move
Staff-
the recommended action and ask that the Housing and Human Services Committee work with staff in bringing back the final analysis and recommendations.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Great report. A lot of work.
Well, but Jackie's not.
And there's a couple other committee people that work on it. Thank you. All right, we're gonna start this appeal. And this is appeal of approval of design review, coastal development permit and mitigated negative deck pursuant to the CEQA and associated mitigation monitoring program of a 7,500 square foot, 3-story, single-family home, 31451 Coast Highway. And let's start with staff report.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm joined by my residential planning manager, Amber Dobson. I'm going to give the first half of the presentation, then I'll turn it over to Amber. So first, I apologize. So first, I want to recap the decision history on this project. It was approved by the Design Review Board on July 27th, 2023. I do want to note that the staff report noted it was a 4-1 decision. It was actually a 3-2 decision. So we've corrected that in the presentation. As part of that decision, the Design Review Board also adopted a mitigated negative declaration, which is a CEQA document. And then following the hearing, a notice of appeal was filed by 2 appellants on August 8th, 2023. And because the vote was 3-2 rather than 4-1, it does change the standard of review from substantial evidence to de novo review for this project. But it's important to note that regardless, it would have required de novo for the CEQA aspect of the appeal. And that's one of the key points of the appeal. So a little bit about the project location. It's 31451 Coast Highway. It's currently a vacant lot shown outlined in the boundary. Just to the south of it, there's another vacant lot that's currently under construction right now. The approved project was a 7,584 square foot residence. It's a contemporary style as shown in the renderings. It's 3 stories and it includes a 3-car garage. These are additional elevations of the project showing the west and north elevations. The project included a landscape plan and an evaluation of the existing plants on the site. The biological study found that there is no high value habitat on the site. The landscape plan proposes a palette that's appropriate for coastal bluffs. And it's important to note that there is 0.9 acres of coastal scrub on the property. This project would retain that and actually expand on that at a 2-to-1 ratio. So now I want to get into the basis of the appeal and the response of staff to some of the issues that were raised. So one of the contentions that the project does not comply with the design guidelines, the city's LCP, the Coastal Act, or CEQA. I do want to note that for this project, it does comply with the city's zoning code standards. The zoning code is a component of our local coastal program, or LCP. It was determined by the Design Review Board that it's compliant with the criteria and the design guidelines. The findings for the coastal development permit were also articulated in the Design Review Board staff report and made by the Design Review Board. And there was a mitigated negative declaration adopted for the CEQA component of this. That MND was supported by various studies, biological studies, archaeological, and it includes a mitigation and monitoring program primarily focused on the biological and archaeological values of the sites that mitigates potential impacts to less than significance. And I do want to note that we have the consultant that prepared that environmental document who's available to answer questions as well about it. Contention 2 is that the board lacked evidence to make a finding that the project is neighborhood compatible. As shown in the photos below, these are some of the buildings of the surrounding neighborhood. That side of Coast Highway is developed with houses. There's a condominium complex, Laguna Royale, just to the north of it. This is another photograph of other adjacent nearby developments. And it's important to note for this property, the building coverage was approved at 17.5%. The maximum allowed is 35%. So in fact, the building has a footprint that's 3,700 square feet below what the maximum allowed would be. Also, it has a height of 10 feet from the curb. The maximum is 15 feet. So the height is 5 feet below what the maximum would be. And in the Design Review Board's evaluation of this project, they determined that based on those factors and the appearance of the building from the street and the height in relation to the other adjacent buildings, that it was in fact neighborhood compatible. Contention number 3 is that pertains to view equity and that view equity wasn't achieved and the finding wasn't made. It's important to note that while the majority of the board did determine that view equity was made, the two dissenting votes were centered around view equity. Based on the minutes, it seemed that they thought there could be some additional refinements to the design to address that. And I do want to address view equity criteria number 16. That's the one that was applied to this, and some of the language from that criteria. So it states that development shall be designed to protect existing views from neighboring properties without denying the subject property the reasonable opportunity to develop as described. The design guidelines are intended to balance preservation of views with the right to develop property. So the criteria does anticipate that there's going to be a balancing of views between all parties involved, but it also recognizes that it shouldn't prohibit the reasonable development of the property. And as part of that criteria, it recognizes public views as well, and it gives deference to private views. But regarding public views, criteria 15.6 states to maintain view corridors when feasible, consider opportunities for public views, locate a building to retain view opportunities through side yards. So that's what that design criteria says about public views, and it seems to contemplate scenarios where a new development could impede the view and recommends that there should be some views along the side yards. And ultimately for this project, the design review board felt that it did achieve that balance between the neighboring properties and from the public view. There were also concerns raised about the staking. I want to note, and this is identified in the resolution, the staking plan was certified in October 2022. It was submitted to the city in June 2023, which is a requirement prior to scheduling the item for a hearing. So it was done in accordance with the city's code. There is a security fence around the site right now. As I mentioned earlier, there's a project to the south of this. It's under construction. It's adjacent to a public sidewalk. The building official felt it was imperative to maintain this fence. They're drilling caissons on the site that go 50 to 60 feet deep. There's no lighting. There's definitely a potential hazard situation. So for that reason, the security fence did have to be maintained even throughout this design review process. However, it was lowered from 8 to 6 feet to help with views over the property. And it's important to note that while in this case, the fencing is obstructing the story poles to an extent, it is fairly common to have story poles on a developed lot, and not all the poles can be represented because of the existing building that's on that site. So it is a fairly common scenario. And this is the vantage point shown in the photo from the public way. However, during the meeting, and I showed it in the prior hearing, in the prior slide, this is the photo from the vantage of the appellant Holly Street. I don't believe the fence is impacting their ability to evaluate the story poles. And then the other neighbor is to the north of the site, the other appellant, not screened by the fence. And with that, I will turn it over to Amber Dobson to address some of the additional issues.
Thank you. Good evening. One of the appeal contentions was that staff and the board ignored evidence that the Coastal Commission geologists had provided in how to determine where to locate the bluff edge. We need to specify that we do not have information from the Coastal Commission geologists that is specific to this project site. We do have a methodology for determining the bluff edge that's consistent with Coastal Commission guidance. The project site here, you can see the red line represents the bluff edge. The yellow line represents the bluff edge setback, 25 feet. The blue line is the building string line, and the green line is the deck string line. So the project complied with all appropriate setbacks When we look at a bluff edge determination, we are requiring all of our applicants, geologists, and our consulting geologists to use the definition that is from the certified land use element, the specific definition for a coastal bluff edge as it was amended in 2012. This is what we've been directed to do by Coastal Commission staff through a series of appeals, and this is the guidance that we've followed. As shown here on this slide, this exhibit was provided by the applicant's geologist, which states that the site is affected by a drainage course. So the yellow line represents the approximate line of the drainage course. The blue line represents the approximate line of a drainage division, and then the red line represents the bluff edge determination. So the bluff edge determination did reflect the current standards. This is a copy of our handout that we give to all applicants. And the determination was discussed in depth at the design review board hearing. Both the response to comments in the mitigated negative deck and the July design review staff report thoroughly addressed the bluff edge determination. Another contention raised in the appeal is that there is a misrepresentation of coastal scenic resources. We have analyzed both public views and private views. The private views were addressed under the design review criteria for view equity. And in terms of public views, there was an analysis with regard to CEQA and with regard to the local coastal plan. The environmental documents included an analysis of public view impacts. CEQA does require mitigation measures for impacts to aesthetics when a project substantially damages a scenic resource within a state scenic highway. The project site is private property and is not part of a state scenic highway. The Coast Highway immediately fronts the project site, but this is a private property. The response to comments dated July 14th also addressed scenic resources. In general, the policies of the local coastal plan require protection of coastal scenic resources, which are traditionally thought of as public viewing points on public property. So for example, trailheads, parks, public pavilions, designated viewpoints. The environmental document specifically states that public viewpoints are those that are experienced from a publicly accessible vantage point, and the private property does not represent a publicly accessible vantage point. The staff report from July 2023 addressed two applicable CDP criteria, number 4 and number 6, which reference scenic resources. So CDP criteria number 4 references scenic resources located in adjacent parks and recreation areas. The development is located adjacent to a beach, which would be considered a recreational area. However, views from the beach to the ocean are not impacted by this project. CDP criteria number 6 states that where feasible, projects should restore and enhance visual quality in visually degraded areas. That didn't apply to this project. There isn't a visually degraded area in this here. So the staff report addressed all applicable CDP and LCP criteria. Another appeal contention is that the board abused its discretion by adopting the mitigated neg deck without understanding it or taking the comment seriously. The board specifically commented on the content in the mitigated negative declaration and the included mitigation measures. The board did review the response to comments, which was dated July 14th, and the comments raised were addressed during the hearing as well. So the staff report dated in July also included a discussion of the CEQA determination, and based on that record, the board was able to make findings that the development did not have any significant adverse effects.
Okay, so now it's back to me for the options. I'm going to paraphrase this. So the council has the option of adopting a resolution and denying the appeal. You can also adopt the resolution, but apply more restrictive conditions to this approval than what was approved by the design review board. You can also direct staff to prepare a resolution that grants the appeal and overturns the decision. And then finally, you can grant the appeal, overturn the decision, and remand it back to the design review board. Staff's recommendation is to adopt the resolution denying the appeal, sustaining the design review board's decision as the project is in its current form. And I do want to note, I mentioned earlier about the voting record discrepancy. We did modify the resolution to reflect that. It was just a few edits to it. We struck out the sections that said staff finds there is substantial evidence because this is de novo and not the substantial evidence test. And there was a statement in there about staff finding that the board proceeded in the manner required by law. We proposed to strike that, not because we determined the board has not proceeded lawfully, but rather it's really a city council decision as to whether the board did so. And if you decide to deny the appeal, you would be making the determination that the action was in accordance with the law. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record. And those were some minor edits made to the resolution, and the resolution was posted on the website earlier today and circulated to the city council. And that concludes the presentation, and we're available for questions.
Okay, questions for staff? Anybody?
I have a question. One of the letters I received from Christopher Moore said in effect that these warned the applicant of my opposition early in January. Records show that previous city administrations warning the applicant about their problematic bluff claims several times in the past 2 decades. I wonder if that's accurate, or is that just, is there no record on that at all?
We did receive some emails throughout.
Previously, over the last 2 decades, this letter says.
I can't speak to the past several decades, but I do know that leading up to this project over the past year, I recall an email coming through. And I will note that one of the slides showed that a handout that we currently provide to applicants, that's based on the city's land use element definition of bluff edge. And we worked with Coastal Commission staff on that document and got their sign off on it. Because our goal is to ensure that if a project is appealed to Coastal Commission, that they uphold the city's decision.
Okay, thank you.
Was the bluff edge determination, was it peer reviewed by any chance?
It was, yes.
In Chris's letter, he raises some interesting points about how, like, in 2019, leading up to that, you were able to go and walk on that property, and there was an offense up. And so help me understand, that argument is, and that might be a legal question, but that the fence is not the baseline. The current situation with the fence is not the baseline condition. The baseline condition should have been what it was prior to that. Or Amber, go ahead.
So our CEQA consultant is online also if you have more questions, but under CEQA, we're required to consider the existing conditions. That fence has been in place for approximately 4 years, I think. So we're required to consider it in the mitigated negative declaration as part of the existing condition. It doesn't necessarily need to be considered as part of the existing condition when we look at implementation of our LCP policies. But we are required to consider it.
So hypothetically, you could, tomorrow, you could put up a fence and that would be existing.
With
If-
CEQA, I'm
if
not
you were
sure the
gonna-
time frame that it needs to be considered. I think, I don't know if it was 4 years or.
Mayor Pro Tem, so generally speaking, the lead agency has significant discretion in setting the baseline for existing environmental conditions for which the project's impact are compared against. So
Okay.
when the general on baseline is described under the state CEQA guidelines as the physical conditions that exist in the area affected by the project at the time the environmental process begins.
And when was that?
My understanding is that this fence predates the beginning of this environmental process by some time.
That's correct.
Because the environmental process began in like what, 2020 or 2021?
About 2021.
Yeah.
It's been there for a few years.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. And then, so if PCH was a scenic highway, this would be different? Help me understand that argument.
Designated scenic highway. I believe that the general plan references a future plan to possibly have it designated and create a plan for view corridors. It would have a significant impact in terms of CEQA and mitigation measures at that point with relation to the aesthetics. But at this point, it's not designated and there isn't a significant impact in terms of aesthetics.
And that goes back to the California
baseline.
guidelines for the baseline, because the baseline is not what it was in, 2018 or whatever. It would be what it was when the environmental process
Right.
started.
But
Okay.
those are limitations on our review under CEQA. We don't have those limitations necessarily when we review implementation of the LCP policies.
Okay, and then there is, I still don't really understand the difference between an archaeologist and a paleontologist. But that was brought up about the issue with the shells or
Yes. Let me find that comment. So there is shell midden on site. That's a cultural and an archaeological resource. It's
Okay.
not necessarily a paleontological resource. There was a records check conducted for paleontological resources that did not find any recorded on the site.
what's a paleontologist? Sorry, I should know that, but what's a paleontology?
A
Cool resource.
paleontological resource is like a fossil. And
Got it.
it's a little bit different than a tribal cultural resource.
Got it. Okay.
Or an archaeological resource.
Okay. Those are my questions and I'm looking forward to the testimony.
Anybody else have questions? Okay, Mark, go ahead. Yeah, I'm sorry.
So if I'm looking at this correctly, this site plan, one side of the house looks like it has a 12-foot setback from the adjoining property.
Are you looking at the northern setback? The
Yes.
Northern, yes.
So that does, provide some views through there.
Yeah, in other cities along Coast Highway, and the mitigated negative document talks about it a little bit, that there are those sort of these peak views that happen in people's side yards along Coast Highway. That is potentially an area where there could be some views as long as the fencing walls, et cetera, were either transparent or some sort of open design.
Thank you.
Okay. Who are the appellants? Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna give each appellant up to 5 minutes. Okay, and then how many people are gonna be here supporting want to speak in support of the appellants? Okay, then you have all of you. So after they speak, I'll give all of you 2 minutes and then we'll go to the applicant who have 5 minutes. Anybody in support of the applicant, and then we'll come back to you for 2 minutes. Okay, so Come on up. I know.
It's for both of you together. David, could you go ahead and put up the PowerPoint for the appellants?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Patrick Reed. I'm a property owner at 31401 Holly Drive in Coast Royale. I want to thank the members that were able to stop by my home and view the property. And I also hope that you all had the opportunity to review the DRB recorded meeting that occurred earlier in the year. The DRB failed to thoroughly examine all project details and complete their due diligence, resulting in an uninformed.
Could you get closer to the microphone because you're
Undeformed decision. They disregarded crucial information, including neighborhood square footage comparisons and invitations from residents to assess view equity concerns firsthand. Some of the key facts the DRB overlooked: average neighborhood square footage is approximately 3,000 square feet. This information was created by the zoning division and sent to Horst in July of 2021, which you'll see up on the screen there. Average square footage is around 3,012. The adjoining property at 31461 Coast Highway, better known as the Shop-Off Residence, the DRB failed to review the standards required for the property and the precedent that it set. Approved in 2018 with a living space of 5,890 square feet, it was reduced down from 10,000 square feet. This lot is much larger than the Rayner property, and yet the living space has been greatly reduced. The adjoining property was designed to maintain view equity through its height, square footage, and street level positioning. DRB overlooked view equity. Examples include the claim by Don Sheridan that no one reached out to him or the board for the site visit. Emails from myself and Mr. Olson, another neighbor, inviting board members to the visit were ignored. Only one DRB member visiting the neighborhood properties to assess the impact on the Whitewater, negative impact. As you can see from if you can move to slides 2 and 3, one of the views is from my house and the other's from Mr. Olson's. Can you move this forward? There. You can see the outline of the negative impact on the Whitewater view. If you go to the next slide, you'll see it from Mr. Olson's house. These views are totally removed. Horst also misled the DRB by stating that no one reached out to him with view equity concerns. I met with him personally on Friday, February 17th in his office, and other neighbors tried as well and did. Horst claimed that widespread neighbor support is demonstrably false. That is inaccurate. Furthermore, the DRB prioritized architectural style over the project's negative impact on the neighborhood. Their focus on design aesthetics ignored significant concerns like view equity, Coastal Commission recommendations, and for the archaeological site. The current staff report contains additional inaccuracies and misrepresentations. Again, incorrect square footage estimate, misrepresentation of the DRB vote, very crucial. I don't know how they can miss those. First claim that the board fully reviewed evidence related to view equity, unjustified conclusion of view equity achieved without verifying the detrimental impact on numerous residents. Therefore, I urge the council to uphold our appeal and send the project back to design review. I recommend the following changes: reduce the size and scope of the residence to align with the neighborhood standards, as well as the precedent established for the adjacent property to the south. Lower the height of the residence to match the adjoining property to or at below PCH. Pull the design forward toward PCH to minimize impact on our Whitewater views. By adopting these recommendations, we can assure a project respects the existing character of our neighborhood and minimizes negative impacts on the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
So it's in the same PowerPoint slide. Okay. Okay, if we could go forward one. Okay, so I'm Scott Fraser. I live a few doors to the north of the proposed project. And I'd like to talk to you today about the issues of view preservation and the coastal scenic resources. This is what the view looked like before the fence was put up. The fence, as I showed in the DRB testimony, was as high as 8 feet at the time of the DRB meeting. So I measured it the morning of the DRB meeting, and to say that it was reduced in height by the time of the DRB meeting is disingenuous at best. So the local coastal program and the general plan protect scenic views. They call us to preserve the scenic qualities of all highways, including views of both ocean and hillside. I should mention that many people have pointed out that the Coast Highway is eligible to become considered a scenic highway, and that's as good as being declared as one for these purposes. The project under appeal would extend 10 feet above the curb, as it's been mentioned, but the project just to its south was limited by the DRB to have a height of 0 feet above the curb. So the same logic for view preservation was used there to limit the height considerably. The consultant mistakenly states that the proposed project will have no impact because there are no public views. And this is because of a 8-foot fence that was there for no reason in front of a construction site that wasn't under construction. There was no caisson drilling there. And so there was nothing to protect people from. It was the project to the south of this proposed project that was under construction and that what the drilling and other activities were happening. So despite the complaints from the neighbors, this construction fence has been in place for over 4 years. This is not a fence that any of us wanted, and I don't understand why a construction fence would be allowed in front of a non-construction site. The public views, if I can have the next slide. Public view of the story poles was completely obliterated unless you were to perch yourself on the sandbags as this pedestrian's doing, or in our case, walk out into the middle of Pacific Coast Highway. And then you can start to see the story poles appear above the fence. So it's really not fair to anybody to claim that this is the existing situation. The coastal scenic resources will clearly be impacted, and the project is not going to be a temporary fence. It's going to be a permanent building that's there. So in the next slide, please. This shows the proposed plan. You can see that the proposed plan comes very near to the bluff top. And that's an interesting thing, as in the next slide, the consultant states on page 29 of their mitigated negative declaration that the project would maintain a 25-foot buffer from the bluff top that would set the building back from direct views from the Pacific Ocean shoreline. You can see the lifeguard station there. You can see the story poles. This is not out of view of from the Pacific Ocean shoreline. As I pointed out at the DRB meeting, this statement was untrue. The project is clearly going to be extending above the bluff edge. You can see in the next slide that the story poles really do show up quite nicely from the sand. And the evidence really does show, if I can go forward one more slide, the evidence really does show that this is going to be visible. This is another view from there. So it shows that there's going to be real impacts of the project on the coastal scenic resources. We're going to see it from Coast Highway and from the shoreline. And we ask that you radically reduce the size of the project and remove a story. This Bluff site is very, very sensitive. It's also a plan that's really built out of scale with everything
Okay,
around
we
it.
need to wrap it up here because we're
Okay.
over the time here.
Okay, sorry for being slow. Even if it were reduced by dramatically, it would still be almost double the size of all the neighboring houses and might even be the largest house in the neighborhood. So please affirm your commitment to minimizing development impacts by really protecting our cherished public and private views. Thank you.
Okay, anybody in support of the appeal? You have 2 minutes. Come forward.
Hello, I'm Nicole Strathman. I live directly across the street from this on Coast Highway. I have the luck of backing out onto Coast Highway every day. So I see this fence. It is 8 feet. It was erected in September of 2019. And the issue I have here with the house is that I know it's going to be built. He's going to be my neighbor in the front. Is that the Shop-Off house went through 3 design review meetings, and then it came here for an appeal, and then you guys sent it back because it needed to be reduced in size. My house is 1,450 square feet. The house next to me is 1,500 square feet. The house to my right is 1,600 square feet. So the 3 houses directly in front of this house are under 2,000 square feet. The fence has been, I can hear it every night. It rattles, the plastic rattles. I have a 7-year-old daughter who's never seen our ocean view because it's been up for 4 years. So I ask you, please reduce the size of this house. It's huge. And that fence, it's been up for a very long time. But I know that house is going to be up for longer. So please reduce the size of the house. And my neighbors, I can see over the Shop-Off house. Every photograph that you've been showing is from my garage, pretty much from both sides. The city and my neighbors that's from my garage where it was without the fence. So once again, please reduce the size of this.
Thank you. Anybody else? It's getting late here, you guys. If you're going to talk, we should come forward.
From the slide deck that we submitted, yeah. Submitted.
From the appellant. Bring up the appellant one again.
And go down 2, I think. So this is the view from my home, and I think as was pointed out by the staff, one of the goals is to balance the property owner's right to develop with view equity. And you can see here that if this house is built, I lose all of my whitewater views. I have great other views, I do, but whitewater views are special. I raised my kids in this home. I was able to watch my kids surf down at the beach. We get to watch people in the tide pools. We have whales that come in frequently and come close to these rocks. We can hear the waves at night. So these are special views to me. And quite frankly, if we go the other extreme, this is a very large house. If you go the other extreme, you could build a very small house here that would still enjoy great views from this property. We're not requesting that. But at some point, that house gets big enough that it starts taking away views from people behind. There are about 6 or 7 of us that are affected like this. So I think the question is, at what point does the house become too big where we're out of balance with the property owner's right to develop with other people's rights to view equity? We're at 7,500 square feet. You saw the average in the neighborhood is 3,000 square feet. We're too big. And there's things we can do. We did it with the property just next door, as we've talked about, to help get that balance right. Thank you.
Are you Mr. Olson? Okay, so I was at your house.
Yeah, thank
Cool.
you for
Yeah.
those of you that made the effort to come over and see my house. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Good evening. I'm Kathy Yerke. I also live close to the project. I have no private view impacts, but I'm very concerned about the impacts to coastal scenic resources and public views. It's not enough that a consultant prepares an environmental document. The city needs to review it carefully, and they need to call out findings that don't make sense. For example, the claim that there are no public views from Coast Highway. Also, the claim that a 25-foot buffer sets the project back from direct views from the shoreline. Both are untrue, as you've seen from the visual evidence. Only one DRB member expressed any concern about public views despite the evidence presented. So don't tell me that they weighed this carefully and made findings that there were no view impacts. Mark Weiner cited public view design guidelines, but not the half dozen LCP and general plan policies about public view preservation. Amber made it clear that you can disregard the fence for LCP requirements. I believe the city attorney just said that you have significant discretion to determine the baseline, which common sense tells you does not include a temporary construction fence, especially one that's been up for 4 years on a site with zero construction. Amber misstated CEQA when it comes to scenic vistas. That covers damage to scenic vistas, including but not limited to vistas from a designated state scenic highways. Laguna has been determined an eligible state scenic highway. The only reason it's not formally designated is the city has never gone through the process. These public views are very important. They are valued by our community, and you need to take that into account, and the DRB does. Yes.
Can I ask a question? Okay, so is your contention that this private property owner can't build a fence on their lot?
Ever?
No, just like hypothetically, there's a justification for why someone might want a fence so people aren't, because I grew up going on this lot, for example, right? And so I'm just trying to understand this argument about the justification for why we should be using the baseline as without the fence.
Well, because the fence will be gone when the project is completed. There are, I believe, guidelines and codes that govern the construction of fences. 8 feet tall chain link with plastic is not part of those.
Because it's pretty consistent with throughout, if you look on Coast Highway, there's a lot of fences. I'm just trying to understand this argument about the fence and why, because I think this idea that if it was public land, I could understand why everyone would be entitled to be able to, have that unfettered access to it. But I'm just trying to understand. So
it's in half a dozen LCP policies about protecting public views. It's in CEQA. And it's really clear that I think Anne mentioned, or the South Laguna Civic Association mentioned that it's called out in the in our highways document.
Yes.
You were quoted something from the transportation that views from highways of the ocean or the hills should be, it's not should, it's will be preserved or preserve them. This is throughout the documents. You can't just say, well, there's a temporary, in my opinion, in my very strongly held opinion, you can't slap, I agree that the property owner could take measures to prevent the public from getting on the property. This 8-foot fence would not fly.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful.
Okay. Do you have something? Go ahead. Okay.
Hello, Council. I'm speaking the South Laguna Civic Association, and we addressed this issue in our letter. And cited that the city's own landscape and scenic highways element talks about preserving these views and in fact mentions this specific view over this property in the document. So the fact that the city has not chosen to pursue an official state designation doesn't remove it from having the two scenic highways you have in town. That's what those documents that you adopted are all about, is preserving the qualities of our two scenic highways, Laguna Canyon Road and Coast Highway. And it divides it up into different regions, describes it, talks about issues. And that's why the design review board who reviewed the Shop-Off property required them to recess the entire project below the level of Coast Highway. In this case, it's very feasible to do that. There's a lot of topographic drop. It doesn't keep them from having their own views, and it preserves the public views as well as the private views. It's a perfect win-win situation, except that that hasn't happened here because the design of the property is too large. That upper level needs to come off, and it would solve almost all the problems, and they'd still have a very large house. So the letter that Civic Association submitted shows a similar view to what Scott showed. And it says proposed temporary fence that Shop-Offs were supposed to be constructing. I guess I should pass this around since you probably don't have it in front of you and I didn't make extra copies. But they constructed a fence that doesn't conform with what they said they were going to do. They were actually going to put the temporary fence below the level of the highway. And I wonder whether the permit for the fence on this property was ever approved, because, they perhaps just built it along with the other one.
Okay, Ann, you're out of time here.
Already?
Yeah.
I
We-
just
we
love
wanna keep-
talking with you.
I know. We need to get moved. It's 11:30. And who else wants to speak on this? Anybody? Okay, anybody online that's supporting the appellant?
Yes, I have one hand raised.
Okay.
Ruben Flores, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
I got it.
Hello, thank you, and congratulations, Sue and Alex. Public views from the beach are what we want as citizens of Laguna Beach, to be able to walk down that beach and look up and see the natural bluffs. The Shop-Off property already has obliterated the natural bluff top view with construction. And this next house, as just viewed from the story poles, did that exact same thing. The setback criteria is too ambiguous. And obviously, just by looking at those story poles, you can see that it's not really done by a setback of 25 feet. It's some arbitrary setback that's not from a bluff top. Why do we not make it policy that when poles are up, that fences come down so everybody can see what's going on? It's a game that's being played, that the city council allows to be played, that yes, story poles are there, but nobody can see them. What value is that? It makes no sense at all. Also, with the view preservation restoration, if somebody has a view of an open space, no trees, no house, you get the right to that view. So why isn't that being preserved as well? Also, too, there is a water course, as spoken of earlier, that comes down and actually empties below this house. That water course must be preserved, and it's not being preserved. And if you look closely, when it's raining and you go down to that beach, you'll see that that water course is a natural water course, and that's not going to be able to happen again once this property is up. The property needs to come down. The fence can come down from the Coast Highway 15 feet onto the property, and then if they want an 8-foot fence, it can happen down there. This needs to be stopped. Thank you.
Okay, Cheryl, any other speakers?
No other hands, Mayor.
Okay, so the applicant, who's going to speak for the applicant? Okay, Horace, okay. Yeah, 5 minutes.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? Hi, good evening, Mayor Camp and council members, city staff. Thank you so much. We do have a quick PowerPoint presentation, and I will be quick. I know it's getting very late. I don't really, don't want to add anything, to what, was said by, Mark Berger or Amber Dobson. I think they did, we're very grateful to the very detailed responses that they put together, relative to the 7 points of contention, by the appellants. Let's go to the next slide, please. What I want to do is I want to give form and I want to give meaning, and also address some of the things that were said this evening. This is the site plan. It may be a little hard to see, but there's our constraints in terms of development is what's called the string line. And the string line is the furthest westerly corner of the house to the north and the furthest westerly corner of what will be the house under construction on the south. The 25-foot bluff top setback on average is about, we're about probably 50 feet on average. It's kind of irregular. You can see it. It's a little hard to see in the site plan here, but we're not pushing up against the 25-foot bluff top setback because the string line for us is much more restrictive, and you can't encroach more than 5 feet beyond the string line, and so that's what's sort of creating the buildable area of the site. Next slide, please. Okay, so this shows you the location of the 25-foot setback relative to the house, and it also shows you the string line that is more restrictive. Next slide, please. Next slide. The archaeological site that was referenced earlier, we were proposing a 12-foot setback as we worked with the archaeological consultants from LSA as part of the initial study. They did some subsurface investigation. They identified the area that was a significant shell midden, and we talked about that a little bit. We actually pulled the house back an additional, I believe, 4 or 5 feet from the 12-foot setback so that we could completely preserve the area of the shell midden. And further, we did a beautiful, or Jim Dockstetter did a beautiful landscape plan, which is going to create that as a commemorative space that, as Amber alluded to earlier, it is going to be a view corridor that people can see, and it's going to speak to, maybe an environment that these Native Americans, were experiencing. We're going to have crushed shell and some vegetation reminiscent of that area. Next slide, please. I'll try to go a little bit quicker. The street elevation, we did several things. We, as mentioned earlier, our roof is 5 feet below the maximum height limit. You don't see garage doors on the front elevation because you go down a descending driveway to the garage, which is at the mid-level. And on the right, you can see the view corridor that is opening up to the area where the shell midden is. The elevation is very discrete. Next slide, please, from the street. On the other side of the driveway is a large sort of entry courtyard that is part of the entry sequence into the house. But what that does from a public benefit perspective is it creates a large open space that begins to buffer, the house from the street. And as you can see from this first elevation, it's essentially a single-story house. And as we all saw at the site, the top of this roof is lower than the immediately adjacent house to the north, which is 80 years old and has never been remodeled. So in terms of neighborhood compatibility, I think that speaks for itself. Next slide, please. The house, this is seen from the north side. The house, the volumes, the massing of the house step down with the natural topography as is required by the hillside design guidelines. The benefit of that is if you're looking from below at the beach, for example, the sort of staggering of the volumes, as you look up, you don't see the entire mass of the house. Next slide, please. This is a lower elevation. It's an L-shaped house because of the geometry of the string line. Next slide, please. The neighbors provided an area tabulation. I'm not sure where they got the information. The house next to us under construction was approved at a little over 6,200 square feet. The information that was submitted by the appellants showed that to be 5,800 square feet. What this shows, and we're referencing the two houses that were recently built on the north end of the Laguna Real, the proportion of habitable floor area to lot size of those two houses was 27%, and we're proposing 29%. So in terms of pattern of development, we're within 2 percentage points of recently completed construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak in support of the applicant?
Good evening, council members. Congratulations, Sue and Alex. Well-deserved. And Bob, thank you. How much time do I have, Sue? 2 minutes. Okay, so very quickly. I think what we're losing sight, at least from the appellant's perspective, this is private property. This is not a public park. There's a substantial right to develop. This house is 5 feet lower at the highway than the maximum allowed, and it's 7 feet lower at the midpoint. The fencing does not belong to the applicant. It belongs to the shop-off property. But as you saw, if that fence didn't extend the entire length, people could wander onto the property. And that is why the building official demanded that that fence remain. As far as the solve with that project, we were able to take access from Bluff Drive, not from Coast Highway. That is what substantially lowered the house. We don't have opportunity to do so. The bluff top determination basically was undertaken, as Amber said, by current Coastal Commission methodology. It was prepared by a licensed geologist, and it was peer reviewed. And as Amber mentioned, there's been no specific direction from Coastal on where this bluff edge should be. Now, Horse ran out of time. Horse had an opportunity to go up to the appellant's house with Mayor Whalen, and they saw that there was an opportunity if the house was lowered by approximately 3 feet to increase the view for both the neighbors. And that is what we are offering this evening. We are offering to drop the house by 3 feet.
Steve,
Alex?
does that help the Olsons Whitewater view?
It's primarily for the Olsons, you know, to,
Okay, wait. Go ahead, Steve.
yeah. You know, the fact is, when Horst and Bob went up there, the project would probably have to be dropped anywhere from 6 to 8 feet. That's unreasonable to maintain existing views. Again, this is a vacant lot, okay, with a substantial right to develop. We're not going to drop it 6 feet. We're not going to drop it 7 or 8, but we are offering to drop it 3 feet. And I think that that's a pretty substantial offer. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Anybody else speaking in support of the applicant? Anybody online, Cheryl?
No hands raised right now, Mayor.
Okay, so the appellant, the two appellants have 2 minutes each.
So just to clarify, Horst asked about where that square footage came from. Here's the file copy, if you want to take a look at it. Also in his diagram, he was showing that view corridor. It looked like the view corridor is blocked by a fence and shrubs and trees. So is there going to be a view corridor or is there not? I'm a little confused on his presentation. We're not arguing the fact that he can't develop the property. We're just asking to follow similar standards that were set by the DRB and the City Council for the shop-off residents. That, you know, he's telling you they will not drop it. But they're taking views away from 6 or more property owners of whitewater views. So they're basically robbing Peter to pay Paul, because they're going to reduce our property values and increase theirs.
Thank you. So the areas all came from staff. So the areas I think that we gave were accurate. The houses to the north of the Laguna Royale were both built on a lot that was previously constructed on. And those houses, as you've driven by, you'll notice are dropped quite a bit below the level of the street. And so they don't block the view of the ocean. The garage, as we were just hearing, has been recessed, which is a great element of the design. And I think the whole house should take that as its mantra. We know that it is great to have that garage door recessed. The whole house should be recessed and made into something that scales with the neighboring houses. Even if it was reduced dramatically as we're proposing, it would still be one of the largest houses around, and it would probably be almost double the current average. Finally, the view and the setback, we're not arguing that wherever the Coastal Commission or the city says the bluff top is, what we're saying is the consultant on page 29, when they say that this structure will not be visible from the beach, is incorrect. You can see those story poles very clearly. It's not that clear right now with the strings and the flags that are there, but once it's a real structure, you'll be able to see it very, very clearly. So the consultant is not telling us a factual setback. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council.
Before you close, I wanted to, with respect to the offer of the reduction, I wanted to ask Horst whether he'd done any analysis as to what percentage of whitewater view that might recapture.
We did, absolutely, Bob. And, sincerely thank you for the opportunity to go back up and revisit this with the neighbors. What I saw, from Pat's residence, Pat Rudin's residence, is that there's very little whitewater view available from his house to begin with. I was much more compelled from what I saw from the adjacent neighbor, David Olson, and that he had a much larger window into that whitewater view. And we talked a little bit, and you were there with us. And I said, what would your, objective be? And I thought David was very reasonable. He wasn't looking for his entire view, but he wanted to see part of it. And what I saw is that clearly if we lowered the furthest most roof, which is the master bedroom, by 3 feet, both these neighbors have amazing views. We all wish we had that view. They have South Coast view, North Coast view, expansive. And I understand that they want the whitewater view. And I think David did a very good job at articulating why that's so important to them. And I am moved by that. So lowering the house 3 feet would preserve maybe 33% of that view. I don't know how it's going to affect Pat Rudin, because like I say, his view is much more limited, but I saw something, from your property that I thought was worth looking into. So Tony and I went back out there, we stood at the property. What's it going to be like if we lower our floors 3 feet? Because we have the Laguna Royale in front of us. And the idea is that these oceanfront properties, because of the string line, your frontal view is protected and you have some lateral view that you share with your adjacent neighbors. Tony and I walked away from that feeling that we could lower the house 3 feet without impairing Tony's view. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, council, who wants to start? Okay, yeah, come on up to the microphone, and then we're going to be done with this back and forth.
I at least submitted. He didn't submit a photo to you. He just says, and you didn't have a photo that you took when you were at my house. To just say that I get 33% back, look at the photo. You can visualize 3 feet down. I'm not even sure I get to see a rock at that point. So if it's worth your time, pull the video up. You can imagine 3 feet down. It doesn't do a whole lot for me. And we're still going to be talking about a 7,500 square foot house.
Is the consultant still on the line? I have 2 questions.
Jen, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you.
Hi, Jen. Okay, so the first question is hypothetically, let's say this fence wasn't there. How would that impact your analysis of the scenic view issue?
It's still considered a private view. It's not a public view. So the impact would
Because,
still,
because of the scenic highway issue?
yeah.
Okay. And then the second, I don't remember what the second question was. Oh, okay. On page 29, there was reference to your statement about the view from the beach. Can you talk about that?
The setback from the beach. See the poles that those pictures that were put up, I haven't seen those. So I don't know if that's a recent photo. We went off of what the site plan sent us in the images.
Okay.
Could I follow up on your earlier question? So are you saying that a public view by definition under CEQA can only be from a designated scenic highway?
Correct.
All right, thank you. With designated scenic highway, even a private view doesn't matter then at all. Even in the LCP, I think Kathy mentioned that earlier. My question was limited to CEQA. But yeah. So there's no answer to that?
Well, there is. So earlier I cited the design review criteria, which is part of our local coastal program. There are policies throughout our general plan that speak to views. It doesn't state that views have to be outright preserved. It's throughout those policies, it talks about balancing view rights, preserving to the extent feasible. There's some recognition of it. But I wouldn't go as far as to say that it would mean you wouldn't be allowed to develop a vacant lot if it impacts a view overlooking that lot.
What is there? Oh, sorry.
I mean, I understand that if it affects one person, you say, okay, well, it affects a number of people and then it affects the public. That's a little different thing. So that's all I'm saying. Preserving views isn't saying outright. Outright is something that's much more broad.
What are the general plan policies as it relates to public views?
So one is policy 7M, new development along coast highway shall preserve existing views where feasible and where topography allows. New development shall be terraced below grade along Pacific Coast Highway. I'll see if I can pull a couple others.
So say that again, shall be terraced below grade. So what does that mean? That it has to be below the
Terraced below grade. So I think that implies that the structure would be, how we have development that follows the natural hillsides. I believe that's what it's referencing.
It would indicate that it's step down the hill and we have other standards that require that, which was what was done on this project. That doesn't read as if it needs to be below the street level. And that's evident by the other developments in that area, which are above the street level.
What page is that on again?
Could you read that one more time, Amber? I apologize.
Policy 7M, it's in our attachment table 1. And it says new development along Coast Highway shall preserve existing views where feasible and where topography allows. New development shall be terraced below the grade of Pacific Coast Highway.
It's kind of contradictory because it's saying preserving views where feasible, right? But then
And where topography allows.
and where topography. So it's not
It's not a mandate.
it's not a mandate that it has to be terraced. It's
So in the case of the DRB with the shop offs, they preserve the views forced them to go down, had 3 DRB meetings, and they agreed, still have a 6,000 square foot home. They're happy, I suppose, whoever owns it now, it's not the shop offs. So that was executed as a discretionary decision by the DRB. And this is a different decision by the DRB to say, yeah, bigger house, it's still compatible with the neighborhood, even though the neighborhood is only 3,000 square foot on average, but doesn't matter.
I can't speak.
Part of
to
that
it.
has to do with the size of the lot.
Well, I'm just saying the houses nearby across the street, we saw a list of the average size of those homes.
Yeah, but
There-
if you're on a
Yeah.
5,000 square
Yeah.
foot lot
Yeah, I
versus a 22,000 square foot lot.
Right.
It's about lot coverage.
Yeah, it is about lot coverage, but it's also about neighborhood compatibility as well.
There
but-
was-
And the views.
I know, but we have Coast Royale a couple doors down.
It's the biggest coastal view blocker of all.
Well, I don't want any more of those. One's enough.
So do you think that that means, Amber, when allows, meaning that if the lot provides an opportunity for the structure to be below Coast Highway, do you think that it's interpreted in that manner?
I think it would mean so it references if feasible. So I think it means if feasible. If you have a lot with a topography where it is feasible,
Right.
There are-
If you can make it work.
that there are constraints on the site that the architect went over, but if feasible. And
Yeah,
then just to point out one thing, during the the design review board discussion, there was, we did reference 2 other projects that were recently approved north of the condominium building, and both of those were approved at approximately 6.5 feet and 9 feet above the front curb elevation.
Were those structures there before? Or there were previous structures at those lots?
There-
So
I
I don't know if that's a fair comparison. That wasn't those weren't empty lots, were they?
I believe there was a fence on those there was one historic home
They
that
weren't
was
empty. lots.
demolished.
There was a fence, but
And
there
there
were
was a
empty
fence.
lots. There was no homes there.
I'm not sure about both of them. I know there was a historic home on one of them that was demolished.
Thank you.
Are there any other general plan policies related to public views?
Give me 1 second.
There is a policy, I believe it's in the open space and conservation element that says to design and site new development to protect natural and environmentally sensitive resources, such as areas of unique scenic quality, public views, and visual compatibility with surrounding uses to minimize natural landform alterations.
Policy 2.10, maximize the preservation of coastal and canyon views consistent with the principles of view equity from existing properties and minimize blockage of existing public and private views. Best efforts should be made to site development in locations that minimize adverse impacts on views from public locations, e.g. roads, bluff top trails, visitor serving facilities.
Did you say roads?
Roads is included as an example,
Say the first part again.
the whole policy.
Yeah, just say it again.
Maximize the preservation of coastal and canyon views consistent with the principle of view equity from existing properties and minimize blockage of existing public and private views.
So again, it's not totally clear saying,
No.
it's saying minimize where you can under view equity.
And then it also says best efforts.
Yeah.
All these policies are so,
There you go.
they're not very clear.
There's a lot of wiggle room in these. Okay. Anybody have
Was
a,
the fence legally built?
The temporary construction fence?
Was it permitted?
Yeah, yeah, they have a permit for that.
And so was it, is it clear when it was put up or is that resolved? Nobody's contesting the date that it went up?
I don't know if I
2019
have an
earlier.
exact date.
I heard somebody represent 2019, but
I heard 20.
So if we needed to verify it, it could be on Google Earth. We could look at the history, right? Okay. We already talked about the lot size having to do with the allowed size of the home. I just wish that these building standards met what is insinuated in parts of the general plan. Because it's, like he said, it's 5 feet below the height limit. It's under the ratio. So it really meets all of the criteria under the building standards. So now what we're talking about are vague references in the general plan.
And CEQA.
CEQA.
CEQA, to me, I mean, at this point, I think it meets, right? I think when you look at the definition of view equity, that since it complies with the development standards, I think view equity is achieved here from the.
I have a photo that I took from one of the houses. So you can see in the background, you can see where the white water is from one of the homes. So this is different. I think it's a little bit more accurate representation of the view because it's not zoomed in. That's why I asked Anne Marie if she could pull it up.
that looks like what I saw. Looks like what I saw.
Well, that's what's there.
No, I know, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, a couple questions, I guess, because there's a lot going on with this appeal, right? There's a lot of things that were raised. I mean, there's kind of 4 elements that we're asked to look at: zoning, DR criteria, CDP, and CEQA, right? And I don't think there was really any challenges on the zoning. So, but there were lots of issues raised with respect to DR criteria, CDP, and CEQA. So I just want to go down a few of them, see if we can get if I can get some responses from staff. So on the coastal bluff edge, you talked about that, Amber and Mark, earlier. We had some problems previously when we were applying a different definition of bluff edge. And what was that? Remind me, what was that different definition? Not the land use element, it was something else?
It was the definition in our zoning code, and it has to do with the 45-degree slope of the bluff. However, that's inconsistent with our land use element standards. So the Coastal Commission has directed us to refer to the land use element standard, which is the prevailing standard over the zoning code.
Okay, so it's more restrictive than the zoning code, and we're applying the more restrictive one here.
Yes.
Okay, and it was peer reviewed. So I think the challenges that I saw were sort of design review criteria number 4, environmental context. There was a bluff edge issue. I don't see any merit on the bluff edge question. Then there was a claim that the protection of cultural resources was inadequate, the Shell Midden, because it wasn't fully explored. It might get bigger. And when you build, there were mitigated measures, 1 through 7, cultural 1 through 7 adopted. I don't know if our consultant wants to speak to that. What's our position on the adequacy of the protection of the cultural resources, given what we did here?
There, 1 through 7, the mitigation measures that you're referring to actually are pretty thorough. They'll, if there is any prior to construction starting, they actually go out and reevaluate, and they will have a consultant out there during construction as well. And they also train all the construction workers to recognize any, shells or areas of concern that they see. So it's been thoroughly reviewed. So between those 7 mitigation measures, everything should be falling into place during construction.
So what if they discover a bunch more? What happens?
Construction ceases and they bring in tribal consultants to look through over all the artifacts.
Okay, and then ultimately what, remove them from the site or?
Yeah, it'll have to be determined at that time. It just depends on how extensive or what's found.
Okay, so in other words, we're saying the protections that we've got, the measures we've got in place will protect them, because if they're discovered, things will stop. And
Yes, the right steps will be put into motion to protect those resources.
so then I think the next challenge was really under design review criteria number 9, neighborhood compatibility. I actually think there's a bit of a challenge on this one. I think with respect to both the appellant's list of compatible properties and the one we saw tonight from the applicant, it's still the biggest house listed on either of those tables, if I'm correct. We could pull up the one again. So, I mean, I just think on a pure size issue, there's at least a discussion there on neighborhood compatibility. Design review criteria number 16, view equity. You know, I think we've talked about that one a lot. It is a balancing of views. I think the public view issue is the more challenging one for me. And I think clearly we're supposed to do something to preserve public views under all these various policies. So it's not clear to me what we have in terms of a view corridor. I guess there's a bit of a view corridor on the north side. I don't know if Forrest will be able to speak to whether that's a clear view corridor or not. And then we moved to the CDP, and there was a challenge to the finding number 2. Again, a bluff top challenge, as to no adverse effect on environmentally sensitive areas. I think we talked about bluff top. Again, there was a dispute on the finding of no adverse effect on the Shell Midden. I think we've discussed that as being adequate in terms of mitigation measures. And then CDP finding number 3, I think there's a dispute raised or a challenge raised in the appeal. This is the no adverse effect on coastal scenic resources. And I think there's 2 aspects to that. One is the view from Coast Highway. We've talked about that. The other is the impact on the views from the beach. Clearly, I think from the photos we saw tonight, you'll see some portion of the home from the beach, but the standard in our will not adversely affect recreation or visitoring facilities or coastal scenic resources. So, I mean, the question for us there is if a view of the home on top of the bluff, you know, is that an adverse effect on coastal, or adverse enough that we can't make the finding? It is, the whole bluff face is clearly preserved and natural state. So I'm not sure I'm that concerned about that one. And then really the CEQA mitigated negative deck challenges really overlap the ones that were already raised. You know, they relate to the archaeological site. They relate to the impact on aesthetics, on public view. I guess there is one more, which maybe our consultant could answer, was there was an issue raised that there was a lack of a full paleontological assessment. And there was some statement somewhere in that suggesting that a full paleontological assessment should be done. Can you speak to that?
Jen, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, I'm here. We did send out a paleo request letter to it's to the LA County records, the Natural History Museum, and they actually do research and go through files and look up quadrants to see if there's any artifacts in that area, and they came up with no artifacts at all. That is in the MND as well as in appendices. under the service letters.
Okay, so you think we've adequately addressed it from a CEQA standpoint?
Correct. That's what we usually do for sites like this.
All right. So I think council comes down to the neighborhood compatibility question in terms of the overall size of the home and view equity, public view and impact, consisting of public view impact and loss of whitewater views.
So you're saying private view equity and public view?
Well, I mean, it's, but I think those are the issues that are still out on
Yeah,
the
I
table
think so.
that need to be addressed. I think the rest of them, in my way of thinking, have been adequately addressed by staff or our consultant. And I think I've covered all the issues that were raised under each of those.
So when they refer to public view, are we just talking about from Coast Highway, or what vantage point?
Well, what I'm hearing is from Coast Highway. Yeah.
From person walking by, driving by, biking by. That's it.
Does it, what is it? No.
Who you get when you go on a Coast Highway or the sidewalk.
Well, there are other public views up if you're walking up in the neighborhood streets.
Yeah,
True.
what does it actually mean though? Because there's 2 homes being built there, so we walked on the lot, right? So there's the former shop-off house down there, and then there's the other one, and you can, there's space between the houses, there's space between those 2 houses, and there's space off to the right, so I don't really know what public view actually means.
It's challenging. There is no definition of
Yeah.
public view in our LCP. The general plan has some general statements about it. It's not real specific. Ideally, the specificity would be in the zoning code. There would be a standard that's development can only be of a certain height along Coast Highway. And there actually is, there's the 15-foot height from the curb standard. In this case, the applicant's proposing 10, which is less than the maximum, but there's ideally the zoning code would be a little more specific about how to implement this.
The public view, right? Or how are we looking at this public view issue? As a CEQA issue or as a LCP issue or as a general plan issue?
Mayor Pro Tem, they raised, well, the appeal technically
That's all three.
sort of indicates that it could be any of those because it's so broad. But I think from a CEQA perspective, the consultant weighed in on her perspective
Scenic
on that.
Highway.
Correct.
So CEQA defines what a public view is.
I mean, that's that consultant's position is the public view analysis is premised on, from a CEQA perspective, is premised on Coast Highway. I think in addition to CEQA, you have considerations of your general plan
Yeah.
and LCP and the policies that were previously discussed. And I think staff is indicating is that it's not so clearly defined to provide
clear guidance.
clear
to say
guidance to
some-
you.
So then, and in the CEQA perspective, Jen, can you remind me what's the basis for saying that only a scenic highway is eligible for a public view? Where is that? What guidelines is that from, or where is that from?
Oh, what specific guideline is that from?
Yeah, like that's the law, or what is that?
Well, yeah, the CEQA guidelines.
The
Yeah,
CEQA guidelines
Yeah.
say, okay,
yeah.
they define that a public view, that's the only way to in this
Well,
case.
it's a public view is from any public location. So like you're driving down the street, that's a public view. You're at a public park, that's a public view. But if it's from a sidewalk is a public view, yes.
So then doesn't that make this the scenic? So if you're standing at the sidewalk right there, that's a public view.
Correct.
So then the scenic, oh, but then now we go back to the fence, right? Because
Yeah.
you can't see it because of the fence, right?
Yes, and then you have to think about the LCP comes into play too. So it's a lot of moving parts.
Well, with respect to the fence, the fence could have been put up without the screening material and you could see through it and see the story poles. That wasn't done either. This is done in 2019. I have to agree with Bob on his contentions here, the Peel contentions that this is it neighborhood compatible? It's a big project. And the neighboring project, 6,000 square feet, twice the size of the other projects nearby. Councilmember Mark mentioned that it's a question of the lot size. I don't know that that's true necessarily. I don't know what the lots, of course, it's irrelevant, but neighborhood compatibility has to do with relative size of the homes around you. So you don't want a high rise next to your bungalow. The other Peel contention, I think, is the view equity issue is there, and the project could be taken down without, it seems to me, a large sacrifice on the owner's part, because it's a giant house at 5,000 square feet or 6,000 square feet. So the mass and scale, if you take it down, it's going to solve all these problems.
One of the things that, because I've been thinking about this a lot, when I went to visit the neighbor's house, and then, I'm just trying to be objective here. When we say neighborhood compatibility, right? So I walked up the street. I went to the site twice, once with Alex and once on my own. And when I walked down the street, if I envisioned this house constructed, it looked more minimal than most of the other structures on the street. That's how I was trying to look at neighborhood compatibility. Because it didn't look like it was out of scale
The
when I was
visual,
walking down the street.
the visual part.
So. Okay, Mayor.
No.
Yeah, Mayor.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I haven't heard others' views on neighborhood compatibility or the view equity. I mean, it does seem to me at a minimum, you'd want to lower it down the 3 feet, but that's, that they described tonight they're willing to do. But I do think it's at 7,500 feet, it's the largest house. And, it's on a smaller lot, I believe, than the house next door, under construction. And, maybe it just needs to be trimmed back some and lowered down.
Yeah, I would be supportive of that.
So but what would that direction
Yeah, what does that
look
mean?
like?
The house next door.
What's the definition? Can you bring up the definition of neighborhood compatibility? Because it seems like we're balancing a couple different things. We're balancing what Mark was talking about, but also the size of it, but then also the site coverage, because it complies with the site coverage.
Yeah, but it's just a larger issue. I think it's wrong to equate compliance with building standards as satisfying design review criteria. That's why design review criteria they are more restrictive than building standards.
standards.
And have been for years, so.
Okay.
You can do short.
Development.
I have a question for Horace. Can you come up? I have a question for you. If we decided to reduce the size of the house, would it cause you to do a massive redesign of the house?
Well, it would be. I mean, if we're talking about something, where we're trying to land around 6,000 or 6,500 square feet, I mean, that's considerable. That's pretty much a redesign. But one thing I would like to add, and I was just looking at the building section, more than 50% of this house is actually below grade. And I think that should be evaluated. And, to Councilmember Weiss's point, I mean, in terms of neighborhood compatibility, if you're living in one of those small houses across the street and you look at the site, you're going to see a single story that's 5 feet below the height limit.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at it from down below, by the way it steps from the beach, you're going to see the appearance of mass and scale greatly reduced.
Let me just ask you, can you, the way the house exists now, can you just lower it 5 feet? Can you just take the whole house down 5 feet?
Everything is
Okay.
possible. I guess the question would be, is that reasonable? Is it
Mhm.
reasonable to, have a property like this, which is really exactly the same size as the property next door? Is it reasonable to end up, with your roof, no street presence whatsoever? It doesn't feel right. I know we've, as a design review board member, had a lot of people, come in and, talk about street presence and, how important that is. So it's not, it can be done, but I would question, is it a reasonable development of the property? Those two new houses north of Laguna Royale, I think Amber mentioned one of them is 9 feet, the top of the roof is 9 feet above the street elevation. The other one is 6, if I got you correct. We're at 10 feet.
Yeah.
So we're comparable. And I think to put our roof at street level, it's unreasonable.
Horst, you said 50% of the house is below what grade?
Existing grade. I can show you in the buildings.
No,
I know it's getting
I just
late.
wanted to be clear. So it's
absolutely.
not below Coast Highway, it's
Clearly
below,
more than 60%. And as far as like being able to see the stakes from the beach, one of the design review board members said, of course. What oceanfront property in Laguna can you not see from down on the beach? And, I just did a measurement. We are 50 feet back from the 25-foot bluff top setback. And because there's some stakes, coming up,
Not worried about that.
boy, when did that get into the?
yeah, and
public discourse?
I was really more concerned, I'm concerned about some of the language in the general plan or in the LCP. With the views that Bob was talking about from the sidewalk and public views is what I was talking about.
So can the city attorney, can you help us? Because where I'm at, I think I can make the findings for neighborhood compatibility. I think I can make where I'm at is the public views. That's really where I'm just having trouble with this whole thing. So if can you help me understand that issue?
So from a CEQA perspective, let's start with that. From a CEQA perspective, the fencing as the baseline under CEQA is appropriate.
Okay.
So because of the discretion that's given to the council or the city in the state CEQA guidelines,
Okay.
then it is the interpretation of your general plan policies and your LCP and your LIP and the policies set forth as to public views therein. The language that staff read into the record, it has flexibility built in for your interpretation to find it
Yes.
consistent if you would choose to do so. So it's within your authority to interpret those policies as having been satisfied as staff recommends.
Okay. Because there's not a strict threshold saying preservation of public views, for example.
Because of the language.
Can I make one clarifying point?
Yeah.
So, members of the public have brought up policy 11C, preserve scenic qualities of all highways, including views of both ocean and hillsides.
Okay.
That's in the transportation circulation and growth management element.
Okay.
I don't believe that that's part of the certified LCP.
Well, let's confirm
I'll confirm that.
that.
Guys, really.
Okay. So the general plan policies, I think, there's a lot of discretion there about public views, right?
Correct.
Okay, so then remind me, what does the LCP say about public views?
So I think I would have to refer to staff to give you the specific policy references.
Kathy may have that information.
The LCP's references to public views specifically.
Because the Coastal Commission, they care about this. Like this could be hypothetically, let's say this was approved, the Coastal Commission could look at this and make a public view argument. That's conceivable, Amber?
right?
Okay.
That's conceivable.
So
I mean, that's the whole question, right? I mean, this thing's going to get appealed to coastal.
Yeah.
Right? Coastal's going to look at the CDP. There's no adverse effect on coastal scenic resources. I mean, what's going on here? I mean, is there or isn't there an impact on coastal scenic resources?
There seems to be.
I don't get how there are. I mean, I
what-
see what you're.
That's good. So no, let's get that let's get that out there then.
What does that mean that you can't block any?
I mean, how did any?
We have not established yet whether any views preserved from this
Yeah.
property.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we could call horseback up. The only possible one, I guess, is the view corridor on the north side of the property.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know whether you can see ocean from there or not,
Mhm.
but, you know, is the elimination of all view of the ocean from the highway, is there no adverse effect on coastal scenic resources? And if so, why?
Yeah.
I mean,
That's right.
I don't have the answer. I'm just asking the question. And I think it'll be a tough discussion at coastal.
Yeah.
And then you throw in the fence.
But the fence is not, because that's a CEQA issue for the baseline, right? So the coastal, that they don't care about the fence. Or would they care
I don't
about the
think they'll
fence?
care about the fence because they're looking.
They're
at
not
the
going to care about
CDP
the fence.
finding.
They're going to look at the CDP.
Fence
Okay.
doesn't, you know what, the fence doesn't make any sense to me. There is a construction site. There's holes down there. There's people working down there. There's people pouring concrete down there. It should have a fence. I mean,
I think what the
Someone's gonna-
argument is, they're
I get it,
using
but-
that fence as,
I get it. I get it. But, you know, if you take the blue stuff off, that's fine. But, you know,
So I think the key question is whether the impact is significant. I don't know if we have all the information to make that assessment at this point. So that is something we could evaluate. We could work with the applicant. Clearly, the residence is going to obstruct some of the view, but there may be view corridors through the property still that are not, it's not very clear based on the information that we have at this meeting.
I would like to know that when it goes to coastal, that we hold up, or at least our decisions are fairly compatible to what the way they're gonna see it.
And when coastal reviews these appeals, they do review them for compliance with our LCP. And there's a lot of policies in our LCP, so this particular matter could potentially use some additional analysis.
One thing that I would offer for your consideration is that there was an appeal previously on the Meehan property, which I believe is just a few properties up North Coast from here. And in that project, the Coastal Commission did look at impacts of views, and they did consider the fence a baseline condition, and they did require conditions of approval, which required a view corridor along the side yard. The vegetation was required to be, I believe, no more than 6 feet high, low-growing vegetation, and the side corridor was required to be clear, have, you know, some sort of like open fencing, things like that. That's one thing for you to consider.
Do you recall how wide that corridor was?
I don't off the top of my head.
So Mark, you're insinuating that it receives further evaluation, and does that mean it would come back to us?
That's one option, or you can remand it back to the design review board.
I just don't know what we would tell them,
No, I think it should come back to us.
but I don't know what would we be basing our decision off of?
Well, sounds like there'd be a more comprehensive analysis of the applicable policies, the policy, right? That we
Yeah.
would go through the policies of the general plan, the LCP.
Okay.
One by one, the ones that because this kind of just been, ping ponging them back and forth here. And we're taking them on the fly. And there'd be analysis of view corridor,
Yeah.
right? And whether that's, compare it to the Meehan or other properties around and see if we've got something that we think is defensible. Look, I like the project. I mean, it's a beautiful architecture. There's
Yeah.
gonna be a house there. right?
Yeah.
I don't want to serve up another project to coastal
Yeah.
that gets hammered.
That's sloppy. I
Okay?
agree.
I mean, so let's get it right.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I agree
'cause
with you there.
I don't want to design, I think it's a beautiful house and I think that it's, part of the problem here is it's an empty lot. And when there's an empty lot, especially one that people in the neighborhood, it's been essentially almost a park for a long time in terms of how it's been treated. And so that's the issue here. And I think, Bob, I agree with, I think just some more analysis on that question so that we can make a decision so that, because if and when this goes to coastal, it can be defensible.
Well, what would be the direction here? Bob even pointed out compatibilities with LCP and with other things.
Well, I could defer to Mark and Amber, but I
Okay.
think what they would do is come back with a more detailed analysis of the general plan and LCP policies that
Okay.
are applicable in their view of the impact on the public view, how those apply, and analysis of view corridor. And then, I think we should, at a minimum, ask the applicant to reduce the level of the house, heat throughout 3 feet, maybe working with staff, something else. Maybe it's more like 5 feet. I don't know.
Yeah, I would go for that. I think those
I
were
can-
all reasonable suggestions.
But I really, what I want to have come back to us is something that our staff has fully analyzed, and you can never predict the outcome of coastal, but that you have a strong view that this is, all aspects of the approval are defensible.
It's
at
defensible. That's
coastal.
it. That's
Yeah.
the word.
Are you guys pretty clear on what we're asking?
Yes, I am.
Okay, okay.
You want to make that motion, Bob?
Well, I'd make that as a motion.
Okay, I'll second that.
Madam Mayor, can I, for a point of clarification, would you like to continue this matter to a date certain for purposes of noticing?
Yes, I think so.
Yes.
And looking at the calendar, I don't know that January 9th is feasible given the upcoming holidays. So then I'd look to staff as to whether January 23rd or
Can we,
February 13th.
yeah,
Set enough time?
why don't you just, let's not set a date certain right now,
Yeah.
because we don't know. We have a lot of stuff going on. Well, yeah, but we don't have, okay, let's look at the calendar.
It won't take as long as what.
Well, yeah, but we're gonna have to take all the same testimony over again too, so. Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's no appeals currently on January 23rd. I think we should shoot for that date.
Pair that up with pickleball.
Beautiful.
Let's see.
Staff needs to
Yeah,
an analysis
exactly.
and then they need to give that information to Horace, right? And then he needs time to do what he does.
We do. So we'd be working with the architect. I think we need a better understanding of what view corridors there are through the property with this proposed design. I do think that we could possibly make that January meeting. And if for some reason it seems like we're not able to pull it together, then we can continue it
Well,
again.
you guys,
up to
I mean,
Horace.
let's look at the tentative agenda. We have a regular order, pickleball, we're gonna have 1 million people in here. We have the estuary, we have a risk assessment, and we have the promenade. So we have a lot on a regular order that night.
So maybe February is,
13th is
work for
committee
you?
appointments only.
Probably.
We could do it then.
Yeah, we could do it then. We could do,
Sure.
yeah, we could do the committee appointments and just that.
Yeah, we could do the idea.
Would be amenable to that? What about that, Mark? Horace, what do you think about that, February 13th?
Well, it is my birthday.
Okay,
I can't
right.
think of a better place to spend it. And seriously, Tony, is that good for you? Yeah. And we will need, Mark and Amber, we will need some time. We want to get this right. One of the reasons why we did the initial study, we had no choice, but I believe the intent of the initial study is to provide more protection against coastal commission appeals. So, and I kind of saw some of that in action this evening. So, I mean, unless you feel differently, we'll take February 13th. We'll continue to work with these, work with these fine gentlemen that spoke this evening and see if we can, find some common ground.
Okay.
And still give Tony a house that, is going to be, complementary to the iconic, quality of that of that site. We want to do something beautiful there.
Sean, you okay with the 13th?
Yes.
Awesome. Let's,
But let's not talk about that right now. It's 20 till 1 unless we don't need to talk about the windscreen right now. Okay, so do we need, did you make a
I
motion?
made a motion.
And I second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Couple other things, council.
thank
We
you
have,
so much for your time. We-
thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We have item 20. We could talk about this in our strategic planning session, or we could just go through page 1. Yeah? Okay.
May I weigh in on that? You have certain appointments.
No, I know. I think we should do the top page, not the
Okay,
ad hocs.
okay.
So let's just do, this is my recommendation. Let's do this page. And the ad hocs we'll talk about in strategic planning session. So, yeah, yeah. Can somebody pull this up? We don't need to. We can just work up from here.
Thank you, Amber.
Thank you, everyone.
you.
Yeah, Mark. Poor Mark, this is ridiculous. So it's on item 20. Okay. We're just gonna do this page. Okay, you guys, we're gonna do item 20. A 2024 organizations and committee represented by council. I'm gonna see if there's any public comment on this first of all. Anybody, Cheryl?
No hands are raised, Mayor.
Okay, thanks. I'm gonna close public hearing then. I don't know if anybody has this on the screen. Oh, yeah, of course. Okay, let's just run through these, pretty straightforward. Top Festival of Arts Board of Directors. Anthony? He's probably long gone. Huh?
Oh, it's for chief person.
Yeah, we have something else to do, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So Festival of Arts Board, that's the mayor.
Yeah, that's the
There's a
mayor.
meeting at 4:30 tomorrow.
yeah.
Good for you.
Okay.
And
It's a good thing we're doing this, Bob. You know,
Well,
League of
gotta do it.
California Cities, that's the mayor.
Too bad.
All those are you.
Okay, the
all
first,
those are
the
you.
top's me, okay? Now, city council assignment, who want does any change for the Coastal Greenbelt Authority? It's,
No.
okay. Festival Coordinating Committee, that's Mark. Do you want to stay on that, Mark? Did they have any meetings, Mark?
Yeah.
Did they? Okay. HIV Advisory, I can take that or unless somebody else wants it. We haven't had any meetings. Irvine Bowl Policy Committee,
I'd like to take that one if,
Yeah, Alex wants to move into that.
okay.
you want to
Fine.
stay on that, Mark?
No, it's you and me,
It's-
Sue.
it's
Oh,
you-
where is
It's
it?
you and me currently, Sue.
Wait, I'm in the law, I get my line wrong here. Okay,
So I'm switching with Bob for that.
okay, got it.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what
I know.
I get to that.
Okay, look, Laguna Beach Seniors, that's.
The Art
Alex.
Museum, I want to keep the same. I'd like
Okay.
to stay on that.
Mark's the alternate, good.
Seniors,
Laguna Canyon Foundation, I have that, I'm happy to stay there.
Okay, same here.
Vector, who's gonna do Vector now?
Renagi, you
Mark.
got-
Mark, you gonna stick with it? Oh my,
Mark's getting to be an expert there.
Mark wants it.
go for it, Mark.
He's got it.
Okay, library is Weiss and Whalen.
Yeah. It's fine.
South Laguna Water Sewer, that's Alex and I.
Yeah, I'll stick with
Stay
that.
on that. Orange County Waste.
So on
Stockwell.
on
I
Stockwell,
dropped off of that.
George is dropped off, so we need a third though.
Be an alternate.
You want to be an alternate?
alternate,
Well,
yeah.
what we actually need is, we've got me and then McAvoy. I don't know how many alternates we can, but we need a financial person. I think Gavin's probably the one because they're doing this whole deep dive financial analysis on how they partially take it apart.
Yeah.
And what the financial impact is on the city. So
Okay, then I don't need to.
Gavin, I think Gavin would be the guy.
Gavin, okay.
So it'd be Wayland,
And
McAvoy,
Bob
Astro.
and-
Yeah.
Bob and Gavin.
Bob and Gavin.
And McAvoy.
McAvoy.
McAvoy's still on there.
Yeah.
South Orange County Watershed Management Area Executive Committee.
It's you.
That's fine.
That's me. Okay, liaison appointments. I have the Arts Commission. Is everybody still okay with that?
Yeah,
Fine.
Okay, environmental sustainability, Weiss and Runagi.
that one.
You want to stay on that? Heritage, Mark. You want to keep that? Housing and Human Services, Bob and Alex.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Or actually, it's Alex, and I think I'm the alternate. That's what that should
Okay.
reflect.
okay. Audit Review and Investment Committee, that's Bob and I. We don't need three, Mark. You want to go off of that? And you don't need three. Yeah, so anyway, okay.
So,
Pete. So
Yeah.
Bob, you're on with me still as the alternate.
okay. all
Okay.
right.
PTC is Alex,
Someone else wants that.
unless somebody else wants it.
No desire.
Bob knows this too well. Rec, that's me. I'm happy to stay there. EDPC, Bob, you want to keep
Matt
that?
wants me as an alternate on that.
You want to be alternate?
Alex is
Okay.
going to be, should be an
Alex is going
alternate
to be an
there.
A.
Yeah.
View
And
res-
he's actually filled in for me a couple of times, so they like him.
Very commendable. Okay, and then view restoration, Mark, you want to keep that? Probably haven't had a rain meeting.
We're gonna do that at the strategic.
We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about these next pages at the strategic planning session. Okay, one more quick thing. Cheryl, is there anybody on for public comment? I said I'd wait. Anybody?
I mean, no hands are raised, Mayor.
Okay, good. That was a public hearing. Okay, we have one final announcement. We have our police officers in the back of the room.
I think your mic's off.
We're gonna have I turned it off. We're gonna have a statement about Chief Purcell. On November 23rd, 2023, we lost not only an icon in the Laguna Beach community, but also a legend in the law enforcement profession. I would ask my colleagues to adjourn our meeting tonight in memory of Neil J. Purcell Jr., Laguna's longest ever serving Chief of Police. Chief Purcell was a 30-year veteran of the Laguna Beach Police Department, serving 15 of those years as police chief. Particularly noteworthy during Chief Purcell's remarkable tenure is his commitment to community policing. Chief Purcell was involved in countless high-profile arrests, including serving as the lead investigator responsible for the arrest of Timothy Leary, who at the time was considered one of the most dangerous men in America. Chief Purcell left a legacy of commitment and sacrifice behind and fostered community relationships that cared deeply for him. His loss will be felt for decades to come. The city of Laguna Beach is safer to live, work, and visit due to the lasting and indelible mark left under Chief Purcell's leadership. I ask my colleagues to join me this evening in adjourning our meeting in memory of Chief Neil Purcell Jr.
Well said.
And we are adjourned until January 9th.
Thank you.
Thanks, you guys, for sticking around.
Yeah. We'll buy you a drink. Not too bad. Go to Ralph's. Go to Ralph's. Ralph's. Ralph's is